Also, I needed a new alarm. Now be forewarned, if you buy this, try to get one with the instructions because the date and the mode buttons are pretty confusing. There's 2 gameplay modes. I think the second one is just faster. And it's a really fun game. Plane and Tank Radio Shack, if you're listening, make a sequel. And I don't want better graphics, I don't want improved sound, online multiplayer, DLC, augmented reality, or anything else. Plane and Tank 2 should just come in a red case with the number 2.
That's the score to beat, kids. That's the score to beat.
In real reality. Because in real reality, they just smell like exhaust. Get over here.
Alright, let's do this. You are about to see 3 short clips from the popular cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants. As you watch, try to find the one theme that they all have in common. Ready?
Man, these patties sure are delicious. I wonder what's in that secret formula.
Code 12! Code 12! Your disguises can't fool me this time, Plankton!
Everyone at the Head Enhancement Clinic said nobody would notice.
Some people are even late on Sunday. Hi, Mailfish!
All right, SpongeBob, you win. Stay inside forever. Yours is truly the Iron Will. Now, Pat! A gorilla! Save me, SpongeBob!
Okay, guys, really, this is your saddest attempt yet. Even Chip knows that's Patrick in the same costume he wore for Halloween last year.
No, really! You gotta come save me!
Hey, Sandy, who's your friend?
But you're supposed to be in the gorilla suit.
I am in the gorilla suit. I thought I was doing a pretty good job.
If you're Patrick, then who's that? Ah, a real gorilla!
Huh?
So, anything stand out? Let's take a closer look.
I thought I was doing a pretty good job.
If you're Patrick, then who's that? Ah, a real gorilla!
It might strike you as a little weird that not one and not two, but all 3 of these clips have specific references to fish who are wearing costumes or some kind of skin. But this must be a coincidence, right?
Wrong!
And these aren't even a fraction of the clips that you are about to see. Welcome to Skin Theory. Now, before we get rolling, a quick overview. First, we'll explain the basics of skin theory and define it. Next, an in-depth analysis of one very important moment from the show. After that, you'll see every single example of skin theory currently known to exist. Then, the various interpretations of skin theory will be discussed, and we'll try to answer some of the biggest questions concerning what it all means. And finally, we'll look at the creative minds behind SpongeBob who could have had a hand in creating skin theory, as well as one man in particular who might be responsible for it all, followed by some closing thoughts. Now, let's begin. Skin theory can be summarized with one basic definition and 4 supporting principles. The basic definition is all of this. You can read the official definition here, but basically what this is all getting at is just one simple idea. And the idea is this. Within the show SpongeBob SquarePants, there are a shockingly high amount of these bizarre moments where some character will take off their skin, or put on someone else's skin, or use fake body parts, or dress up like different types of fish, or reveal human features underneath their fishy exterior. In simplest terms, that is skin theory. But the key here is that these moments are incredibly common. Way more common, in fact, than any other children's cartoon show. And that brings us to the first principle. Skin theory is based on the analogical nature of human society compared to what can be observed in Bikini Bottom. Or in other words, the inconsistency of basic societal norms in Bikini Bottom are deeply disturbing. As for the second, skin theory is not hidden from the characters in SpongeBob, it is hidden from the viewer. So essentially, all the sea creatures in Bikini Bottom are aware of this skin wearing, and they recognize it as normal, acceptable behavior. On to the next principle. Skin theory is propagated by extra-textual forces, meaning skin theory isn't just a weird quirk that formed naturally or accidentally, but rather it was intentionally injected into the show by the writers, producers, and showrunners who worked on it. Also, notice that the references to skin theory are densely concentrated within seasons 1 through 4, but they rarely appear in seasons after that. And there is an explanation for why, which we'll get to later. Anyway, the fourth principle. Skin theory is a multifaceted work in progress. So there isn't just one official interpretation, but rather there are multiple sub-theories out there. This includes the ritual aspect, the mass psychosis element, and the costumed human hypothesis. And yes, those do sound completely insane. But later on in the video, we're going to go into detail regarding all 3. Okay, what's next? So at this point in the video, you might be thinking, this idea is ridiculous. It's insane. I would need to see many, many solid examples before I even think about believing it. And that's good. Skepticism is good. But you're about to see those examples. After all, the 3 clips you saw at the beginning are only the tip of the iceberg.
On a couple of Class A suckaroonies.
If you want arms like these,
All right. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before we can truly appreciate what's going on here, we need to firmly grasp the first principle. Here it is again. Now, this analogy isn't really something we think about when we watch the show, but it's always there, and it's very important. There are a whole bunch of examples that can illustrate this point. But one in particular stands out as especially striking, specific, and deeply disturbing. Everybody remembers Dying for Pie. It's an all-time classic episode from season 2. Personally, I think this is one of the best SpongeBob episodes ever written. Right up there next to Band Geeks and Chocolate with Nuts. It's got tons of witty dialogue and iconic moments, but you might not even realize that it also has one of the most disturbing moments in cartoon history. But anyway, the scene we're talking about occurs while Squidward is attempting to help SpongeBob complete a list of fun bonding activities.
Well, the first thing I want to do is show my best friend Squidward to everybody in town. Hi there, this is my best friend Squidward. Hey kids, check it out. This is my best friend Squidward. Hi, I want to show you my best friend Squidward.
Hey, Frank. Glad that's over.
Good, because we're on to our next activity.
which is...
I'm gonna show my best friend Squidward to everyone in town wearing a salmon suit.
You're gonna be wearing a salmon suit?
Ah, that's a good one, Squidward. Next!
So this scene might have struck you as a little strange when you first watched it, but in reality it should strike you as downright horrifying. And here's why. SpongeBob SquarePants is a show about fish and undersea creatures. No surprise there. But these aren't real fish. They're interpretations of fish. And in these particular interpretations, they're meant to serve as parallels to human beings. After all, if it was accurate to how sea creatures actually looked and behaved, the show would look something like this. Riveting. So anyway, in order for the show to work, Bikini Bottom needs to be a nearly perfect parallel of human society. For instance, we see things like boatmobiles, shell phones, and Krabby Patties, and our mind immediately jumps to the real-world parallel that these objects are clearly referring to. In this case, it's a car, a cell phone, and a hamburger. But the same premise applies to broader concepts about society as well. For instance, just like how our society runs on a currency system, where people exchange cash and work jobs to earn money, the same is true in Bikini Bottom. And just like how our society employs a criminal justice system, the same is true in Bikini Bottom. And lastly, our society uses relatable humor as a form of leisure, and so does Bikini Bottom. For example, if someone does something funny in Bikini Bottom, that same action should be equally funny if it were to occur in human society. And from this, it also follows that unacceptable behavior in Bikini Bottom would be considered unacceptable behavior in human society. So far, this should all just be common sense. And this is where things get disturbing. Salmon is a type of fish. Now, to us, fish are just fish. You know, simple animals who are caught and eaten every day. No big deal. But to the citizens of Bikini Bottom, fish are people. Fish are their friends, their neighbors, their family. Fish are literally everywhere they look. So when Squidward puts on this horrifying suit of a salmon, the kids aren't just seeing a funny pink costume, they're seeing a complete stranger walk up to them wearing the naked skin of someone they probably know. I mean, this kid even looks like a salmon. What if he is a salmon? What if his whole family is a bunch of salmon? Think about how disturbing that would be for him. This costume is not okay. It's beyond messed up to think that Squidward would actually do this. Let me put this another way. What would you do if you and your friends were walking in a park one day, just minding your own business, when suddenly a stranger comes up out of nowhere and, oh, what do you know? He's literally wearing the loose, severed skin of a naked human being. Are you kidding me? And what if he tried to talk to you? I mean, that's probably why they're throwing rocks. Squidward looks like he just murdered somebody. Seriously, this is like Silence of the Lambs, but worse. This is supposed to be a kid's show. Oh, but wait, that's not even as bad as it gets. Because this isn't actually what a salmon looks like. And I'm not talking about the animation style. I'm talking about the color. Now, I know most of you have probably eaten salmon before, and yes, it's always been this kind of off pink color, but really think about that for a second. That's how it looks on your plate after it's been cleaned, filleted, and cooked. So on the inside, yes, salmon meat is pink. But what about the outside? What do real salmon look like? Salmon who are actually alive. Gray. They look gray. In reality, you need to cut the skin off before any pink parts even begin to show. Which means Squidward's salmon suit isn't only the naked, hideously deformed representation of a sentient member of Bikini Bottom society, it's also supposed to be a salmon that has had all of its outer skin sliced off. Holy sh**. Hopefully now you're beginning to see how some of the most harmless moments from SpongeBob SquarePants can completely collapse in the blink of an eye. So the salmon suit is a great moment to analyze, but it's only one instance, and one instance isn't enough to support an entire theory. That's why I've compiled dozens of unique moments, all pulled from a variety of episodes, which you are about to see. But before that, just keep a few things in mind. First, all the clips you're about to see have been taken from seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4. And as you might know, SpongeBob SquarePants is currently on its 12th season. This will be explored later. Secondly, you're about to see a ton of clips, but it's very possible that even more exist out there which have yet to be discovered. Third, the criteria for what makes something an instance of skin theory is intentionally open-ended. Each one is going to be different from the last. And lastly, as you watch, try not to think of these as individual moments that exist on their own, but rather as connected pieces that all appear in the context of one another, becoming more significant when considered as a whole. Okay, here we go.
I can't go anywhere ever again. Stupid.
Wow, it sure is dark in here. Look, Mr. Krabs, I'm you.
SpongeBob, you're a genius.
Well, I'm glad you got my point.
So right off the bat, we got SpongeBob climbing into Mr. Krabs' body. And this scene might be humorous when viewed on its own, but when you watch the episode again with skin theory in mind, it kind of changes. This reference is about as cut and dry as it gets. I mean, he literally wears Mr. Krabs. But believe it or not, this isn't the only time that Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob have switched bodies.
Mr. Krabs, some guy in a suit wants to come in before we open.
What? Guy in a suit? No! It's a tax collector! Hi there, SpongeBob! Now we'll walk nonchalantly to the rear exit.
He's got a card. R.A. Penny Pincher Vending Supplies.
What? My machine has arrived? Oh, let him in, let him in, let him in!
They also do it in the episode Skill Crane, although this time the roles are reversed. Next, we have a moment that comes from one of SpongeBob's all-time classics, No Weenies Allowed.
I had a bowl of nails for breakfast this morning.
Yes, so?
Without any milk.
Right this way. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you?
How tough am I?
Wow.
Got any more tattoos?
The deeper we go here, the more examples you're going to see where one character has parts of their skin ripped off and then reapplied as if nothing happened. Granted, if there were only a handful of these weird moments throughout the show, they probably wouldn't be worth mentioning. But as you'll see, there are just way too many of them to ignore. For example,
Oh, Squidward, could you hold me? I think I'm gonna be sick.
SpongeBob! Newsflash, SpongeBob. I got fired too. This is exactly why we need to go on strike. He can't treat us like this anymore.
and another one.
Feeling better?
No.
How about now?
Nope.
How about now?
And another one.
Hi. I am very ugly, but you should enjoy the movie anyway.
So how much of that woman's face do you actually think was real? Hopefully none of it, because if it was real, then apparently we just saw SpongeBob give a complete stranger third-degree burns. Now that's brutal.
Finally, victory is mine. I win! I win! I win!
He got away, sir.
No! He's finally stolen me secret recipe!
Perhaps not, Monsieur Krabs, for it's SpongeBob SquarePants!
So SpongeBob rips off all his skin to reveal another identical-looking SpongeBob underneath. So this immediately raises two questions. First, why? And second, how can we know that this second version of SpongeBob isn't actually just another layer of skin? What if he's wearing 3 of those costumes? What if he's wearing 4? What if every single time we ever see SpongeBob, he's actually just wearing this costume? And in reality, he doesn't even look like this at all. I mean, there could be anything underneath that.
What the barnacle is going on?
Get away from me! Get away! What are you talking about, Puff? You can't fool me! You're SpongeBob and that guy who likes the chili.
Continuing with the theme of tearing someone's skin off, this scene is actually pretty shocking. If you're not familiar with the episode, you might be wondering what could have possibly caused the peaceful Mrs. Puff to act in such a violent way. Well, if we just rewind the clip a few seconds, you'll see exactly why.
Guys, they're back!
What's all the hubbub, Puff?
They're back!
Mrs. Puff, it's us.
Right, that's why. Because SpongeBob and Patrick literally walked right past her moments ago wearing full-body skin costumes of prison guards. Also, how did SpongeBob and Patrick change their voices so well?
What's all the hubbub, Puff?
This next example is one of my favorites, partly because of how much it made me laugh as a kid, and also partly because of how ridiculously absurd it all seems now.
Man, these patties sure are delicious. I wonder what's in that secret formula.
Code 12, code 12. Your disguises can't fool me this time, Plankton.
Everyone at the Head Enhancement Clinic said nobody would notice.
When did this show become Scooby-Doo?
This is the end of the mystery.
Well, well, if it isn't our old friend Bluestone the Great.
Seriously, this moment is so abrupt and absurd, it leaves me dumbfounded. I mean, I love it, I think it's hilarious, but it leaves me dumbfounded. Let's consider the language he uses here.
Everyone at the Head Enhancement Clinic said nobody would notice.
The Head Enhancement Clinic. Really? The Head Enhancement Clinic? Wouldn't it have been easier for him to have just said the costume store or the mask shop? No, for some reason the writers decided that he would specifically reference something called the Head Enhancement Clinic, which is apparently a real place that exists somewhere in Bikini Bottom. That's insane. So you're telling me that body modification at a surgical level is so common for undersea creatures in SpongeBob SquarePants that they actually have a fully dedicated, standalone medical clinic for handling it? Really? But even then, it's not a full body modification clinic, it's specifically a head enhancement clinic. So they only deal with heads? What about all the other body parts? Doesn't this imply that there must be other clinics out there too, which cater to things like hands, feet, torsos, etc.? It does, and there's proof for that too. Just look at this guy again. He has to have visited at least a few of those other clinics too, because the color of his arms is totally different from the color of his actual skin. They aren't even close. So not only is the head fake, but so is his entire body. How many surgeries do you think this guy has had? And how many clinics do you think Bikini Bottom has?
Well, I like it. Let's do it again.
Okay.
F is for frolic through all the flowers. U is for ukulele. N is for nose picking, sharing gum and side licking here with my best buddy.
Wait, did you catch that? Look at this nose shop. Do they seriously sell severed human noses? I mean, these things aren't even fish noses. They clearly belong on a human being. So why does this shop exist? And notice how the show only stays on this image for a fraction of a second. That's incredibly quick. Maybe they're flashing it by you so fast because if they linger on it and the audience really gets to think about what they're seeing, people will start asking questions.
Daddy, wait! Victory is yours.
I knew you'd come to your senses, SpongeBob.
Speaking of shops that sell body parts, SpongeBob was able to find a fake tongue that not only looks and feels real, but is apparently functional enough to allow him to speak perfectly while it's in his mouth. Nice.
Anyone can be a big shot in a hick town like Bikini Bottom.
Oh, is that so? Let's hear what you've accomplished since high school, Squiddy.
Don't be intimidated, Squidward. Try to imagine him in his underwear. Oh no, he's hot!
Wait, this is what Squilliam looks like in his underwear? He has a muscled human torso with fingers?
I was born with glass bones and paper skin. Every morning I break my legs, and every afternoon I break my arms. At night, I lie awake in agony until my heart attacks put me to sleep. Oh, no! No!
Ow. Quick, Patrick, let's help him. Careful. Put him down gently. Oh. Poor man. If there's anything we can do to help you.
There is one thing. As you can well imagine, my medical bills are extremely high. But luckily I'm able to keep myself alive by selling chocolate bars. Such nice boys. It does my heart good to con a couple of Class A suckaroonies like those two.
So here's my first question. If he's gonna cover up his whole body for this bandage disguise, why doesn't he just use actual bandages and just wrap that around his body? That would look way more convincing, and it would probably be a hell of a lot cheaper and easier to find. But no, for some reason this guy just happens to own a full body suit that includes, among other things, functioning eyeballs. So there are a lot of absurd moments in SpongeBob SquarePants where the show seems to really take a serious dive off the deep end. And usually those moments are hilarious. But every fan will agree that one of the most absurd moments of all time has to be the final 2 minutes from I Had an Accident in Season 3. Towards the end of the episode, Sandy and Patrick hatch a ridiculous plan.
Don't you have to be stupid somewhere else?
Not until 4.
To lure SpongeBob out of his house by getting Patrick to pose as a violent gorilla.
No, really! You gotta come save me!
Hey, Sandy. Who's your friend?
But you're supposed to be in the gorilla suit.
I am in the gorilla suit. I thought I was doing a pretty good job.
If you're Patrick, then who's that? Ah, a real gorilla!
Huh?
Man, there are a lot more zipper suits in this show than I remember. Where's everybody buying them? And how did the gorilla get one that looks exactly like Patrick? I mean, I can understand Patrick's gorilla suit because, hey, even people in human society want to dress up like a gorilla sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that. But Patrick? A full body costume of Patrick Star? Why does this suit exist? Is there a store somewhere that sells exact replica skins of every single citizen of Bikini Bottom that anybody can rent out anytime they like? Honestly, that would explain a lot. Oh god, and don't even get me started on the real gorilla. I can't even imagine how they came up with this idea in the writer's room. They convinced a real person to put on a full-body gorilla suit and then shoot him in live action with voiceover dub. You have to be insane to even think of this stuff. And the immediate logical question that comes up is actually exactly what SpongeBob says next.
You know what I don't understand, though? What? What's a gorilla doing underwater in the first place?
Well, it's funny you should... I mean, see, George, they're onto us!
Let's get out of here.
Side note, the voice for the gorilla in this episode is actually renowned voice actor Frank Welker. If that name doesn't sound familiar, don't worry, you definitely know him. In fact, you've already heard his voice in this exact video.
Hey, listen to this, gang. Teenage sleuths solve boat hijacking mystery.
That's right, Fred.
Well, I'd say check on him if it weren't for the fact that we were warned to stay in our rooms.
Frank Welker has been the voice of Fred Jones in nearly every single animated version of Scooby-Doo since 1969. So the guy who is constantly pulling weird masks off of costumed monsters is actually the voice of the costumed monster. This might be the single greatest stroke of irony that has ever been written. Would it be too crazy to think that this might be the writer's way of hinting at skin theory? Perhaps. Anyway, forget the gorilla. What is a horse doing underwater? You know what would be crazy? What if the voice actor for George the Horse was also somehow related to skin theory? Now that would be cool. But there's no way that the writers would have added two insanely deep ironic references, right?
Wrong!
Of course they did. Of course they did. George the Horse is voiced by none other than D. Bradley Baker, another renowned voice actor who is known for, among other things, portraying one particular role on American Dad.
Hey, I have an idea. You could put my brain back into a human body, and I could get a job and earn some money for the family.
Klaus, the talking fish. The talking fish. Are you kidding me? First it's Fred, and now it's Klaus in the same scene. How many levels of irony were these writers on when they made this episode? Seriously, this is the kind of thing you should point to when people say it's just a kid's show. There are no double meanings or deep messages. These meta references are real, and they were light years ahead of their time. These writers might very well have been clinically insane, but they were geniuses. And what happens when you combine genius writers with metatextual references and pure insanity? Skin theory.
No need to be alarmed, SpongeBob. Your teachings have transformed me. Besides, I have checks with little poodles on them. I won't be needing this anymore. Farewell, fellow do-gooder.
Bye, Man Ray.
Man Ray takes off his head and walks away. Okay, I guess he could get a pass here because he's supposed to be some kind of mutated supervillain. Fine, whatever, sure. But Patrick isn't.
Not just an idiot, Patrick. You're also my pal. Patrick. Say something, Patrick.
Hi, SpongeBob.
Patrick, you're back.
In this episode, the entire upper section of his head is removed, at least twice, and then replaced with various non-biological pieces, no problem. Compared to other kids' shows, these kinds of moments are unusually frequent.
What can I get you boys?
What are you looking at?
Those.
First of all, that's a fantastic pun. Quality stuff. Second, these moments are strange on their own, but something else to notice is how everyone else in the show is just totally unfazed when they see this stuff happening. Like, the two squids don't even react. They just had the features of their faces sucked cleanly off and then reattached to somebody different. Is this just a regular occurrence for them? Is this just something people do to each other down here? I mean, if everyone is wearing skins and everybody knows that everybody else is wearing skins, why not?
Well, it sounds like it's all your fault.
No, you're right. Mrs. Puff's in jail, and it's all because of me. I'm such a barnacle head. Poor Mrs. Puff. I know. I gotta get her out. But to get her out of jail, first we gotta get in jail.
How are we gonna do that?
I can't be the only one who thought those dots were a part of his body. But apparently not. Maybe they have Velcro on the back? And if he can do that to one of his dots, doesn't that mean he can do that to all of them?
You checked out of the hospital this morning.
Here's the bill.
You mean I'm awake?
Mr. Krabs rips his entire head in half, then reforms it multiple times. Just pause for a second and try to imagine this scene occurring in pretty much any other children's cartoon show from the era. Can you imagine how disgusting this would look if Timmy Turner just ripped his face off in the middle of an episode of Fairly Odd Parents? That kind of imagery does not fly. But SpongeBob gets away with it.
I can explain.
This one obviously isn't that serious of an example, but it does illustrate something weird. The fish here seem to be constantly wearing full body costumes underneath their regular clothes, even when they're skiing. That's a little weird.
Why did you follow me in here? Why?
All right, Mrs. Puff. It looks like this heat's gone to your head. If you're gonna talk to rocks, I guess it's time for you to go on kitchen duty.
Yes! It must be the heat. Yes.
Darn it. Okay, Patrick, let's get out of here. No, wait! There goes our deposit on these costumes.
Oh, so there is a store somewhere in Bikini Bottom that lets people rent out various costumes which are modeled after other citizens. Where else could SpongeBob and Patrick have gotten these rock costumes that perfectly match their individual skin tones? This is probably also where that con man got his bandage costume and where that gorilla got his Patrick costume. So, you've seen a lot of clips so far, but if you still think that these are just totally normal, everyday coincidences that you'd find in any old TV show, what will it take? What will it take to convince you that maybe something weird is going on here? Perhaps these small, isolated examples just aren't enough, and you're looking for something singular and concrete, something solidly connected to the actual plot. That would be nice, but surely there aren't any examples of that, right?
Wrong!
Now, this is a top-tier episode of SpongeBob. It's got some of the best one-liners and visual gags in the history of SpongeBob. But it also has complicated and nuanced intellectual humor, like...
All right, Pinhead, your time is up.
Who you calling Pinhead?
As a side note, this isn't the only time Pinhead Patrick makes an appearance. There's also this scene from the Doodlebob episode.
You okay, Patrick?
Finland!
Okay, I'm about to go on a tangent, so let's bring it back on topic. Survival of the idiots. There are a couple small instances of skin theory in this episode, such as this.
Screaming will get you no...
And this.
I'm so cold that I'm shivering.
But there are some big ones, too. The main conflict is pretty simple. SpongeBob and Patrick are trapped inside the tree dome during winter, and they need to find a way to get warm. Now, there are plenty of ways that they could have solved this problem, but what did they end up doing? That's right, they decided to rip all of Sandy's fur off her body and wear it. Skin theory. But wait, there's more. Do you remember how the episode actually ends? I'm talking about the final 10 seconds or so, the very last joke of the episode. True SpongeBob fans will remember this one.
SpongeBob, Patrick.
Don't worry, Sandy. We've got you covered.
More lemonade, boys?
Thanks, Andy.
Spring sure is lovely.
She wears them. She actually wears them. That's wild. Why does this show have so many references to fish that are wearing other fish? Oh, and that wasn't even the final example, by the way. Not even close. There are a bunch more. And lucky for us, I saved some of the best and most bizarre moments for last.
Some people are even late on Sunday. Hi, male fish.
I don't think I even need to say anything about this. I mean, just look at it. The more times you watch it, the less sense it makes. This has absolutely nothing to do with the plot, and even when you consider it on its own, it's not even really that humorous. It's just weird. It's just kind of there. I mean, I guess it's a little funny, mainly because of how random it is, but even then, the show just kind of hits you with it out of nowhere and then quickly moves on to something else. Doesn't get much more bizarre than that. Oh, but it does. It always does. This whole episode is just weird all around. I remember seeing it sometimes as a kid, but way more rarely than the other episodes from Season 1. I imagine it had something to do with this hideous mess of SpongeBob, shaped like a snail.
Meow. Meow, meow.
Yeah, that snail monster is pretty disturbing, but that's not even close to how disturbing this guy is. I'd be shocked if you even remember him. After all, he only appeared for like 30 seconds in the middle of the episode. Supposedly, he's a pet doctor that comes to SpongeBob's house to give Gary an injection of snail plasma. So you might be asking, what's so bad about that? Well, see for yourself.
Oh, no. I'm too squeamish.
What the hell is this? What is wrong with his arms? Is this actually how the animators chose to draw him? I swear, I did not edit this. His face is clearly purple, and for the most part resembles a regular fish, but for some reason his arms are brown? And he has fingers? Why? Why did they do this? There's just no logical reason that this particular fish should get drawn with fingers. Unless you consider skin theory, of course, in which case it makes perfect sense. Anyway, there's also the question of his arms being a completely different color from his face. I mean, they aren't even close. And I'm no professional animator, but there's just no way that this can be chalked up to a simple coloring mistake. He's either a purple fish who's wearing brown arm covers, or he's a brown fish who's who's wearing a purple face mask. But then again, what if there was a third option? What if, and hear me out, what if he isn't a fish at all? We're gonna have to come back to this later. But in the meantime, we've still got one more example to go. So, at this point, you've seen over 24 clips from different episodes of SpongeBob that span 4 whole seasons of the show. No matter how skeptical you might be, you can't deny that these references are unusually frequent. Way above the threshold for any other children's cartoon at the time. There's only one more episode I want to look at before we go into the explanations behind skin theory. And this one is dedicated to the hardest of hardcore skeptics out there. You might be thinking, these examples are weird, but at the end of the day, they're only individual moments, and I still need something bigger to convince me. So, what would it take? Perhaps a full episode where the entire plot revolves around fish that are wearing skins? Maybe. But then again, there is no episode like that. There's no way that the writers of such a beloved children's cartoon would allow something so devious and subversive to make it on TV. Right? Right?
Wrong!
Oh, yes. Muscle Ball Buff Pants is another classic from the early days of Season 1. And just by picturing the episode in your head, you probably know what I'm about to say. 2 words. Anchor arms. They're giant, inflatable, skin-like appendages that anyone can wear. Seriously, it doesn't get any more black and white than that. The whole episode literally revolves around SpongeBob wearing skin and pretending to be something that he's not. And the funny part is, his trick actually works. The other fish totally buy it, as if these enormous, laughably discolored arms are somehow realistic. Are they actually that dumb? Perhaps. But what if they're actually aware that SpongeBob is using false arms? And they're just not saying anything because it's so normal for people in this society to see other people dressed up in skin. Also, how do anchor arms grow hair? And how do they become veiny? Notice how he never mentions the actual material that these things are made of? So what are they made of? What if these things are made of actual skin? At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised. But wait, let's go back to that television commercial. There's something about it that might actually be more bizarre than anything you've seen thus far. I'll play the whole thing again, so watch carefully and see if you can find what I'm talking about.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Hey! Hey, you! Whippy, whippy, whippy. Oh, I'm a little peanut worm. Are you too much of a whip to work out? Are you a weakling? Built like a sponge? Well, now you too can have muscles.
Huh?
With anchor arms! They slip on like a glove. Just add air. How big do you want them? Normal? Veiny? And for the ladies, hairy. I was a whip before anchor arms. Now I'm a jerk and everybody loves me. So order now, whip.
Wow.
Did you catch it? Right here. Who is this supposed to be exactly? Are you telling me that this shark used to look like this? How? There are so many things wrong with this transformation, I could make an itemized list. In fact, I think I will. Number 1, his skin color inexplicably changed from dark green to light gray. How did Anchor Arms do that? Second, his stature and size are completely different. Are you telling me that Anchor Arms straightened out his bad posture and added 50 pounds? Where did those pecs and those abs come from? Are they fake too? If they are, why aren't they the same fleshy color as the Anchor Arms? Third, his eyes seem to have mysteriously shifted onto either side of his face, and his vision is perfect now. No need for glasses. Fourth, why do his teeth look like they've been filed down to points? Fifth, and this one really, really freaks me out. He has fingers all of a sudden. Where did these hands come from? How much body modification did this guy have? Forget about the head enhancement clinic. He must have visited 100 different clinics to get all this surgery done. Maybe his entire body is some kind of Anchor Arms type suit. Okay, almost done, I promise. There's only one more instance left on the list, and it comes from the same episode, Muscle Bob Buff Pants. Before the idea of Anchor Arms is even mentioned, we see this.
Howdy, SpongeBob. How's it going?
Not too close, Sandy. I tend to get smelly when I'm pumping iron. Check it out.
Well, you're smelly.
All thanks to my state-of-the-art weight set.
I don't want to disappoint you, SpongeBob, but you won't see any progress lifting those.
Oh, really?
That is, if you want arms like these.
Huh?
Or these. Or these.
Well, Sandy has an incredibly muscular human arm. There's no way you can tell me that came from a squirrel. No shot. That actually looks like it belongs to a bodybuilder. So how did it get there? Well, when you consider skin theory, the explanation is actually pretty simple. Sandy didn't simply pull up the sleeve of her scuba suit. She actually pulled up the sleeve of her squirrel costume. Sandy the squirrel isn't a squirrel at all. After seeing everything you've just seen, you probably have even more questions than when we began. Why are there so many instances of fish wearing the skins of other fish? What are these skin costumes actually made of? Why does everyone in Bikini Bottom seem perfectly okay with these bizarre moments? How many of the fish are involved in this conspiracy? And what do the fish actually look like underneath their hidden layers? Do the fish even exist at all? And what kind of madman would write a children's TV show with so many disturbing undertones? What does it all mean? Well, skin theory is a work in progress, so a lot of these questions are actually still being debated right now. But let's talk about 3 different sub-theories that can each explain skin theory in a different way. You might find that some of these ideas actually answer more questions than you realize. So why are the fish in Bikini Bottom constantly wearing costumes and pretending to be things that they're not? Maybe we can answer this question by looking inwards and thinking about the various reasons that people wear masks and dress up in human society. Well, the most common reason nowadays is for entertainment purposes, like putting on plays, or for holiday traditions like trick-or-treating on Halloween. But for most of human history, this was not the case. In ancient times, and amongst native tribal communities, masks and costumes have traditionally been worn for religious reasons. Now, the exact reasons behind this are wildly diverse and specific to each culture, but there are some common themes, one of the most popular being to represent powerful gods or local deities, whose spirits are channeled down to a physical location and communicated with in an attempt to gain favor. Note that these rituals are usually dedicated to specific spirits within a localized pantheon, not just widespread deities like Buddha or Jesus. And again, there is a lot of variation here among many human civilizations, but usually these worship deities are supernatural entities with specific geographic ties to a location, who have specific days in the calendar dedicated to their worship, and who possess significant powers to do either great good or great bad, depending on what they're supposed to represent. Masks have also been used to symbolize deceased relatives, allowing those in attendance to communicate with their loved ones from the afterlife. And one more reason that early human culture used ritual costumes was to teach lessons and record history through choreographed reenactments. There are countless examples of people in ancient Greek or Roman society who would completely change their appearance for these purposes, sometimes transforming themselves into a different gender, a different race, or even a non-human animal. So is it possible that the denizens of Bikini Bottom are actually engaged in a bunch of complex social rituals? It's certainly possible, but then again, what kind of rituals are they performing? This sub-theory suggests not the deceased relatives approach or the teaching through history route, but rather the practice of god worshipping. And you must be thinking, that's insane. There are no gods in Bikini Bottom. There isn't a single mention of religion or spirituality anywhere within the whole show. And you'd almost be right. Almost. Enter the Flying Dutchman. So what is the Flying Dutchman exactly? Let's listen to Mr. Krabs explain him in the Season 1 episode, Scaredy Pants.
Is it a true story?
True as the deep blue.
Okay, maybe just a little.
Have a seat, me boy. Every year, on Halloween night, the Flying Dutchman descends on Bikini Bottom in a pirate ship. Just like this, only bigger.
Excuse me, did his ship look like a Krabby Patty?
Like I was saying, the Flying Dutchman swoops down and starts stealing people's souls.
Do souls look like pickles?
As a matter of fact, they do. Then he puts them where you can never get them. In his soul bag.
I've come for your pickle.
Okay, so what I'm gathering here is that the Flying Dutchman is a supernatural entity specifically linked to Bikini Bottom, who descends upon the town on a spiritually significant night and utilizes immense otherworldly power to steal the souls of innocent sea creatures. Very interesting. So just for the sake of argument, let's assume that the Flying Dutchman really is a localized demon spirit. Our next question would be, how have human societies approached this problem in the past? Well, there are definitely a lot of civilizations to draw from, but one example can be found in Japanese culture, where there are special ceremonies that date back centuries called Onai Oshiki, whose purpose is to drive out evil demons. Notice how the performers in this ceremony are wearing complex ritual costumes and masks that are meant to resemble demonic spirits. Rituals like this one were extremely common in many early civilizations throughout prehistory, so why couldn't that be the case in Bikini Bottom? And notice how multiple characters, including SpongeBob and Squidward, specifically choose to model their costumes after the Flying Dutchman himself. The real Dutchman even says at one point that the reason he showed up that night was because SpongeBob's Dutchman costume was so terrible he felt offended.
But that's not the reason I'm taking your souls. No, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. Out of all the Dutchman costumes I've seen, yours is the most insulting.
It makes perfect sense that a supreme spiritual figure like him would be upset by his followers' poor worship services. In Greek mythology, as well as many other cultures, people would work tirelessly to worship their gods in the correct way, fearing terrible retribution if their worship was deemed inadequate. The Dutchman's anger could be a perfect example of that. So how believable is the ritual aspect overall? Well, it certainly adds an interesting new dimension to the mix, and its anthropological comparisons are fascinating. But considered in the context of all those other examples, it only seems to account for certain instances, in very isolated moments. So as a whole, this just isn't my favorite subtheory. But it's also not the last. Mass psychogenic illness is defined as the rapid spread of illness signs and symptoms affecting members of a cohesive group originating from a nervous system disturbance whereby physical complaints that are exhibited unconsciously have no corresponding organic etiology. In simpler terms, this just means that a large group of people goes completely insane at the same time, in the same way, and with no real physical explanation. At face value, this idea is pretty appealing because it recognizes the fact that the instances of skin theory are wildly diverse, and instead of trying to find a single common thread that logically connects them together and explains why the fish are wearing each other's skins, it provides the simple answer that they're just completely insane. Real-world examples of mass psychosis are pretty rare throughout history, but there have been a few documented cases. Like one instance in 15th century France where a convent full of nuns reportedly began to meow like cats and would not speak any actual words for several days. There was also the Tanganyika laughing epidemic of 1969 where upwards of 1,000 schoolchildren began laughing uncontrollably, which lasted for months. In both instances, no physical cause or logical reason ever really presented itself, so mass psychosis was used to explain the behavior. Is it possible that SpongeBob and his undersea friends have fallen victim to this strange and dangerous phenomenon? Well, inexplicable bouts of total insanity have been a recurring theme throughout the show's history since the beginning.
Chocolate? Chocolate! 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 Chocolate!
If the fish are this prone to complete psychotic breaks with reality, why couldn't they have one that prompts them to wear costumes of each other? But for the disease to spread to every other resident of Bikini Bottom, there would probably need to have been a seriously traumatic event that acted as a catalyst. So what could have possibly happened that would cause this? Maybe there was some kind of mutation that spread throughout the population. A neurological disease which affects the mind could have come from any number of things, perhaps an unknown parasite, or an experiment gone horribly wrong. Then again, they might also have been affected by severe pollution. Think about how destructive an industrial oil spill or radioactive waste can be to local sea life.
These are some ugly-looking fish.
Maybe we're near one of those toxic waste dumps.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Finally, there's one more subtheory that needs to be discussed, and it's probably the boldest of them all. It's also the most comprehensive account for skin theory, meaning that it can be used to explain almost every single instance of skin theory we've discussed so far. And on top of that, it can even be used to make sense of other background inconsistencies that have nothing to do with skin theory, but have nonetheless plagued this show since episode 1. This is the costumed human hypothesis. What if the sea creatures of Bikini Bottom aren't actually sea creatures at all? What if they're just human beings in fish costumes? I know that sounds crazy, but don't worry, because it gets even crazier. You might be wondering, if all the characters are actually human beings in costumes, how can they breathe underwater? Well, here it comes, the final piece of the puzzle. They aren't underwater. Everything you see is a lie. Now, if this is true, it would completely revolutionize the way we look at SpongeBob SquarePants forever. So let's review some evidence. These are the specific moments which most strongly indicate that some kind of human being exists in Bikini Bottom. But all the other clips we saw before are also compatible, especially considering that we've already observed fish who are wearing multiple layers at the same time. It's absolutely possible that any one of them could be doing this. So let's break it down. The costumed human hypothesis proposes that every character in SpongeBob SquarePants, big and small, are actually just human beings in costumes, who refer to each other by made-up names and who act out rehearsed situations for the viewer to observe. So they aren't actually encountering real problems, they're just acting out situations, identical to how human actors on a stage aren't actually dealing with the problems in the script, it's their characters that are. And that's why there are so many references to skin-wearing and costumed fish. But what about the claim that they aren't actually underwater? It probably seems ridiculous at first to imagine all this action occurring on dry land. But when you think about it closely, that actually answers a ton of questions that have been plaguing viewers for years. For instance, how can there be fire underwater? This is a fun joke that the show likes to make, and sometimes they're pretty self-aware, usually turning it into a fourth wall break for comedic effect.
But at least it's warm around the fire.
Hey, if we're underwater, how can there be a... I'm scared, SpongeBob.
And now that's definitely funny, but isn't it easier to just consider that the fire exists because they're on dry land? And here's a good one. If Bikini Bottom is actually underwater, why is everyone stuck to the ground? Have you ever noticed how nobody ever swims upward? The ocean is a three-dimensional space, and in the real world, life exists on all levels. It's not just limited to the seafloor. This is actually a seriously troubling question to consider. Like, why do SpongeBob characters act like gravity is even a factor at all? The characters should just be able to swim up and down whenever they want to. So why is everyone inexplicably confined to the ground? Again, this is easily resolved if we consider that they're just people in costumes walking around on dry land. Let's keep going. And we've probably all wondered about this one. How can there be a beach underwater? This one completely defies logic. And although there are some semi-official explanations floating around out there, these answers are problematic at best. The most common explanation is that the water in Goo Lagoon is a different density than the water in Bikini Bottom, so they separate. Well, first of all, this does absolutely nothing to address the hundreds of other instances in SpongeBob where liquid can be seen in glasses, coming out of hoses, and even in pools. And even if Goo Lagoon is a different density, the two bodies of water are far too separate and clear-cut to be existing in contact with one another. There's just no good reason that explains why this beach, or any other liquids in Bikini Bottom, can feasibly exist. And look at this. Where did this river come from? And wait, what is that guy doing? What is he fishing for? He is a fish! How do you make sense of this? Well, consider this. What if Goo Lagoon, and all the other water you see in the show, is made of real, actual water, and everything else is just air? Yet again, this makes perfect sense. One more to consider. Okay, so the show is based around the idea of sentient sea creatures that understand language, wear clothes, and have created a functional society. Obviously, none of this exists in real life, so the viewers are asked to suspend our disbelief for a bit, and essentially just roll with it every time we watch. And that's fine and all. There's nothing wrong with rolling with an unusual premise if it means you'll enjoy the show more. But if we apply the costumed human hypothesis, this suspension of disbelief is no longer even necessary. There's no need to roll with it, because the show isn't scientifically inaccurate anymore. The fish have human characteristics because they are human beings, and it's that simple. Their underwater environment doesn't obey the natural laws of the ocean because they aren't underwater. Honestly, we could go on for hours about all the little inconsistencies that appear in this show. Everybody's noticed them. Just know that almost every logical problem you can find in SpongeBob SquarePants can be solved by applying some facet of skin theory. Anyway, if the show is entirely comprised of human beings dressed up like fish, they sure do a good job of hiding it, right? Other than those few instances we discussed earlier, you never actually see human beings, or anything else that positively indicates human beings exist in this world. Right?
Wrong!
There are actually two characters who have been sitting right under your nose the whole time, and the fact that they even exist at all is a huge argument to support the costumed human hypothesis. You have to know who I'm talking about. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. How could we ever forget about these two? They are literally human beings dressed up in costumes. Doesn't it strike you as a little coincidental that the only actual people we ever see in this show just happen to be wearing costumes? I mean, forget about all the subtle implications and the deep metatextual hints. The show is practically shoving the answer right in your face and daring you to connect the dots. Just think about it. None of the other sea creatures ever question what two elderly human beings are doing way down here in Bikini Bottom. They just roll with it. Also consider this. You never see them without their costumes on. Just like how you never see any of the other characters without their fish costumes on, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are constantly playing their roles. They're acting like something else. They're pretending to be something else. They are doing exactly what everyone else is doing. And that's why nobody in Bikini Bottom treats them any differently. Honestly, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy might as well be the poster boys for skin theory. You couldn't find better evidence if you tried. So in conclusion, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy aren't actually superheroes. They're just regular people in costumes, pretending to be superheroes. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and literally everyone else in Bikini Bottom aren't actually fish. They're just regular people in costumes, pretending to be fish. And finally, the entire undersea setting of SpongeBob SquarePants is an elaborate illusion, and everything you see is actually occurring on dry land. Everything you know is a lie. So those are the current competing sub-theories. The show also might be utilizing a mix of all three, so it's not necessary for you to pick a favorite. But after seeing this, you're probably left with a very bizarre sense of confusion and a deep yearning for the answer to one simple question. Why? Why does this exist? If skin theory is true, why would the writers of a children's cartoon willingly choose to do this to their own show? Well, I didn't create SpongeBob, so I can't personally answer that. We can only interpret what we observe. But we can always speculate, and there's plenty to speculate about. So let's take a step back from the show itself and talk about the real-world environment where it was born. If you watched the show growing up, you'd probably agree that the original 4 seasons of SpongeBob were its best. It would take a very long time, and probably a whole new video, to explain why those first few seasons were so good, but most people agree that the humor and the dialogue undergoes a significant tonal shift sometime around season 4. Some would argue that the changes had already begun by the time season 4 came out, but for the most part, these episodes are still pretty solid. Maybe not up to the incredible standards of the first 3 seasons, but still not bad. So, what's so special about the first 4 seasons of SpongeBob? And why do almost all the instances of skin theory just happen to be found during the same 4 seasons when the show was at its critical peak? To answer this, we can only turn to one man. Him. No, not the pirate. I'm talking about him. This mouth. And the man who this mouth belongs to. Stephen Hillenburg. Stephen Hillenburg was the man who created SpongeBob SquarePants. He was a longtime animator and cartoonist, and before creating SpongeBob sometime around 1997, he previously worked with Nickelodeon as a creative director for Rocko's Modern Life from 1993 to 1996, another show known for its absurd and edgy humor.
Yeah, and let's keep it that way. Oh dear, you all right?
Yeah, I mean... Ah! My neck! My leg! Ah! My leg! My leg!
But in addition to being a celebrated cartoonist, Hillenburg was also a teacher and a marine biologist who genuinely loved the ocean. So after coming up with the idea for SpongeBob and pitching it to Nickelodeon, he acted as head writer and executive producer on all 60 episodes from seasons 1, 2, and 3. He also worked on the SpongeBob movie, but then chose to depart from the show shortly afterwards in 2002. Following this departure, Hillenburg remained somewhat distant from the show, letting it change and grow in different ways under the creative control of his friend Paul Tibbitt. But then in 2014, it was reported that Hillenburg would be returning to SpongeBob SquarePants in a creative role, nearly a decade after leaving. This actually ended up coming true, and he directly worked on the production of SpongeBob's second feature-length movie, Sponge Out of Water. The movie was received very well by critics, and ultimately made many fans hopeful for what SpongeBob's future might hold. Meanwhile, if we look at the timelines, Hillenburg's tenure in charge of SpongeBob lines up perfectly with the show's golden age of seasons 1 through 3. And it follows that his unique creative input might have been the secret ingredient for making SpongeBob so good during those first few seasons. Coincidentally, his departure from the show also marked a sharp decline in the kind of bizarre instances we've been discussing, which all but stopped showing up after season 4. There may be occasional references to costumes and skins found throughout seasons 5 through 12, but these are usually far less complex and harder to find. So, was Stephen Hillenburg really responsible for the creation of skin theory in SpongeBob? Before we can answer that, we have to know, was he even capable of devising such an elaborate and bizarre message? Absolutely. Just look at some of the traits that define SpongeBob's unique style of humor during those first few seasons. The show obviously used a lot of very simple visual gags, but there's also a lot of nuanced humor.
Louder! I'm ugly and I'm proud! Louder! I'm ugly and I'm proud! I am ugly and I'm proud! I'm ugly and I'm proud!
Is that what he calls it?
And genuinely well-written dialogue.
Those homemade pies sure look good.
Oh, these aren't homemade. They were made in a factory. A bomb factory. They're bombs.
Another trait that defined the show during those first few seasons was radical absurdity. Sometimes the humor would be pretty nonsensical, but then other times the show would veer wildly off course into these unbelievable, Kafka-esque tangents of experimental filmmaking.
I may finally have found a place where I can be all alone. 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 I gotta get out of here!
And lastly, we all know about the hidden adult themes in SpongeBob. Examples of this can be seen through some pretty simple double meanings and offhand comments.
Wow, I didn't think superpowers worked that way.
Sure. Power's all in the costume. Why else would we run around in colored undies?
I can think of 3 good reasons.
But it can also be seen through highly complex, extended metaphors, which can transform the entire plot of an episode. One of the best examples of this can be seen in the Season 1 episode Karate Choppers, which, on the surface, appears to be a pretty innocent story of 2 friends who enjoy practicing martial arts. But when you look at this episode a little closer, it actually transforms into a highly provocative and explicit parable of lust and abstinence. All this by simply substituting out a few words, and recognizing that every reference to karate is actually a clear reference to sex.
In fact... Stop! For a second, that sounded like...
Karate?
Right now. I mean, no! What is this karate?
Yeah, let that one sink in for a second. But despite all this, at the end of the day, SpongeBob SquarePants was a kid's show. But the difference was, Hillenburg didn't treat his audience like they were children. He gave them complex jokes. He gave them surreal, truly absurd humor, and he constantly pushed the envelope. This man was never afraid to go out on a limb, and if his jokes went right over the audience's head, so what? That makes it even funnier.
Nosferatu!
So could it be possible that Hillenburg and his team of writers intentionally created the complex hidden messages and references behind skin theory? I can think of no better candidate in the world. But unfortunately, there will never be any hard answers to these questions. In 2017, Steven Hillenburg was diagnosed with ALS, a neurological disease that affects motor function and muscular control. The news came as a shock, and he passed away shortly thereafter in November of 2018. The loss of Steven Hillenburg was felt by millions of people across the world who had grown up with his work. For many, this show played a greater role than anything else towards developing their sense of humor into what it is today. It gave us hilarious stories, heartfelt moments, and genuine happiness, far more than the simple cable entertainment we could have ever expected. Steven Hillenburg was the man to thank for all of this. And immediately, the outpouring of support and praises for this wonderful man's life showed just how far-reaching and positive of an impact he truly had. No matter how you judge a show, SpongeBob SquarePants will always be remembered as one of the greatest television experiences that has ever been aired. It's hilarious, it's quotable, it's relatable, it's emotional, it's deep. No cartoon has ever been able to bridge the gap between youth and adulthood quite like SpongeBob has, and no show probably ever will again. It's one of the only shows out there that's just as funny, if not even funnier, when you go back and rewatch it with age.
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
Even on the 10th, the 20th, and the 100th viewing of these episodes, it's still just as good as it was when we tuned in and saw it premiere on Saturday morning. But now, the jokes that we never understood because we were too young suddenly become some of the greatest moments of all time. The little details that we never even noticed before can change our perception of an entire episode. And certain characters who we looked down on or laughed at as children suddenly become relatable and endearing. Just like the location of Bikini Bottom, somewhere below the waves off the Pacific coast, the care and attention that went into this show runs incredibly deep. A truly great show should never be pinned down by one official interpretation. It should always be challenged, reimagined, and redefined. Skin theory is only one of the fantastic ways that we can look at SpongeBob. So if you think that this whole theory is ridiculous, or maybe if you find it just a bit too disturbing,
Ha! That is really disturbing.
that's okay. You're allowed to see the show however you want, as long as this video starts a conversation, or maybe even inspires some older fans to sit down and rewatch their favorite episodes, then I consider that to be a huge success. So what do you think? Could it really be possible? And if Pandora's box has finally been opened on critical SpongeBob analysis, what unbelievable theory could come next? But no matter what new evidence is discovered, SpongeBob SquarePants will always be the greatest television show of our generation. And nothing will ever change that.
Never sacrifice their will. Don't ever look back on the world closing in. Be on the attack with your wings on the wind. All the things will be did. And it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. And it's ours for the taking. It's ours for the fight. And it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. And the world's last
Let's see if spending 100 hours
Yo, what up, boys? If you're here, I want to really encourage you guys to leave a like and a comment and to subscribe. This is going to be about something that I really enjoy talking about, which is pros and cons of closed beta number 2 for Zenless Zone Zero. I'm not here to hurt people's feelings. I'm not here to present my opinion as objective. I can only give you some thoughts that I've been mulling over for the past little bit, and I'm looking for feedback from you guys, and I will most likely make a follow-up video on this based on what people like or don't like. If you like something that I don't like, that's fine. Say that. If you don't like something that I do like, please say that. That's fine. This is for all of the means to better the game and get it to where the majority of players want it to be rather than the minority. And the reason why that's important is because you need to cater to the majority, because that's how a game becomes a global hit, and I do want Hoyoverse to be successful because I do like their games quite a bit. In particular, Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact. Genshin Impact's pretty okay. Other people enjoy it though, and that's great. And I don't want to take that away from them, as long as they're not weird people with like Eula with a McDonald's hat talking about how much they want to be Zhongli's cum sock on their Twitter. So I'm gonna go through the pros and cons of Zenless Zone Zero that I've written out here so far, and then I'm also gonna go over an article that I found of other people's thoughts as well, because I feel like that's very important to talk about. So first off, the animations for this game look absolutely incredible. The way that the world looks, the way that the cutscenes look are very good. It has a mixture of comic style and actually movie styled animations, and I think that that's very nice. I think they did a great job at the expressions as well. It actually feels like the characters have expressions besides this guy right here, who I honestly think is the worst character in the game, and unfortunately he's the main character. I feel like he looks stupid. I feel like he is stupid. I feel like his emotions are non-existent. I feel like he's boring as shit, but the female counterpart is incredible, quirky, lighthearted, funny, and get this, actually looks good. I feel like the male MC looks like a worse version or a prototype version of the Honkai Star Rail MC, and the reason why that really bothers me is because we're gonna have to be interacting with him a lot. I think a lot of the issues with the MC is that I feel like his eyes are too far apart, his face is too long, his nose looks really weird from a front angle, displaying the double nostril, and his mouth just looks stupid. I also think his outfit is boring as shit. I just feel like he does not look like a good character. If this guy were to be in the main, if he was going to be in the main overworld where it's like a random NPC looking at the albums, I feel like nobody, and I mean nobody, could tell the difference. I genuinely feel that. If you disagree, that's fine. Please tell me why. But I assure you, more people dislike this guy's appearance than people who are crazy about them. And it can't just be fine anymore. A character's image cannot just be fine. It needs to be good. Saying it's passable is not good enough in 2023 or 2024 when this game releases. It needs to be phenomenal. And I do think the female main character's design is fantastic. I feel like the male MC's design is terrible. I feel like the world is quite good. I would love to show you it, but I'm locked inside of this, little shitty hole. Maybe my editor will put some of the B-roll footage from my Twitch VOD as a display that you can look at the overworld while I walk around, and maybe some combat too, who knows. The arcade is really, really, really fun. I do like the arcade quite a bit. There's a fun way to have PvP in a very fun, lighthearted, hopefully not too anxiety-inducing way, where you can compete in Slither.io PvP. I feel like it'll be fun to dick around every now and then. I do feel like it's a pretty cute way to have players be able to interact and be able to do shit with their friends. And I do think it'll get a lot of people to download the game just to play the arcade. I genuinely feel that, and maybe they'll stick around for the combat after that. The combat feels very good when we're allowed to do it. Where have we heard that before? Oh yeah, Genshin Impact. Unfortunately, Zenless Zone Zero currently feels more like a TV simulator than a combat-oriented game, which is incredibly frustrating, where we're just waffling about in TV land for half an hour before we get to kill something in 30 seconds. They did this weird thing where they changed it from CBT1 to CBT2, where it feels less like a roguelike and more like a 2D puzzle solver. Yay, where have we heard that before? Genshin Impact. Because before, we would like go into the TV world. As we go from TV to TV, maybe we get a buff, maybe we get a debuff, maybe enemies do this, maybe enemies do that. And now it's like, there's a twain. You got to stop the twain by putting the blocks in the block hole. And if you don't put the blocks in the block hole, you're going to have to walk around with the dwell. And maybe the dwell make you go up, maybe the dwell make you go down, who knows. But you got to solve the puzzle very quickly, otherwise the twain is going to go off the tracks. And yeah, I thought this game was supposed to be a roguelike, and now it kind of just feels like hey, do this shitty puzzle that you're not gonna like. Combat! It's over. Which is really depressing. I mean, it is. It is really depressing. I mean, this game had a very cool opportunity to do something unique and challenging and fun and fresh. And instead it said, do you like trains? And me personally, no, I really don't like trains that much. I really don't like old retro TVs that much. That being said, I do have one of my set on Steak and Eggs with Asmongold and Emerald, but that's neither here nor there. Moving forward, I feel like the music is absolutely fantastic. I enjoy it quite a bit. I feel like the music is very, very, very good. And I do feel like the gotcha roll animations are great. It looks really good. It looks really fun. When you pull an S tier character, it's very pog, it's very epic. The rates are still shit. It is a Hoyoverse game. Let's go over cons. The CN censorship is unbelievable. I mean, it is. It is. I'm not going to sit here and say, Nicole's boobs, Nicole's boobs. But one more time, holy they ruined Nicole's boobs. Oh, they're still good. They were so hot. Oh, God, whatever. The R34 artists will still animate them getting anyway, so I don't care. I just don't like censorship. It's clearly they wanted to make the model look like that. And then they were like, oh, dude, change them quick. They're too unrealistic. Oh, unrealistic expectations in a video game? What are you going to tell me next? The characters have superpowers? If you tell me unrealistic equals needs to be censored, you are actually a idiot. What do you want them to do? Censor Naruto whenever he does the Rasengan? It's a video game. Things are unrealistic for a reason. It's because the real world is depressing 9 times out of 10. Who cares? Make the characters look unrealistic. I don't need, oh, dude, where the is the bald, angry, loud, fat guy? Like, am I screaming for that representation? No, I don't care. I like when characters look absurd. Oh, God, what are you gonna tell me? Next they have a cat girl? A fish girl? Oh, but a boobie's a little bit too big. That's where we draw the line. Just change it back. Let a video game be unrealistic like video games should. Let's go more forward. The combat is completely unbalanced. There's certain characters, even 4 stars, where you can trivialize the entire game very easily. Minimal gear, minimal levels. You can just literally just left click spam, spacebar spam, and you can beat everything in the whole game without even thinking. That's just me. I'm hoping it's not a, oh God. I really don't think it's a, because I'm, I'll just say it. I really don't think it's just a me being really good at video games thing. I do genuinely just think that the game is really easy, like beyond easy. I mean this genuinely. I don't think I've had a single thought of what to do or not to do in the combat in its entirety. It's just, I hear the shing, I press spacebar, and then everything dies. Let's keep going. Yeah, the TV roguelike aspect has borderline gone away. Now it's just little puzzles. The puzzles are boring. The energy system sucks. 20 energy per side quest, 30 energy for main quest. Just needs a lot of work. I don't know why we're expending energy on main quests and side quests. I think it should be free. It's just my opinion. You know, have the energy resources, you know, have like the energy used for what you need to upgrade your characters. Like, I don't know, every other game that you do. The story feels all over the place. There's not really an overarching story that I've picked up on yet. I don't really want to weigh on the story too much because, I mean, absolutely nothing has gotten my attention at all besides how hot Nicole is. So I've kind of just been mulling through it, skipping through shit. Nothing has grabbed my attention at all. It feels more like a slice of life than an overarching story. I think it can work. I'm not really a slice of life guy, but like, you know, you're kind of just like a hacker and you do like odd jobs and you help random people. And that's like fine. You know, Genshin Impact's biggest issue is they have an overarching story, but it just never progresses. Ever. It does not progress. It literally does not progress ever. We've needed to find our sister or brother for the past like 4 years. Sure, it has an overarching story, but we're not doing anything to accomplish it. So maybe Hoyoverse just doesn't get how to do that. So maybe they're just giving up and just saying, okay, well now our entire story is just gonna be helping random people. And that way nobody can complain. And shit, maybe it'll work. When I say it out loud, I think it actually could work. Maybe that's fine. You know, maybe that's fine. So we'll see. But so far, nothing has really grabbed my attention at all. No story has grabbed my attention. Besides when Billy's on the screen too. I really like Billy. I really like Billy. I really like Nicole. I really like female main character. I even like Corin. I like Corin too. I think they're very cute. I find the cat girl cringe as shit. I mean, good God. Holy shit. Let's keep going. Yeah, once again, the male MC looks diabolically stupid. You spend too much time in the TV, very little time doing the combat. The UI looks good, but lacks clarity. So what I mean by that is that I can open up like a menu in this game and it'll like look really good. Like it'll look very pretty, but I don't really know what I'm doing there. There's a really good DVD screen that I think I can pull up. Oh, Bang Boom won't allow me because I'm story locked. How fun. Don't worry, I have a wonderful article that also talks about their issues as well. But yeah, I feel like the UI looks very good, but I don't understand it without reading things. And that might sound like well, then just read it. But like, you gotta understand, we're in 2024, 2023. I should be able to understand what something is based on the icon alone. Otherwise, what is the point of that icon? There's nothing. There's no point. I should be able to look at it and instantly know what it is that I'm doing. Okay. Also, side note, Zenless Zone Zero has a story skip button, but I feel like that's maybe because this is the only Hoyoverse game where the story is just dead ass, just not important. So maybe it is skip because nobody gives a. Yeah, the UI's a mess. Just way too much going on at all times. We'll circle back to that later. And also, there's this weird like film grain over everything in the game that I know they did for like a stylistic choice, but I wish there was a way to remove it because it hurts my head. It feels very foggy. Like it just feels like there's grain over the screen, but that's just me. Some people see it, some don't. Chat, type 1 if you see it, type 2 if you don't. There's like this weird like film grain and it makes everything a lot less vibrant than I feel like it should. Also, side note, the Bang Boos are probably the best part of this game. I love these little guys so much. They're so cute. They're so adorable. They're incredible. I love them a lot. My last big issue is that the alt. Oh, yo, what the hell?
Hi.
Oh, yo. Oh, thanks, man.
Smoothie.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
The other problem that I really have with this game is that the ults and the skills feel very similar. Like, especially Nicole. For Nicole's E, she sends out a gravity suck. For Nicole's ult, she sends out a gravity suck. So it pretty much just feels like they're the same thing, which I really don't get. The ults and skills, they don't feel special. They just feel the same, and I don't like that. My skill should feel kind of good, and then my ultimate should feel incredible. That's why it's called a ultimate. It's not called a reskill. It's called a ultimate, and that's what I feel it should be like. Now, I'm going to go a little bit further into another great article I saw but haven't read yet. Heard good things, and we're going to talk about it. I do want to encourage, if you are another content creator who maybe agrees or disagrees, that's fine. I would like to welcome as many content creators to react to my video and give me their opinion about my opinion on this. I would love to know, because I feel like now is the most important part to give feedback for the game before the real release comes out. I really don't care about your opinion of me whatsoever. I just want the best for Zenless Zone Zero, because before the beta test, I was very excited for this, and now I'm so-so. That's very disheartening to me. And I feel like this game needs a lot of work, and I don't feel like I'm alone here. So I really encourage a lot of people to either make their own video or re-react to my video of this and just weigh in. I would, and feel free to send me the link. I would love to watch your reaction to my reaction of the video. I don't care. Here's another great article I found earlier. I haven't read it yet. We're gonna look at this. So ZZZ CB2 concerns with pictures. Very good. UI's messy. It really is. Okay. All of this shit, I have no idea what the f going on here. Messy UI negatively impacts everything else, including the TVs, combat, everything. I found navigating screens tedious. Most of the game felt cluttered, and many things felt counterintuitive. Absolutely. It feels like a absolute mess. Stamina, too little to get stuff done. 1,000,000%. I don't understand why stamina is being used for main story and side story. And I've also been told that when you level up, it doesn't replenish your stamina. So really weird. Battle mechanics, mashing is all it takes. Absolutely. You slam your head against the keyboard, everything will die. 1,000,000%. Hollows. Yep. So in case anybody doesn't know, these hollows, these TVs, they're used to be as a supplement or a substitute for the overworld. This game will not have an overworld. Everything we do will exist in the main hub. We will go inside a TV and we will explore. That is how the whole story will go. We will not go other places. At least that's what we've been led to believe so far. Now, with that severely being able to have less development time than actually making overworlds, these TV zones really need to be good, and they don't feel good. They actually feel quite bad. So that's very scary. It doesn't feel smooth. It does not feel fun. It looks very pretty, but that is generally the theme for Zenless Zone Zero. A lot of flash, not really that much substance. And it's a shame because I already really like these characters. I love the Wubbaboos. I think the ghost girl with huge tits is awesome. I feel like the pink hair girl with huge tits is awesome. And I think Billy's awesome. And once again, the Wubbaboos are just so goddamn cute. It's absolutely unreal. It has so much promise, but it just doesn't really deliver. And it's a shame because I feel like it could be fun, but it's just simply not. In-game day-night cycles that clash with real-time stuff. Each in-game day has 3 segments, morning, evening, and midnight. I found this to be confusing. It took me a couple hours to figure out which one the game means, but when they say per day. However, more frustrating is the fact that some quests or even events are tied to a certain time of day, and some character quests have a time limit before they are gone. After 3 surveys, I'm still 100% sure not to pass the time to the one I want, especially evening. I have no idea what the this means, but true, probably. But the many complaints, I have liked the game a bit more as I played. Parts of the big trailers were showing only the flashy parts of combat, only to hide the main game that is the TVs. At this moment, I think ZZ is quite messy, but I also have a fairly large tank of copium. I think I can speak for everybody who's played this game where we all like it. We do like it, but it just needs a lot of work. Now, once again, I understand some people might want to just dismiss this as, oh, well, it's a beta. You're right, but you got to understand that the Genshin Impact closed beta was legit the exact same as the full released product, and that's from the same company. We can also say the Honkai Star Rail was pretty different, and the reason why that was is because the players were giving a lot of feedback before the game went live. Hoyoverse now has 3 universal hits: Honkai Impact, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. If Zenless Zone Zero releases as is, it will not be the 4th. It will be forgotten about very quickly. It needs feedback, it needs constructive criticism, and it needs the help of its player base. It does, because clearly the developers have dropped the ball a little bit. Now, that being said, it has an excellent framework for a great game, but now it needs the fill-in. It needs the substance, because right now it does not have that. I encourage you to leave a comment here, to make a post on social media, to go onto the Hoyoverse forums and tell these people what you want and what they can do to fix their game. Very, very, very important. It is very important. The UI picture in example 1 gave me an aneurysm. True. You don't get stamina on level up. Holy, that's what we were complaining on main story, quest requiring stamina. They give you a lot of stamina refills. Levels up give you a lot of stamina. Yeah, that's generally what gacha games do. Regardless, I'm still at number 1. Why the hell does that UI look like a Pinterest? True. I feel like they were really trying to do more things that Persona 5 did, but unfortunately, it was just a big swing and a miss. Regardless, I am still going to play the game. I'm going to give it a fair shot once again when it fully releases. But really scares me because I really want this game to be good. I do really want this game to be good. And I'm going to hopefully, maybe I'll have some direct line of communication with the developers. Probably not, but we'll see how it goes. They have been talking to me a little bit, and that's great. Sign of good things. But the game definitely needs a lot of help, and hopefully we can supply that. But most importantly, I think we can all agree, make Nicole's tits huge again, please.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Get in the box. Yep.
One of my subscribers that lives in the Philippines found this weird cloud start to glitch. This guy asked a bunch of beatboxers to show off their weirdest sound.
Wow.
These people missed their flight, but they thought they arrived early.
2356 with service. We need security at C10 to open this gate. You got some people trying to catch their flight. We're here early. Security, come to flight C10, please. Security, security.
This dad lost his phone and couldn't find it anywhere until he checked the security cameras. This police officer tried to stop a crocodile with a towel. This woman kicked out her boyfriend and started throwing all his clothes out the window.
This girl is crazy. Oh wow, she giving them a show. She giving them a show. Look at
family cat's gone missing. Just wondering if I could show you a picture, see if you've seen it around the area.
Yeah.
Cheers. It's called Elizabeth. Everyone's distraught. Haven't seen it?
No.
No?
No.
What? No way.
No, yeah.
I think it's time for this guy to go home. For some reason, these fish were avoiding this other fish.
Hey yo, back abs check.
It's straight up a six-pack.
One of my subscribers recorded a video of a giant cloud they found.
Whoever is eating.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Welcome to Classic Game Room. You know what they say, don't judge a book by its cover unless that cover is the artwork on Magmax. Which is remarkable. The game's not as good as its cover, but it's still good, and you want to own it solely because it has a robot with a lightsaber fighting Mecha Monster Zero. on the NES. I have a poster of this on the wall. I feel like the only way to properly review Mag Max is in front of the Mag Max poster, which is possibly the greatest video game cover art of all time. Just look at it. We've got a robot with a lightsaber fighting Mecha Monster Zero while UFOs and robot dinosaurs watch. I hope the future is just like this next week. I really can't get enough of the Mag Max soundtrack, which sounds like it's permanently stuck in the R zone and pretty cool because of it. This is a 1988 release for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I found it for $5 and it's worth every penny, for he shall forever be known as Mag Max, hero of the future who shoots things with his foot lasers. But first you have to find legs. Oh, look, there they are. Quick! Mag Max, equip your legs!
Foot lasers activated.
Mag Max is great. Get the camera!
Camera activated.
I think it goes without saying, Mag Max deserves a place on the shelf in between Truxton and Cosmic Carnage. But wait, there's more.
Laser vacuum activated.
Is there anything Mag Max can't do?
Mag Max can't read.
How many robots shoot enemies with their feet? That's why Mag Max is amazing. I'm shooting with my feet. Foot lasers. No, my legs! You've blown off Mag Max's legs. He just sort of scoots around now. It's almost sad. Oh, there's new legs. Do I need to mention what song should be playing the moment that Mag Max gets new legs? I don't, because you already know where I'm going with that one.
Mag Max has legs. Mag Max knows how to use them.
I think for the sequel they should have Mag Max team up with Mad Max. Now that would be a game. And a cultural phenomenon. As if this game isn't already a cultural phenomenon. Just look at it. It's like Saycross mixed with Voltron and a generic 1980s spaceship shooter. Who will you be next year for Halloween?
Mag Max.
Just when you think it can't get any better, Mag Max transforms into a walking snowspeeder. This one is so weird. Why have I never heard of it before? I mean, aside from the poster on the wall, which is why I bought it. I usually don't have to buy games anymore, but I was out just in a game store and I saw the game and I'm like, oh yeah, I have the poster for that game. Clearly I should own the game, and it's not as good as the poster, but it's still pretty good. It has robot seahorses. Mag Max has robot seahorses. Can you ever have enough robot seahorses in your life? You can't. If your answer is yes, you could easily have enough robot seahorses. Just stop watching. You're not worthy of Mag Max. Alright, here's the part where Mag Max gets his laser camera. Where it looks like he's shooting people with a Hasselblad. Which would be the most expensive weapon imaginable. Mag Max shoots enemies with a laser Hasselblad, and Mag Max can only be destroyed after he loses his legs and torso. It's a remarkable game. I mean, it's kind of not, but it also is at the exact same time. Like, how could you possibly go wrong with this one? Sure, it gets repetitive, but if you find it repetitive, that's your fault. No! Somebody crashed into Mag Max's head! Thankfully, there's another one here. Replacement parts. Mag Max is under warranty. Oh no! I think I was just shot by a walking toaster oven. I don't know what else to say here. I love this game, but it's not a great game. It's Mag Max. Each game is like a half hour of this. Oh no, lava. Your lava doesn't scare me. But I am mildly concerned. Alright. Now I have new legs, which is good because I get a sick thrill out of shooting things with foot lasers. You can shift between the upper and lower level. I'm not sure there's much difference between the two, except it's Magmax. Magmax can do no wrong, which means I must now reorganize my shelves. I laugh at your feeble attempts to destroy Magmax. Oh no, now I fight Monster Zero. Garfield caught in the act. You're not worthy to share shelf space with Truxton and Cosmic Carnage. Make way for Magmax! Looking for new legs. Does anyone have legs for Magmax? Oh look, the ocean. Oh, that's nice, it's refreshing. Magmax likes refreshing. And I love Magmax. It's just so insanely weird. It's kind of fun. It's a really simple game, just extremely likable. And your life isn't complete unless you own Magmax. Unless Magmax owns you first. Boss battle. Oh no! Magmax, don't lose your head! Thankfully, he's still got a snow speeder. And legs. There's something really threatening about robot seahorses. There's also something threatening about a cave that opens up into the ocean while being chased by one of the things from Xevious. No! No, I have been destroyed almost, but not quite. Ah, Magmax has returned to his almost former glory. Ow! You evil creatures from another dimension! How dare you shoot Magmax's legs and torso? These are the weirdest enemy designs. It's like somebody raided a Home Depot. I feel like they missed the obvious opportunity to add a power-up sound when he fully roboticizes himself, but, you know, you can do that just by yourself. Power up! Magmax. Oh, you shot my legs! Now I'm scooting. I am like Scoot Max. I will scoot my way to victory. This game is now a thing. Children far and wide will say, I want to play Magmax instead of Minecraft or whatever kids play now. Because this is obviously better. Look at it. It's Magmax. Whoa, whoa! Stop shooting at me. We're friends, but we're not. We're actually mortal enemies. Time to die. There you go. I would say I put my foot up his ass, except I'm currently without feet. Magmax likes to also use his laser chainsaw to cut through enemies. Oh, well. Oh, there's legs! Quick, get legs! Yes! Bump the camera. Oh, I get so excited when playing Magmax. Hi. Adjusting the camera. I hit the camera. Got too excited. Don't shoot my legs! They're all I have! Until I get new ones. Game over. Magmax. No! Magmax is vulnerable. And also somewhat irritated. Don't make Magmax mad. You wouldn't like Mad Max when he's mad. Matt. This is very much a tongue twister when you combine Magmax with Mad Max. Only one of them was in The Road Warrior, or Braveheart. The other one has robot legs and shoots things from his feet. Welcome to Classic Game Room for the review of Ikari Warriors 2, the bizarre sequel to Ikari Warriors that I beat 20-some years ago, and it's still fun and weird today. This brings back so many memories. I had this game as a kid and absolutely loved it. Revisiting it many, many years later reminds me that yes, I was correct. This game is awesome. It's the sequel to Ikari Warriors 2 Victory Road, and playing this game will bring you victory, because it's great. It's also kind of weird, and in a way it feels unfinished, but that just adds to the charm. I love the sound effects in Ikari Warriors 2. The synthesized voice speech was not something that you normally heard in NES games back in the day. Who can forget the beginning of each level? Come here, fish, fish. Love that, but I totally forgot about the weapon upgrading system and the stores in Ikari Warriors where you can buy items. It makes it a much easier game than the first one. The music is kind of weird, but I like the visual style and color palette, which is downright trippy. You have 4 main weapons that you can choose from and 2 sub-weapons in Ikari Warriors 2. The boomerang is the one you'll use 95% of the time. It's like the perfect weapon. It destroys everything and comes right back to you. Occasionally, you'll want to use the bazooka. Don't even worry about the other 2. I love that the store is in the back room of a bar. It just seems so sketchy. I frequent the store even if I don't need anything. Tell me that's not the most rewarding scream in video game history. It's great. Blah! It's a bit of an odd game and an unusual classic on the NES. I think it's the perfect sequel to Ikari Warriors, personally. The controls are really good. You can fire in the direction that you're running, or you can hold down the fire button and strafe. So that makes it really playable. Also, you've got grenades and landmines. You'll probably never use the landmines. Ikari Warriors 2 is pretty unbalanced. For the most part, it's a fairly easy game. There's a lot of cheap one-hit kills, so when you learn to avoid them, it's more playable. If you don't keep progressing upwards, or if you don't keep moving, it'll rain bombs on you, which will kill you. And of course, don't forget the continue code ABBA, which you probably won't need until the end boss. Once you get good at the game, he's super cheap and has one-hit kills. As you're running around shooting everything and admiring these super bizarre backgrounds, hitting the select button will allow you to switch between weapons and also select which items that you'll use. You activate the items by throwing a grenade. Something about the end bosses reminds me of another one of my favorite NES games, Blaster Master. Ikari Warriors 2 isn't terribly difficult to find. It's not super overpriced or anything. And like the original game, you can also play 2-player on screen at the same time. It is a bit jerky though, although still highly recommended for your NES. And I've got a classic game room shout out and thank you to send to Jeremy from Beulah, North Dakota. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you for sending one of my favorite games from many, many years ago, which I must have sold many, many years ago. This one has its moments, provided you don't spend too much for it. I'll highly recommend Ikari Warriors 2 Victory Road for your Nintendo Entertainment System. Oh yeah, it's time to relive the 80s with Operation Wolf for the Nintendo Entertainment System. A 1989 release based on the 1987 Taito arcade game. The awesome one with 2 Uzis, where you would shoot all of the bad guys and probably a lot of the nurses by accident. As you can see on screen, this is a light gun shooting game for the NES that works with the NES Zapper and one of the game pads. The zapper is your machine gun, and the gamepad will launch grenades, since the zapper only has one button. The one that counts, the trigger. Dude, it's Operation Wolf. What a great name for a video game. It also had a fantastic, upright, colorful arcade cabinet with guns. And sadly, this game just doesn't capture it, because the zapper does not compare to the amazing detail on the Uzis that were built into the Operation Wolf arcade machine. That game made you feel like Rambo more than any other game from the era, even the Rambo games. Like, you know how light gun games now, or at least in the 2000s, all have bright, colorful, plasticky guns? Well, the Uzis on Operation Wolf were real Uzis. Or at least they looked like them. And if I'm not mistaken, they also fired like machine guns. It's been a while since I've played it, though. The problem with the NES version is that it lacks the awesome guns on that arcade machine, and you're constantly squeezing the trigger to the point where your finger will give out way before you do. Like, this game on the NES was really cool back in the day because it was a huge departure from Duck Hunt, that's for sure. And it was up.
Say this if you have no family, la 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 la, la 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 la. Say this if Dreamcast is corny, la 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 la, la 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 la. Say this if you obey the law, la 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 la. Say if you think Dreamcast loved, la 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 la, uh-huh.
Lots of gamers, Dreamcast guy here, talking today about PlayStation because
Hey guys, it's me, Dreamcast Guy here today, talking about my preferred platform. Yes, the PlayStation 5 with a Dreamcast hat on my head. Man, when are you ever gonna talk about Sega, man?
Sony is about to be sued
What?
for $7
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast Guy here, talking today about PlayStation because currently Sony is about to be sued for $7.9 billion over their mischievous practices with the PlayStation Store. Now, I want to take a look at this court case because a lot of subscribers have been sending it to me, and to be honest, I think it raises some points that definitely need to be addressed. Let's talk and let's take a look at the facts. Hi, if you're having a great day, be sure to give this video a like. Obviously, there was less videos this week because currently it's about to be Thanksgiving, and I'm just going to eat a bunch of turkey. Maybe I'll live stream. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Obviously, I don't have really any family, so I kind of just sit around on Thanksgiving, typically watch an anime. But here we go. A class action lawsuit accusing Sony of overcharging PlayStation Store users by up to $5 billion can proceed to trial, the UK specialist court has ruled. Now, if you're wondering about the conversion rate, this is $7.9 billion, and apparently they're giving this accusation because apparently they're allegedly abusing its market position. Now, we're going to get into the details, but an important number to keep in mind as we discuss this entire gigantic price tag is the fact that PlayStation is undeniably crushing the console market. I mean, they are so far ahead, it's completely bonkers. Right now, PS5 is outselling the Xbox by about 7-1 in multiple markets. So, PlayStation in the past, the more powerful they get, sometimes they don't fight fair. I mean, it happened a lot. The PlayStation 2 was a huge success, so PlayStation 3, they kind of made some mistakes. Then after the messes up they've had with PlayStation 3, they went back to kicking ass with the PlayStation 4, and now with the PlayStation 5, I think they realize that they are so far ahead, they can really set the speed, set the trend. They can just force the market to follow their lead. But let me take a look at the lawsuit itself here. So what's happening is that this lawsuit that was technically filed last year has now officially been approved to go to trial. It alleges that Sony abuses its dominant position in the market by charging excessive PlayStation Store prices. The Japanese company is using its near monopoly on the digital sale of games and add-on content for the PlayStation Store to enforce strict terms and conditions on game developers and publishers. Now, I have read people talking about this in the industry before, which is that everything that sells, anything from PlayStation skins to Fortnite V-Bucks to obviously full-priced games, gets a 30% commission that goes straight to PlayStation, which means that obviously a lot of the billions of dollars that Sony makes every single year isn't even technically for the games they're making. It's not even about their content. It's just this 30% commission of every single dollar spent, which they claim results in excessive and unfair prices to consumer that are out of proportion to the costs Sony provided these services to its customers. Now, this is an interesting complaint because essentially what they're saying is that games are going to be more expensive on PlayStation because of this 30% price cut. If you're making a $100 million game, then you're probably going to charge $70 instead of $60 just to make sure you get that money back on your $100 million investment before you start even getting to profit. It's interesting though, because let's just face facts. A lot of different companies do this. Apple does this. Steam takes a cut. Everybody who has a platform, it's not cheap. Like, this goes beyond just the cost of a PlayStation console. Sony does have, obviously, server infrastructure, data loads. I mean, there's a lot of extra stuff going on. 30% commission is still a lot, but I'm saying, let me explain why they claim that the 30% price tag is important. So Sony tried to have their lawyers completely kill this last year by saying the suit is flawed from start to finish. But apparently, as of yesterday, it's been approved. It's actually set to go to the Competitive Appeal Tribunal. So it means it's actually going to go to trial against Sony themselves. This is the first step in ensuring consumers get back what they're owed as a result of Sony breaking the law. PlayStation gamers' loyalty has been taken advantage of by Sony, who have been charging them excessive prices for years. It is significant that the competition court has recognized Sony must explain its actions by ordering them to trial. With this action, we are seeking to put a stop to this unlawful conduct and ensure customers are compensated. So, part of what's interesting about this is that I've been making videos for the last 10 years talking about the fact that digital games should get cheaper. It is weird that physical games have a price drop because typically, obviously, there's a resale, there's a market competition that drives prices down, whereas typically, games that are digital stay full priced much longer. Sometimes they'll even actually stay full price for years if there isn't a physical version of the game itself. Now, essentially, the argument has been that if we take off some of that big Sony cut, publishers, developers, they're more willing to drop the digital price faster since there's no longer that forceful incentive to basically pay Sony and still make their money on top of that. Now, this is just interesting because honestly, I don't know. I don't think this case will fully go through. I think they're bringing up good points, but this is going to take several years to reach a conclusion. It's a big old huge mess. But this price tag, I just think the terminology they're using of claiming that Sony is stealing almost $8 billion, like I almost think that there are times where a court case is too aggressive. You're seeking too high of a charge, too big of a price tag, and so therefore you're just not going to win because the dollar for dollar, buck for buck, pound for pound acquisition is just too much. I think PlayStation is just so far ahead. I'm kind of glad when people push back, legally or just by voicing their opinion. I want PlayStation to keep making good games. I want PlayStation to keep cranking out the amazing exclusives that keep me turning on my PlayStation. But at the same time, obviously, I want developers to get paid. I want to make sure that whatever it takes, that obviously Sony keeps making their games, but give me cool, quirky stuff. A 30% cut seems really big, but I'm very interested to watch this case develop and see what it is that PlayStation's lawyers claim is the necessity of that 30% flat tax that they're charging their best publishers. But what do you guys think about this? Are you curious to see how this case turns out, or does this seem like a big nothing burger? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below, and if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Go eat a bunch of turkey. Also, we're about to have Black Friday. I'll be honest, this sale goes live shortly after this video goes live. I'm not paid by Wario64, but I'm definitely going to be trying to buy. The Walmart ad this year actually looks really good. I have a lot of these games, but there's a couple gems here that I want to have physically. I'm probably going to buy this. Sonic
Hey guys, there's a monster in your state. What? What am I talking about? Well, if you live in the United States, there has been an alleged monster sighting or Native American mythology, folklore, or cryptid, if you will, in every single U.S. state. And today, I'm going to be talking about each and every one of these in every single U.S. state, so if you live in the United States, you're going to hear one that's relative to you. First up, I just want to say thank you guys for 15K subs. I don't know how it happened so quick, but it truly is a blessing, so thank you guys. I've been doing a lot of TikTok videos, which is cringe. I really want to get more on YouTube just because it's so much better. I feel like you can go more in depth with a lot of stuff, and you can really connect with the audience and talk about, just have general conversations about weird and interesting stuff that we all enjoy. So if you like this stuff, hit subscribe because we're going to be having a lot more videos on here. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into it. What does ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, ancient Rome all have in common? That's right, really cool mythology. And you might think, living here in the United States, oh, we don't have any. Well, we do. The mythology I'm talking about is more recent mythology, or what some might call cryptids. But there are also a lot of ancient legends too. A lot of these legends come from Native American mythology, or stories that were told around the campfire with lumberjacks, or just word-of-mouth stories that sound insane. So take these stories with a grain of salt, but they are super interesting. And we're going to start in the southwest region and work all the way around. First up, we have the New Mexico Territorns. In July 19th, 2007, there was a New Mexico resident named Dave Zander who said he saw two enormous bird-like creatures with wingspans of at least 20 feet wide gliding along the Oregon mountains. What's interesting is there's been other alleged sightings of these creatures all throughout New Mexico since the 1800s. A cryptozoologist named Ken Gerhard said that he believed the creatures that were spotted were a raptor-like bird called the Territorn, which was a real bird that lived in that area roughly 6,000 years ago. This bird also had a 20-foot wingspan and could weigh up to 120 pounds. Some that are really into it say that this could also maybe be a pterodactyl, but I mean, those suckers are so old, that would be insane. Which others think that these creatures are linked to Native American mythology about the Thunderbird, which is something I'll get into later in this video. Other than that sighting, I don't have a whole lot for that one, so let's move on to the next one. We've got the Oklahoma octopus. After a large number of disappearances and drownings in Oklahoma lakes, some residents have turned to an unusual explanation. This comes from a legend about a strange aquatic creature with a desire for human flesh. They describe it as being a red octopus the size of a horse with shark teeth. This creature is said to inhabit the freshwater lakes in Oklahoma, including Lake Thunderbird, Uloga Lake, and Lake Tenkiller, where it's said to attack and drown swimmers. There's no physical evidence of its existence, but many point to the high death rates in these lakes as being because of the octopus. Some even say that Lake Thunderbird is extremely red because of the creature's color coming off in the water. This lake has red dirt in it. Anyways, also if you watch the Lost Tape show, there was an episode about the Oklahoma octopus. That show was really awesome. Moving on to Texas, we have the Chupacabra. The Chupacabra is either described as looking more like a mangy dog or more like a reptilian alien-like thing. Stories of it originated in the 1990s in Puerto Rico after a bunch of goats were found bloodless, like a vampire had sucked the blood out of them, granting it the name goat sucker. So in this area of Puerto Rico, there was over 200 alleged sightings of people reporting that they saw a creature described as being short, bipedal, red-eyed, and having spiny things down its back. And for some reason, this started a conspiracy theory about how either the US government or aliens were collecting blood to spread AIDS. I don't know why. Anyway, so later in the early 2000s, chupacabras started being reported throughout Texas. And in 2011, police got footage of what many believe is the dog-like chupacabra. But others say this is just a coyote hybrid with mange. But I mean, still, why not? Why does it not have to be a chupacabra? Maybe a chupacabra is just a coyote with mange and has abilities or something. Anyways, moving on to Arizona, we have the Mogollon Monster. This is an awesome one. It's described as being an ape-like creature similar to Bigfoot, but it's sometimes white or reddish brown and has 2-inch long claws. So according to the Native American legend, there's two scenarios on how it was created. It was either created when an exiled chief was transformed by the local medicine man as a punishment, or because a white man who attacked and killed a Native American woman was hung by a tree from his hands and stretched to the height of 8 feet. And then he was damned by the spirits to now roam the woods as a misnamed skinwalker. The oldest known reported sighting was in 1903 when a man described an encounter along the Grand Canyon. He claimed when he discovered it, it was drinking the blood of 2 cougars and it threatened him with a club while making a wild, unearthly screech. So it's like he walked up on this Bigfoot-looking thing that had apparently killed 2 mountain lions, and it was like a man and a monkey with a giant club, and then it screamed at him. So that's pretty terrifying. Another popular story involves the Arizona pioneer Sam Spade, who said while he was building a log cabin along the Mogollon Rim that he was attacked by the creature and he survived. But later his son Bill and Bill's soon-to-be wife were killed by the creature on their wedding day. They think the reason they killed him was because the Mogollon monster was bent on revenge due to stolen land. I believe that was a pioneer story also. Alright, the Alaska Tisaruk. Also known as the Loch Ness Monster of Alaska, the Tisaruk is a mythical creature from Inuit religion. It's described as being a 15 to 30 foot long sea serpent and having a flipper like a fish. It's said to inhabit the subarctic waters near Key Island in Alaska in the Bering Sea. Some also believe that this creature is what Stellar's sea ape may have been, which Stellar was an explorer, and when he was exploring he saw this crazy apish dog looking sea monster, and that this old sailor wrote about seeing it in the Gulf of Alaska in the 1700s. And he saw it for a long period of time. He saw it for like an hour, and he said he documented everything it did. It was a very strange occurrence. It was like a one-off thing. Anyways, the Tisaruk is said by some to kill hunters, and Alaskans and local Inuit people claim that it snatched people off of piers while they're fishing without them even noticing its presence. In 2009, a fisherman got a video of what many believe is a Tisaruk. I think this is a really cool creature. It's got quite a few sightings in the area, and surprisingly, it's not in the Alaskan Triangle, which, if you don't know, that's an area between Barrow, Anchorage, and another place. But anyway, it's just an area where weird things happen, and a lot of people go missing. Moving on, even further south, we have Hawaii. Hawaii has a lot of really cool legends, but none as famous as the Menehune. The Menehune of Hawaii are said to be a mythological race of dwarf people in Hawaiian tradition. They are said to live in the deep forest and hidden valleys of the Hawaiian Islands in areas that are hidden far away from human settlements. They're said to be able to be seen by children, and that humans are not able to see them unless they have a special connection with them. It's said they only come out at night, and that they're incredible at building things such as temples, fish ponds, roads, canoes, houses. Today there's still structures that stand that many say was built by the Menehune, such as the fish ponds and then also this wall, I believe. But despite there being no clear physical evidence of Menehune, a census was taken in 1820 that listed that 65 residents of the Hawaiian island of Kauai were Menehune. That's pretty nuts. I don't know if those people maybe said they were Menehune, or if colonizers came in and they're like, they're short, they're Menehune. You never know. California. These horrifying creatures are the Dark Watchers. This is a phenomenon that's very unexplained. A lot of people in California, from what I've seen, they all talk about how they see relatively the same thing. It's these dark figures that are like 15 feet tall, they're shadowy looking, they have no facial features, and they're often seen wearing hats and just standing and staring in the distance. They're often said to vanish if the one staring at them blinks, kind of like weeping angels, except I don't think they attack you. I think they're peaceful, as far as I know. The native Chumash tribe of California's central coast said that they've been seeing these figures for thousands of years, and they refer to the Dark Watchers as the Old Ones, even though they've been there for thousands of years. The tribe, I mean. They're most often reported being seen at night, watching travelers from the horizon of the Santa Lucia mountain range. According to legend, no one has seen them up close, and that they actually disappear if you get close to them. Honestly, it's crazy how many people have said that they've seen them. I did a video earlier about them, and I had like 6 people comment that were from California and said that they'd seen them, so it's a big phenomenon. Moving on to Nevada. If you've been to Lake Tahoe, have you heard of Tahoe Tessie? So stories of Tahoe Tessie stretch back to the legends told by the Washoe tribes and Paiute tribes in the area. It's been described as looking like a serpent-like monster or a gigantic eel or even a plesiosaur, which some say that it may actually be a surviving mosasaur, just because there's a lot of fossils in that area, in the Nevada desert area, close to Lake Tahoe. Other theories say that it may be a population of sturgeon or a new species of freshwater eel. But the legend has it that this serpent-like monster has lived in a cave beneath the lake, and that's what's allowed it not to be seen. And sightings of this 80-foot-long serpent known as Tahoe Tessie continue to this day. I even read a report where some divers actually went down and claimed that they saw something huge coming out of a cave underwater in Lake Tahoe. But all of this is just word of mouth, so. In Oregon, we have another water monster. It's Colossal Claude. It's said by one onlooker to have a head like a camel, coarse gray fur, and to be roughly 40 feet long. A famous sighting was in 1939 by halibut fishermen who claimed that they all saw Colossal Claude only 10 feet from their ship in the Columbian River as it stole and ate halibut off of their fishing lines. That would be really frustrating. Later in 1963, the Shell Oil Company got video of something just off the coast of Oregon that was 15 feet long and had barnacles ridged down its back. So they got this video of this thing. Many believe it was Colossal Claude just because it was 180 feet below, and people started calling it Marvin the Monster for some reason. Others say that it was probably a whale or some sort of weird jellyfish. I think it could have been a whale, but others believed it was also a surviving plesiosaur, which is a thing you're gonna see later in this video. There's a lot of plesiosaurs. Washington. Can you guess what this one is? Go to the comments and comment what you think Washington's is. No cheating. Okay. Yeah, it's Bigfoot. So to start off, there's various other creatures allegedly inhabiting different regions of the world, such as the skunk ape of Florida / the southeast of the United States, the Yeti of Asia, and the Yowie of Australia. Some believe that all these creatures are connected in that they are a Gigantopithecus, which the Gigantopithecus was in South Asia, and it's very possible, in my opinion, it's very possible the Gigantopithecus could have migrated over into the Himalayan areas and scared the heck out of some people over there. And I feel like that's where the legend of the Yeti comes from, that either people got scared of the Yeti and they passed that story down for generations just to warn people, or anyways, the Gigantopithecus was a giant extinct ape that stood at 10 feet tall. The Sasquatch or Bigfoot's fame can be traced back hundreds of years to Native American legends. On the Tule River Indian Reservation in California, there's actually 500 to 1,000-year-old petroglyphs, which are these rock carvings that look to depict a group of Bigfoots. And this picture is called the Family. It's really crazy because it really does look like Bigfoots. However, the earliest written account was in 1811 by a guy named David Thompson, who was mapping the regions in Canada and the United States. This is a really interesting story. He said that a local Native American tribe named the Spokanes believed in a hairy race of giants that lived in a nearby mountain, and that they would often come into their camps and steal their salmon or even take people from their tribe while they were asleep. And Thompson said that these giants left footprints of 1.5 feet long. The original name for Bigfoot actually came from an incident in 1958 where a group of loggers kept discovering these human-like 16-inch foot long footprints around their job site in California. They also kept having these 450-pound oil drums just like thrown around their job site.
Yeah, testing 1 2 1 2. This a little something for you, you little biatch.
Watch my 9mm go bang bang. Why da da bang? Why da 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 bang? Watch my 9mm go bang bang. Why da da bang? Why da 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 bang? Player haters, masturbators, bitches all up in my shit. Living scared, you know you did. Walking around with a crippled leg, heavy score, tried to take my shit. Fucking with the wrist on kick. MAGNOLIA, that is where your ass will let you play your haters on my dick. Trying to put me in a kick, I fuck you twice, I fuck one more. All you cowards get the flow, these fellas in the game. Knowing that they ass is lame. Big ass line, but still is lame. You gotta talk it, fuck me. When that smoke is in my nose, I be wanna kidnap hoes. Talking shit about the click, you gon' get your ass kicked. I'll hop out my fucking ride and put my Glock to your side. Lock you in the fucking trunk, and then I'll get you drunk. Now watch my 9mm go bang. Why da da bang? Why da 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 bang? Watch my 9mm go bang. Why da da bang? Why da 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 bang?
This a little something for you, you little biatch.
without any explanation. But Bigfoot is by far the most famous cryptid in the United States, if not the world. The Loch Ness Monster might have it beat, I'm not sure. In Idaho, some of the region's native people have long feared an evil spirit dwelling deep in Big Payette Lake. And throughout the 1900s, there was many reports of a dinosaur-like creature that was first named Slimy Slim before a local newspaper had a contest to find a better name for it, or they all ended up calling it Charlie. Charlie is described as being a 35-foot long creature that looks like a dinosaur, has a dinosaur-like head, humps like a camel, and shell-like skin. And I think some people think that this picture is real of it, but Charlie was reported to be sighted dozens of times between 1956 and the last documented sighting in 2002. Utah. So Utah is the home of the Bear Lake Monster. It's described as resembling a 50-foot long serpent, but with short legs and a head like a crocodile, kind of like a mosasaurus. Stories of this cryptid grew in the late 1800s after Joseph Rich, a Mormon colonizer, published it in the local newspaper. Gotta believe those Mormon colonizers, they are very truthful. In his newspaper, Joseph offered a prize to anyone who could capture the Bear Lake Monster, but later he admitted that it was all a story that was a lie to attract tourism in the area. However, there was something similar sighted in that area after this incident that was reported in 2007. I have no information other than that. There's not much on it. Montana. Quick disclaimer, this monster is real, kind of. Whether it's a monster or not is up for debate. So in 1886, a ranger killed and mounted this wolf-like thing which had been pestering the local natives for generations. In this area in Montana, there is a legend about a large wolf hyena-looking thing that is known as Shunkawarakin, or Shunkawarakin. I can't figure out how to pronounce it. There's not hardly anything on it. Which that name means carries off dogs, because it was said to enter the camp and just absolutely wipe out people's dogs or steal them off. Maybe to breed, I don't know, or to eat. This creature was known around the region to terrorize the surrounding counties in Montana for many years. It's attributed with killing a grand total of 120 sheep, and many believe it was possibly a leftover dire wolf from the Ice Age. Witnesses who got a good look at the Shunkawarakin described it as being nearly black, having high shoulders, kind of like a hyena, and then also having a back that sloped downward, which is also like a hyena. Today, the owner of the stuffed creature refuses to have the Shunkawarakin DNA tested, so the monster part still remains a mystery, and you can actually still go see it in the Madison Valley History Museum in Montana. I think I'm gonna have to go see that one day. Maybe he can tell me how to pronounce it. Wyoming, we have the jackalope, of course. This is another cryptid that's technically confirmed real, in a way. So the jackalope is rumored to be an antlerless species of rabbit that was a cross between a pygmy deer and a killer rabbit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what the killer rabbit is. I couldn't find any information on that one either. It was said to be very vicious, run at 90 miles an hour, and that the cowboys even used to report them mimicking their voices and singing along with them around the campfire. And it's said that the jackalope could only be caught if you put out a flask of whiskey at night for it, and then the jackalope would drink it all and get drunk and then make it easier to hunt. And you might ask, why would you want to hunt the jackalope? Well, part of this legend is that the jackalope meat is really good, that it tastes like lobster, and that also, if you can milk the female jackalope, its milk has a variety of medicinal purposes. But besides all that legendary stuff, there actually is a true explanation for the existence of a horned rabbit. The horns reported to be seen on rabbits may actually be a cancerous tumor known as Shope papilloma. I think I pronounced that right. This is a warty cancer thing that if it persists, it looks like antlers kind of. Pretty gross, but I couldn't imagine cowboys seeing that and being like, man, I want to eat that. This is my favorite one. The Slide Rock Bolter. This is a story that I don't feel like is talked about enough. It's like you have an awesome state, Colorado, you know, it's a great place, lots of mountains, and a really cool folkloric creature. You would think that they would like make a bunch of tourist jokes about it, but no one really does. The story of the Slide Rock Bolter came from North American lumberjack camps in the 1800s, which, if you don't know, the lumberjacks really like to tell these crazy stories while they're around the campfire. It was like a form of entertainment for them while they were out on the job. According to the folklore told by them, the bolter was believed to live in the mountains of Colorado, but not just on any mountains, only mountains that have a 45-degree slope or greater. It was described as having an immense head, small eyes, and a gigantic mouth. It was also said to have a tail like a dolphin with enormous grab hooks, and looking similar to a giant whale. All day long, this creature would just wait for a tourist or a helpless animal to go below it, and right at the right moment, it would lift up its tail, loosen its hold on the mountain, and descend rapidly down the slope with its mouth wide open, swallowing everything that was in its path. Trees, rocks, people, anything. Legend has it, whole parties of tourists were reported to be gulped up in one scoop. Then when it got to the bottom of the mountain, it would use its own momentum to get to the top of another mountain. So, the story of the Slide Rock Bolter and its demise. According to folklore, a forest ranger whose district was the rough country between Ophir Peaks and Lizard Head was concerned for the safety of the people in the we had the Enfield Monster, also known as the Enfield Horror. Eyewitnesses say that this thing was like an alien demon genetic mutation. It was a pretty weird thing. They described it as having this grayish colored skin, looking like a humanoid with 3 legs, a short body, pink eyes, and 2 little arms, kind of like a T-Rex. The first sighting was in 1973, when 2 children were at home when they were attacked by it. And then after they ran into their house and locked the door, they said it tried to break in. When their dad, McDaniel, got home, he heard the story from them and he was like, what? But then he started hearing scratches at the door, which he grabbed his gun, as he should, and he opened up the door where he saw what he thought was a bear. But then he realized it had 3 legs and it was more like a monster. And he believed that it was not from this planet. So McDaniel said that he just opened fire on it and that he immediately shot it, but instead of falling to the ground, it hissed like a wildcat and then jumped 50 feet in just 3 leaps before disappearing into the woods. After researchers at Western Illinois University analyzed the incident and 2 other first-hand encounters of this creature, they deemed that the reports were possibly a kangaroo. Maybe one that was escaped from the zoo, I don't know, it could maybe be a kangaroo, I don't know. Michigan, we have the Michigan Dog Man. Truly great lumberjack story. So in 1887, there was a pair of lumberjacks that were chasing this dog. According to Ohio folklore, the Frogman was first spotted in 1955 by a traveling Bible salesman who was driving home at night when he saw 3 men crouched in the road. He stopped his car and honked at the men, and they turned around and looked at him and stood up on their hind legs. And he realized they were actually frogs. Imagine seeing these 3 giant frog creatures turn around and stare at you while you're trying to get home. Like, what were they doing? So later in 1972, a police officer in Loveland, Ohio reported seeing a humanoid frog cross in front of his car. He described it as being 4 feet tall, 60 pounds, and having leathery skin. He first spotted it crouched like a frog before it also stood up erect like a human to climb over the guardrail towards the river. 2 weeks after this incident, a second police officer who was that guy's friend reported seeing an unidentified animal crouched in the road in the same area. But instead of waiting for it to stand up, he shot it and brought it back to the other officer. When he showed it to the other officer, it was actually a large iguana that was missing its tail and was probably an escaped pet. Sally's gonna be really sad that her iguana just got shot, but at least the Frogman mystery is solved. Except later in 2016, 2 kids were playing Pokemon Go, and they were out hunting a Pikachu in Loveland, Ohio, when they claim they saw a giant frog near the lake and that it stood up and walked on its hind legs. Guess you can't catch them all. Anyways, that is all of the Midwest states. Moving on to the Northeast, we have Maine with the Spectre Moose. So if you guys have ever been up north, you know, people are like really nice. Well, in Maine, even their monsters are nice. So if you're from Maine, I don't know if you've heard of the Spectre Moose, but it's a legend about a giant white moose that's almost transparent and that it's 15 Wisconsin, we have the Beast of Bray Road. Basically, there's this road in Wisconsin called Bray Road where many people have reported seeing these overly large wolf-like creatures, and they have really strange encounters with them. So there's quite a few sightings, mainly in the 90s, where people would say they saw this bear-wolf hybrid or werewolf-looking thing or dogman along this road. Some say it was just an escaped pet or a feral dog or maybe just a bear. But most of the encounters end with the witness getting scratches down the side of their vehicle by the beast. Insurance fraud. Some people even claim that this is a real picture of it. But yeah, there was also a low-budget movie on it, and there was also an episode of The Lost Tapes about it, too. Illinois, we had the infield Indiana. If you don't know, in the late 1940s, thousands of people came from all across the country to a little town called Churubusco, Indiana. Why did they do that? It's to witness the attempted capture of a Volkswagen-sized lake monster that was essentially a giant snapping turtle. Yeah, so the story goes, in 1898, there was a farmer who saw this giant snapping turtle in his lake near his farm. No big deal about that one. But half a century later, in 1940, 2 people reported seeing a huge turtle that was 500 pounds in the same lake. Which, turtles live a long time, I mean. Which, when word got out about this led to mobs of people traveling there to see it be captured or to capture it themselves. They tried everything to capture it. They made a huge net, they drained part of the lake, and they even introduced a pretty lady turtle into the lake, but it didn't help. They didn't end up catching the turtle. But what is cool is, to this day in Churubusco, Indiana, there is still a festival in the turtle's memory. There's their parade. I really want to go. That's awesome. According to Ohio folklore, the Frogman was first spotted. Again, we have the Michigan Dogman. Truly great lumberjack story. So in 1887, there was a pair of lumberjacks that were chasing this dog around, and they chased it into a corner and poked it with a stick, which at that point, the dog looked at them and then stood up on its hind legs, showing itself to be in fact a dog man, or man dog if you like. Like all good boys, this dogman thing was perfectly peaceful, but the woodsman still ran away in terror. He was a good boy though. They described what became known as the Michigan Dogman, as it was 7 feet tall, had blue eyes, canine-like animal with the torso of a man, and that had a creepy howl that sounds like a human scream. Later in 1937, in Paris, Michigan, a man was attacked by 5 wild dogs, and he said that one of the 5 dogs stood up and walked on its hind legs. And similar reports happened in 1867. According to legends, the Michigan Dogman only appears in a 10-year cycle and years ending in 7. Sightings have been reported in several locations throughout Michigan, primarily in the northwestern quadrant in the Lower Peninsula. Okay, the last one. Thank you guys for sticking around. We have the skunk ape of Florida. This is one of my favorites. This is a good one. Once again, this is another Sasquatch Gigantopithecus-like creature. Some people call it the Florida Bigfoot. It's a bipedal humanoid that's had over 300 alleged sightings, and it's said to inhabit the forest and swamps of the southeast region of the United States, including Texas, Georgia, Louisiana, but most notably the Florida Everglades. It's said to have black or reddish fur and glowing red eyes, which is weird because when you look at these pictures, most primates have retinas that don't reflect light, so it makes you think that it's not a monkey. The skunk ape's most obvious characteristic is that it has a terrible odor, which gives it the name skunk ape, obviously. One of the first reports was in 1818 when a newspaper in Apalachicola, Florida, released a report that spoke of a man-sized monkey raiding food stores and stalking fishermen along the shores. One other alleged report came in the 1970s from 2 Palm City Beach sheriff deputies who reported a tall ape-like animal that was stalking them while they traveled through a grove, which they didn't get a good look at it, but according to the story, they just absolutely opened fire on it to make it go away. America. One big incident with the skunk ape was in the year 2000 when the Sarasota County Police Department received a letter from an anonymous woman. Included in the letter was 2 attached photographs from what the woman was saying was an escaped orangutan, and she was complaining about how it was stealing apples off of her back porch for 3 nights. Which a lot of cryptid enthusiasts say that these pictures of this creature was definitely a skunk ape, which is kind of interesting because its eyes reflected the light. Most sightings of the skunk ape can likely be dismissed as being a black bear, as black bear can stand upright and look kind of like a completely different animal. But there is this crazy video that this guy took in Mississippi titled, "I think I saw the skunk ape, please help." And in this video it depicts a large hairy humanoid creature crouching in this water swampy area pulling bark off of a tree, and it's crazy. It's a crazy video. It looks really real. Many say that this is a skunk ape, and it was pretty good footage, or it's right there. And that's it. That's all 50 states. Thank you guys so much for watching. California. These horrifying creatures are the Dark Watchers. This is a phenomenon that's very unexplained. A lot of people in California. New York. We have New York Champ. Some people call this the Loch Ness Monster of the United States. Champ or Champy is the name given to a reputed lake monster living in Lake Champlain in New York. There's been over 300 reported sightings of this monster. The legend of the monster draws tourism to Burlington, Vermont, and Plattsburgh, New York areas. Like the Loch Ness Monster, most people regard Champ as a legend, but others speculate that it's possibly a surviving plesiosaur. Probably a plesiosaur. The history behind the legend actually comes from centuries ago when the Iroquois people told legends about giant snakes in the area. In 1819, Captain Crumb of the ship Belagua Bay saw a black monster that stretched 187 feet long. According to him, the monster had a head like a seahorse, eyes the color of peeled onions, and 3 teeth, with a star in the middle of its forehead. The most recent report took place in 2005 when a fisherman allegedly got pictures of a plesiosaur-like animal opening and closing its mouth. When the FBI forensics analyzed this photo, they said it looked authentic, but it didn't look like an animal to them. It was just a log. Sad. There's also a village in Port Henry, New York that actually still celebrates Champ Day, where they erect this giant model of Champ. I really need to go there. New Jersey. This one's really creepy. It's called the Jersey Devil. It's pretty popular. I'm sure you've heard of it. According to the legend, when a woman in 1736 found out she was going to have her 13th kid, she got really upset. She cursed her unborn child, saying that it was going to be the devil. Whoopsies. When the time came for her to give birth, the child came out normal, but then suddenly changed into this hooved creature with a goat head, bat wings, and a forked tail. Then it flew up the chimney into the woods. Some versions of the story say that the mother was actually a witch and that the child's father was the devil himself, while other stories claim that the haunting of this creature in the woods was so bad that they had a pastor attempt to exorcise the Pine Barrens area in New Jersey. The legend also says the Jersey Devil glows and can breathe fire or poison from its breath, which are both classic dragon characteristics. There's been many alleged sightings throughout the 1900s, and it's said the Jersey Devil still haunts New Jersey to this day. Delaware, we have the Selbyville Swamp Monster. Back in the 1920s, people started to report hearing screams at night out in the swamps of Delaware. People also began claiming that they had been chased by a huge hairy creature. 40 years later, in 1964, there was all of a sudden a massive amount of sightings of this creature, and people were freaking out because everybody was seeing it. Later, it was discovered that a local resident named Fred Stevens, who had grown up hearing the stories of the swamp monster back in the 20s, actually was dressing up and running through the woods in order to help sell newspapers for his friend, which worked really well. And he said that he had to stop pretending to be the monster because so many people started to hunt him in the woods and he almost got shot, which is a good reason to stop. Pennsylvania, we have the Squonk. So the Squonk is a mythical creature that's said to live in the hemlock forest of northern Pennsylvania. This is another creature that's known as a fearsome critter that came from folklore stories told by lumberjacks. The Squonk is said to be completely miserable. It's said to look like this pig-looking thing with misfitting skin, be absolutely covered in warts and moles, and be so ashamed of its appearance that it hides from plain sight all the time. It's said to spend most of its time weeping because of how ugly it is. Legend has it that if it's cornered, it can dissolve itself into tears to escape being captured. He's a really sad boy. Maryland, we have Chessie, another sea monster. Chessie is said to live in Chesapeake Bay, where sightings have appeared in local media since 1936. The first sighting was actually by a military helicopter pilot that said something reptilian and unknown was in the water of Bush River. It's been described by onlookers as being a serpent-like creature that's about 25 to 40 feet long, having flippers and then swimming like a snake through the water. There's even footage that many people believe was the monster that was taken in 1980. Some people believe this legend came from seeing an oarfish, which is totally possible because or fish were thought to be sea monsters until recently. It was only discovered in 1772, which is fairly recent as far as animal discoveries go. But they can be 26 feet long and look very similar to a giant sea serpent. But I mean, really, they are sea monsters. Like, people categorize these animals that are, you know, fish or whatever, but I mean, it's a sea monster. I mean, look at this thing. That's crazy. And that's all the Northeast states. Moving to the last group, the Southeast. West Virginia, one of the most famous cryptids in the world, Mothman. So Mothman has quite the following, and for good reason in my opinion. He's actually more of a worldwide phenomenon than just a myth from one state, and I'll explain why. Mothman's first sighting was in Point Pleasant, West Virginia in 1966. The local newspaper ran a story about a couple who saw a man-sized bird creature while driving home at night. They described it as being 7 feet tall with large red eyes and a 10-foot wingspan. They said it followed their car and even flew as fast as 100 miles an hour because they were in a car trying to outrun it. And at one point, it got in front of their car and laid down in the road like it was hoping that they would get out and investigate it, which they didn't do because they thought it was a trap. They eventually got away from it and came back later that night with the sheriff, only to find a strange lump of dust where they claimed the creature had laid down in front of their car. After this sighting, there was at least 100 Mothman reports, which many skeptics believed was sightings of sandhill cranes or great horned owls. But that doesn't explain what happened next. A journalist named John Keel, who was investigating the sightings, claimed that he was receiving telepathic messages from Mothman somehow, and that he got a warning about a regional blackout that was going to occur. What's really crazy is when the time came for the blackout to occur, the power stayed on, but the bridge right next to them in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, called Silver Bridge, collapsed, killing 46 people, and the sightings of Mothman then suddenly stopped. Leading up to this tragedy, many of the eyewitnesses reported during Mothman's year-long visit they too felt an impending sense of doom. So that was in 1960. That was the first documented incident. In 2007, another bridge collapse would be linked to Mothman. Reports of Mothman sightings flooded in shortly before the collapse of the I-37 West Mississippi River Bridge in Minnesota. And the incident was eerily similar to the other collapse. 13 people died, 145 were injured, and witnesses said they saw a creature for months near the bridge, and they said it was 10 feet in wingspan and had red eyes. So these were two incidences where Mothman was repeatedly seen in areas immediately before disaster strikes in the United States. But there's another very similar incident that occurred in Germany with a very similar creature. Sightings of what many call the Freiburg Shrieker occurred in Freiburg, Germany in 1978, when one morning a group of miners were going back to work to the mouth of their mine when they found a man in a trench coat blocking their path. When they approached him, they realized it wasn't a man, but an entity with large bat-like wings that looked like a coat. The creature then shrieked so loud that the miners said it sounded like 50 men screaming at once, combined with the sound of a train's emergency brakes. And the men were terrified and ran away. Reasonable. 1 hour later, the mine that they were heading to work into collapsed, and authorities said that if they had been in there working, they all would have died. For some reason, 1/3 of the miners later developed serious mental disorders, which is a fate that is shared by Mothman witnesses around the world. Now I have one more Mothman incident, the Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster of 2011. Just days after the tsunami, following the earthquake, reports of seeing Mothman, or a Mothman-like creature, began to spread across the internet. The sightings were mainly near or around the Fukushima power plant. One night, 2 men who were working at the power plant after the earthquake went outside where they started to hear loud shrieking sounds. They started looking around and they noticed a large creature sitting on one of the power plant's buildings. They said that it spread its wings, which were 10 feet wide, and started doing circles around the buildings that were housing the nuclear reactors that would melt down just weeks later. Then they said it swooped down at them multiple times, and when it flew past them, they felt an overwhelming feeling of dread and a terrible fear that they shouldn't be there. Just weeks later, the Fukushima nuclear disaster occurred, forcing 150,000 people to evacuate. So this is a very strange incident. Some question if Mothman is there to help us, if he's there to hurt us, or if he's just there to feed off of human tragedy. Or if he's just now. Virginia, we had the Snallygaster. In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, in the 1930s, a large area was settled almost solely by Germans. Early accounts here describe the community as being terrorized by a monster called the Schneidergeist, which meant quick spirit in German. A long time later, in 1909, reports of a strange flying beast called the Snallygaster started to occur in Frederick County, Virginia. And then suddenly there were sightings all over in West Virginia, Ohio, New Jersey, and there was even footprints found in the snow. The first person to see it was James Harding, and he described it having enormous wings, a long, sharp beak, claws like steel, and one eye in the middle of its forehead. He said it made a shrill screeching noise and looked like a cross between a tiger and a vampire. Which a vampire may have been a good description for it, because it actually was reported to kill a man named Bill Jefferson by piercing his neck with its sharp beak and slowly sucking his blood. It was also said in West Virginia it attempted to capture a woman, but after failing to grab her, it instead roosted on a nearby barn and laid an egg. Which is a good compromise. Which it was later said that some men in West Virginia had rigged up an incubator and was trying to hatch the egg for some reason. But there's no info on what happened with that. It was also said that it was seen in Maryland, where it was shot at by the locals there, who also said it laid another big egg that was so big that it could hatch an elephant. Sightings of the Snallygaster were so big at the time that people were saying that President Theodore Roosevelt might postpone his trip he had to Europe to lead an expedition to capture the creature. And apparently the Smithsonian was also interested in the Snallygaster after hearing about the egg situation in West Virginia. It was so widely believed in that they recorded in detail descriptions of the Snallygaster for scientific purposes from the residents who had seen the beast. The death of the Snallygaster was also extremely eventful. The creature was flying near Frog Hollow in Maryland when it was attracted by the smell of 2,500 gallons of moonshine. So the beast flew over the moonshine and it was overcome by the fumes, and it ended up dropping into a boiling vat of that moonshine, where shortly after some federal agents showed up and their job was to destroy the moonshine, but they were surprised to find the dead monster in the boiling vat. However, according to the legend, they still went ahead and blew it up with 500 pounds of dynamite, which destroyed all the remains of the Snallygaster. So sad. Kentucky, we have the Kelly Little Green Men. Also known as the Hopkinsville Encounter or the Hopkinsville Goblins case, this incident was a series of connected incidences of alleged close encounters with presumably extraterrestrial beings. And I didn't know this till I started doing more research about it, but apparently this event inspired the movie E.T. and the creation of the Pokemon Sableye and the denizens in Call of Duty Black Ops 2 Transit, those little things that would, like, if you would jump out of the bus and you would run out where you're not supposed to, they would start attacking you. They were the worst. So back to the story, there was a dozen of eyewitnesses of these little green men, which included 2 families present at a farmhouse and then other civilians in the area who had no connection to the families. The most significant witness also included several local policemen and a state trooper who saw and heard strange phenomenon such as unexplained lights in the night sky and noises the same night. The 7 people present in the farmhouse when the main event happened claimed that they were terrorized by an unknown number of creatures that were similar to gremlins, which are now referred to as the Hopkinsville Goblins in popular culture. The residents of the farmhouse described them as being 3 feet tall, having these upright pointy ears, thin limbs, long arms, and claw-like hands with talons. The creatures were silvery in color and wore something metallic, and their movement seemed to defy gravity as if they were floating above the ground, and they were appearing in high places, and they walked with a swaying motion like they were wading through water. Although these creatures never entered the farmhouse, they would pop up in the windows and in the doorways, and they woke the children up in the house in a hysteric frenzy. The families got so freaked out that they fled the farmhouse in the middle of the night to the local police station, and the sheriff, Russell Greenwell, noted that they were visibly shaken. The families then returned to the farmhouse with the sheriff and 20 officers, where the police saw evidence of a huge struggle, damages to the house, as well as seeing strange lights and hearing noises themselves. The witnesses from the farmhouse also claimed that they had to use firearms to shoot the creatures, but they had no effect, and the house in the surrounding area was just extensively damaged by their shootout. They had a rough night. So I guess they pretty much destroyed their entire house. Anyways, moving on to Tennessee, we have the Tennessee Wild Man. So according to folklore, during the 1800s in McNairy County, Tennessee, a circus had a show that was displaying this creature that was like a Sasquatch, but that it was more human-like. However, this creature was said to break free from its cage and escape into the hills of Tennessee. He was described as being 7 feet tall, having dark gray hair, and having piercing red eyes. Also said to have a horrible war cry that sounded similar to the skunk ape, which I'll get into in a little bit. It's said that the monster had a strange obsession with targeting dogs and women. Many women have allegedly almost been captured by this wild man, but they've always escaped somehow. Not a whole lot more stuff to say about him, except that there's these 2 guys who apparently ran into him like 20 years ago in Tennessee, in the mountains. But yeah, that would make the creature like 150 years old, so probably not. North Carolina, we have the Vampire Beast, or the Beast of Bladenboro. So this is another monster with vampiric qualities. It's been said to have killed several livestock and pets in Bladenboro, North Carolina in the 1950s. During a span of 10 days, it was attributed with killing 4 dogs, 3 hogs, some cows, and 1 goat. It was also said to drain the blood of all of its kills. It had a sighting where there was a woman outside who saw the creature coming towards her, but just before it could get her, she ran inside. But this beast left these cat-like footprints, which people picked up on and ended up going to hunt it. So the town banded together in Bladenboro. The children couldn't leave the house, and all the men stormed the forest with guns to find and kill this creature. But after a large bobcat was killed by a hunter, they decided that they were satisfied and they just ended the search. However, later on in 2007, some say the beast returned because they found 60 goats with their blood drained and their heads crushed. And then a little ways closer to Bladenboro, another farmer lost his goats in the exact same way. And other places in the area lost a grand total of 10 dogs in just 2 weeks in 2007. They also found footprints that were 4 inches across, but after this 2007 incident, nothing has happened lately. South Carolina, we have the Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp. This is another creature that has its roots in Native American mythology, as there was a Cree legend that took place in modern day Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina area about a human
Hey guys, it's me, EOD Gaming here, and we're back with another of this video. We are talking about which is the best 5-star standard character to pick. And of course, things have changed a lot since the game officially released, and a lot of us free-to-play players or maybe small spenders are reaching the 300 threshold in very, very near future, maybe 10 more pulls or 20 more pulls. Probably will get it really soon. I just want to share with you my thoughts in this video on the updated opinions as of version 1.5 and beyond, which will likely go into 2024 for any of you who are planning to choose as well. There is a meta option, and there's also some reasons why you want to go for other characters. We'll be talking a lot about that in this video as well. For those of you who have been watching my videos regularly, you know there is one character I still do not have, and that is Clara. But most of you might think, let's just pick up the characters that we do not have. That's probably like the best way, right? Yes, in a sense that you can play more styles, but if you are not using the character, it doesn't really help picking that character up. For me as a content creator, I need to have as many characters as I can just to make more content for you guys, because you guys request for testing videos like we do on the channel. I always try to have as many units as I can, that's why I pull on everything. But not everyone should follow this method, and let me talk about the first, basically the TLDR. If you have no idea what to do, you are basically brand new to Honkai Star Rail and you already hit your 300 for some reason, my recommendation would be go for Bronya. I think she's the significantly best pick out of all the standard characters right now in version 1.4 and likely beyond too. There is one caveat to that, but I'll get into that in a little bit. And this is so much so that even if you have her at E0, you have one copy of her, chances are you're playing her in every single team composition that you already have. You're running Hyper Carry in one of the strong DPSs, Zealer, Xingliu, you're playing Imbibitor Lune or Blade or some other characters, everyone uses Bronya. Super strong character. And to make that even better, her E1 is super strong. So even if you have one copy of her, you want to actually look at this one, because in my opinion, this is as valuable as a new character, especially if you're playing Bronya every single Memory of Chaos. Why this is so good is because it makes one of her only downsides, a skill point hungry monster, half as bad. So 50% chance of recovering one skill point, which means you have 50% chance of not using or expending the skill point, which is pretty insane, because for those of us who maybe can't relate, the reason why she's very skill point hungry is you always want to use her skill uptime. You push the unit in front, 100% action advance, you debuff them, and you increase their damage for 46%. This is at level 5, of course, very embarrassing. I have her at very low level for this one. I should bring it up higher, but yeah. Basically, E1 basically reduces the skill point dependency of this character, making her much more efficient to run. You can use skill points for your other characters, more skill point efficient throughout your entire roster. That is why I think she's super good, even at E1. If you are in doubt, the TLDR, you don't know what to pick, just pick Bronya, probably a safe pick, up till E1. Now the catch, why I say up to E1 is because E2 and beyond, if you look at this, it doesn't really justify losing out a new character, because a new character not only gives you like additional standard pulls on the side after you level them up, but it's a new playstyle, new element that you're countering, or by getting that character, maybe you don't have to pull for a limited character. For example, if you're getting, for example, Bailu, Japat, you don't have to pull like Ho in that sense, so you can save a little bit more for DPS characters that you like in future. If you're free to play, this resource efficiencies matter a lot, and I think that is the caveat. So E2, speed increase, yes, it is good for her, a character that you use a lot, but probably not something that you really want to give up another playstyle on as well, because it could save you a lot more resources by picking other characters, so you don't have to come back to it in future. So Bronya, safest pick. Let's talk about the other situation which we briefly mentioned, and that will be Japat as well as Bailu. Now these characters at the beginning, if you look back at our video that we did in the past, the standard choice, these two were like very high on the list. For any whales back then who were like pulling very quickly on the standard banner, you got a lot of tickets. These two were actually very good characters back then, because we only had very few S tier like meta defensive units like Fu Xuan, Luo Ca, and Ho only came out much later. So right now, with all the options available, I would say the value of Japat as well as Bailu, both of them are very similar because they're defensive in nature, diminishes very significantly now in version 1.5. If you are a new player to the game, or for some reason you haven't had any luck, like you skipped all of these defensive units because you only like Bunga DPS, I think that you will find a lot of value with Japat and Bailu if you don't have any sustained characters. Maybe you just don't like the design of Ho, you don't like Luo Ca and Fu Xuan's design for some reason. In that case, I think Japat Bailu will add a lot of value to your account, probably more so than Bronya E1, especially if you are really lacking of sustain, because there's no point doing up more damage if you can't even survive the enemy attacks. Japat and Bailu will allow you to probably run a solo sustain, especially if you build them right. You might not be able to like full clear Memory of Chaos with them carrying your entire team. But I think the fact that you are able to auto battle a lot of stuff with them is going to be a lot more convenient for most people who are just liking to like just press auto and play and don't like having to keep restarting or manually clicking too much. Bronya at times is a bit finicky with her auto bump. Like if you play her in a team, for example, with Blade and Jingliu, she doesn't push up Jingliu, who needs it a lot more. So auto battle, not the best character, in my opinion at least. So that is that for Japat and Pailu. These two characters, solid pick for any of you who don't have two very strong sustain. If you have maybe one Luota, I would still think either one of these two are good value. If you have two of them, two of the limited 5 stars, probably these two are not as critical. Now the next question is, when do you want to choose one over the other? I think that Pailu will make a lot more sense if you are taking damage throughout your team. There is no need to draw aggro to one particular point and your team doesn't mind like taking some sort of damage. Pailu is very good in that sense. She heals a lot throughout the roster. But if you have like one very squishy target, for example, if you have a Yanting, you don't want him to take any damage at all, you probably will want to run a shielder rather than a healer. Where Pailu shines is probably with teams that take aggro throughout, like Kafka's DOT teams. Everyone doesn't mind like taking a bit of damage. I think Pailu works a little bit better there. But of course I think she doesn't have any cleanse, so it's very sad for this unit. But either way, Japat is a good character if you don't want your team taking any damage at all. He offers a lot of damage reduction. He has aggro draw in his kit, so more of a redirecting to him to take more of the aggro. He's really strong. I have him very high Eidolons. RNG, they still don't want to give me a Clara, but gave me like 5 copies of this guy already. I think he's very strong, especially if you have E1. Base chance to freeze targets by 35%, making 100% base chance to freeze. Very strong because he starts not only being a tank, but also being a control unit. Between the two, I favor him a little bit more, especially if you have E1, a lot more consistency. But I would not recommend going for Eidolons. For this character, there are much better options. I like picking out other characters will add a lot more value to playstyle. Now that is for these two characters. I think the third one, like in third place, the one that I would highly recommend people consider will be Welt. This character has been forgotten since like 1.0 patch. No one is talking about him and everyone just seems to forget that he exists and he's still relevant. Now this is a character that is not useful right now because speed down is not a requirement. Right now it's all about higher DPS, break effect and etc. But his whole entire point of his kit is to proc a lot of imaginary damage and speed down. His ultimate speed down slows the enemy, his skill slows the enemy. But if we look at the current game state now, imaginary damage for him has kind of fallen off of his requirement because Imbibitor Lune is such a strong imaginary break damage dealer already, or imaginary damage dealer. We already have other characters like Luota who's able to proc a lot of imaginary too. That's why attention has strayed away from him. But I think if we get back into the game state where speed down requires a lot more attention, or we start having introduction of speed mattering characters, like you need to move faster and stuff, in that sense I think he will come back into the meta. He's a character that if you think about it, there are very few characters that speed down. Maybe Dan Heng, Silver Wolf, some examples, but they are single target in nature. Silver Wolf is here with single target speed down in nature, but not a lot. His is AoE, so very good, very reliable. Nihility character, which means he can run, for example, this light cone here, the resolution shines a pulse of sweat, allowing him to ensnare enemies, to defense break them. And even if you like put Kafka's signature light cone, he could also erode. So Nihility characters are actually one of the most versatile because they can run a lot of different playstyles based on the light cone that they have, which is very interesting. So Welt is definitely a choice if you are an investor, you like long-term gaming, you want to be there when the meta shifts. Welt is a good consideration to pick up if you don't have him. But right now in the game state, probably won't add too much value to your clears. Should only be considered for players who have a lot of characters already to clear at high Memory of Chaos levels. So the next one that I want to talk about is a character that I do not have here, so I have to go into the data bank. If I had another choice, I would select this character because I don't have her and I want to create content. But basically, she's a very strong, or Savarok rather, is a very strong counter attacker. Should have been named Savarok and Clara because Savarok is doing all the carrying. Topaz and Nambi should be named Nambi and Topaz because Nambi is doing all the carrying, but whatever, I guess it sells better this way. She's a very strong counter character, very unique playstyle. If you like the counter attacking style where enemy hits you, you hit back, she can do almost everything. She's defensive, she's offensive, she has break, she has damage reduction, she has aggro draw. A very, very good character. I think that the best days are not seen for this character yet, and is super flexible to play. The only downside is she doesn't really benefit from Bronya in that sense, or a lot of other speed buffing turn manipulators, because she relies on the enemy turn order. So if the enemy moves very, very slowly, her counter attacking is also hindered in a sense. So playing her with like speed down teammates are not the best of options for that reason, that she relies mostly on enemy counters. But still a very fun character to play, still very, very good. Works with Ting Yun, energy buffers, Huo as well. And especially since she recently got the follow-up set, might be a bit different, but I think the 4-piece physical set is slightly still going to be better. More testing has been done. I don't have her, so I can't test that, unfortunately. But probably going to be around the same tier as well. If you are a person that likes a character that can do everything, you want an investment that is safe, Clara is one of them. Adds in a new playstyle as well. Welt is more for the future, Clara is more for the present, whichever suits your fancy. I think that will be the recommendation. The last two are the forgotten, or people don't really care too much about them, will be Yanqing as well as Himiko. Let me talk about Himiko and why do I have her build and why do I like her so much. So I have her at basically max. Before I'm now trying to like switch to a signature like the set, the follow-up set. But now, of course, so the ratios are a lot worse. But if you saw like recent content that I created about Himiko, my ratios are very, very strong on her with other sets. I think this character is a bit underrated in my opinion. For me, as a content creator, I need to clear dailies quicker so I can spend more time doing testing and stuff. Her AoE nature of damage is very, very useful. Follow-up attacking. I play her together with a team with Himiko and they can just like speed run all the small mobs very quickly in auto battle. Allows me to burn energy very quickly, so it's like a whale problem. Also a waifu, out of all of the characters, I do like her design the most. I think probably very, very attractive. If you are maybe just pull for characters you like and stuff like that, Himiko can be played. I don't think she's useless at all. In fact, I think she got a lot stronger, especially with a lot of new sets that boost fire damage. So you can find, for example, Esta running the new Panacony set, which buffs same type damage. She buffs same type damage. Slap on a Planetary Rendezvous, and you also get even more same time damage boost. Very, very strong. So I think Himiko is good for the ones who wants better for their eyes, you like eye candy and stuff. Very, very strong. But in terms of pure meta in the Memory of Chaos, Erudition is a bit lacking. I find that they don't have too much crit rate, crit damage stats in their light cones, unless of course it's the paid ones. And her kit doesn't have too much crit rate, crit damage as well in her tracers. So don't really like it as much. As you can see, most is like fire damage here, attack percentage, and DPSs generally need to have put out the damage burst. If not, they can't compete with characters like Imbibitor Lune, characters like Jingliu, Blade, who do so much damage in an AoE already, and they have a lot of crit in the kit. So that I think is like one of the reasons why Erudition is so bad. But other than that, I still like this character. I built her. And another character that used to be very strong, and this guy is going to be like my lowest on the list right now in version 1.5. And the reason for that is we have many other options. The current meta characters like Imbibitor Lune, Jingliu in the game as well, 1.5 completely eclipses Yanqing's usability because they require much less and do much more. Yanqing needs to have a shielder with him or a person that doesn't allow him to be hit. So aggro draw, shielder, and the only one right now that we have super thick shield with and can like reliably one-man solo sustain without Yanqing getting hit is Japat. So without Japat, Yanqing will feel slightly clunky to play unless you're playing with March 7 or something that has a super high build. But for most players, I don't think you will build March 7 to that extent, so I think Yanqing is so-so. Fire MC is also, shield is very thin, draws aggro, but if the enemy has AoE, he gets hit once and his utility drops significantly. His ice, which is nice, but I think Jingliu is just way better right now, based on my thoughts as well. But still, overall, he was one of the best characters in the game. So if you saw the earlier videos in 1.0 and wondering why are these all the other guys like saying that this is one of the best picks, it's because back then we didn't have too many DPSs. So if you want to just clear as much as you can and get as much resources as you can in 1.0 to 1.5 right now for 6 months, Yanqing was actually a pretty stable option until we had like more DPSs being added into the game. As always, DPSs tend to be power crap a little bit quicker compared to like supports, for example like Bronya. For example, supports like even the defensive units like Bailu as well as Japat, and of course Welt. These are like considered relatively supportive, which even they also kind of got power creep. I wouldn't say power creep, but more competition, and because there are only 4 slots in a team, 8 slots in 2 teams, you can't unfortunately put everyone in the team unless they have like 4 teams for Memory of Chaos. That would be quite fun, don't you think? Anyways, those are my thoughts for this video. Just quick summary. Bronya, probably top pick for most people, even her E1. Just pull for characters that you like if you already have no trouble with Memory of Chaos. And we have done a lot of team composition guides on how to build effective teams for these characters on the channel. Check it out. I highly recommend it because we go very in-depth in regardless of what team you have. It's very, very useful. We have a lot of good positive comments coming from them. Subscribe for more of such future videos. Thanks so much for watching. See you in the next video.
So we've made plenty of videos on Kafka in the past, but we haven't talked about as of recently because this character has been kind of under the radar for quite a while now. Most people are focused on Jing and all the other damage dealers in the game, while Kafka is a character that has always relatively held her value, but has once again just been forgotten. Yo, what up, Toshi here. As of recently, she's received a lot of pseudo buffs, we can say, just like Jing has, and most of the supporters that is buffing her is buffing other characters as well. So it's not just like Kafka is receiving these pseudo buffs. Now going forward, Kafka is going to be the one to gain the most value, both 1.5 and 1.6, because of many different things and additions added to the game. Let's hop right into it. As I said in the previous video, I'm obviously not home, so if the microphone or the audio sounds a little scuffed, I do apologize. But really quickly, I want to talk about the Kafka I'm going to be using in this video, or the gameplay you will be seeing. First of all, she is rocking 3500 attack, which is not that much if you take into consideration she is using her 5-star light cone. She does, however, have 140 speed, which honestly is very, very nice, because we're going to go into exactly why the speed is important on this character when we talk about her relic options and her planar set. And then I have 119 energy regeneration rate on the character. This is not that important. I just want to use an energy regenerate linked rope just to see how it functions on the character. And honestly, I was relatively impressed when I've used her in hypercarry teams with Ting Yun and other battery-like characters like Huo Huo. Now, like the damage dealers, Kafka is a character that has a cap at the ceiling when it comes to her personal damage. Now, as you do unlock more options in terms of supporters, her damage will definitely increase. But if you're looking to personally increase her damage like you would any other crit-based damage dealer, that's not going to be the case. However, with the addition of 1.5, we have received a new relic set for the character that has now become her best in slot. So the new relic set for dot damage dealers is going to be the first instance of Kafka having her own personal damage increase. So you can think of this as a pseudo buff or just a straight up buff for the character. You increase your attack by 12%, which is great because damage over time, as we said in other videos, scale based off of your attack and your damage percentage. And then for every dot the enemy is inflicted with the 4-piece passive, you will ignore the enemy's defense by 6% while dealing damage. And this goes up to 18% ignore defense. This is huge because if you're like me and you use the quantum set on Kafka, no longer do you have to have the enemy have a quantum weakness or use Silverwolf in your party in order to get the 4-piece 20% ignore defense. Now you can have 18% at all times, which is very, very nice, and you get 12% attack to make it even better. Now, as I go over the relic paces on this Kafka, you'll see that all of the relics are honestly not that good. You could consider them as being bad relics for most characters in the game, but since it's Kafka, the relic or the stat value doesn't really matter that much because all you're looking for is attack and speed on the character and some effect hit rate here and there because that's all she needs in order to make sure her dots actually land on the enemies. And then here I have more speed, more attack, but again, the values on this relic is not even that good. It has a roll into effect res and HP here, which is honestly good on the character because, well, any stat that doesn't go towards crit rate and crit damage is just going to be valuable in the character. And then attack percent main body, and you can see here it has crit damage and effect hit rate. No speed, and again, this probably took me about a day's worth of farming, and I never had to go back to this relic domain for the character ever again. But one thing you take into consideration is that speed main stat for the boots is going to be best in slot for the character always. I mean, you can use attack percent boots, but you're going to need speed somewhere because having her take more turns is very important because she's the one that's detonating the dots inside the team comps. The only thing that's going to take a little bit of RNG when it comes to farming relics for the character is going to be the speed boots. But honestly, if you get all of the other 3 main stats you need with a couple of nice substats here and there, you can just craft the speed boots and never have to worry about farming here ever again. And honestly, for me, that kind of beats having to farm like crazy for a character like Topaz that benefits from crit stats. So imagine having to go for another 4-piece relic set on that character. Oh boy. Kafka is the character that benefits the most from Huo's existence in 1.5, and that's because the buffs that Huo provides in the energy gain is very good for Kafka because she's a character that needs to have her ulti up at all times, and the attack percentage makes her dots do even more damage because, again, dots don't crit, so you don't need any crit rate or crit damage. And attack percent is all you really need from a supporter, and of course damage boost too like Ting Yun's, but attack percent is going to increase your dot damage mostly. So having the attack percent increase by 40% for 2 turns is very good for Kafka, because the attack increase is going to make her dots deal more damage whenever that enemy takes their turn, and whenever she detonates the dots herself, they're going to deal even more damage, and then 20% increase to the max energy of her and every other ally in this team means that if you're using Ting Yun, you can put her in a hyper carry team of Huo, and then her own energy being increased means that she's able to detonate the dots on an AoE. This is Kafka's best team currently, and the cool thing about the dot character in the 4th slot, or should I say the 1st slot in this case, who is Sampo, can be replaced with any other dot character in the game, or you can use a character like Pela or Silver to increase Kafka's personal damage even more. I opt for having Sampo because he's very nice because he increases Kafka's damage while also being able to apply his own damage to the enemy. But then again, a Green Eye Finn is a character that has more AoE in her kit, allowing you to benefit more with the energy you gain from Ting Yun and Huo, and then you're able to put the vulnerability, increasing Kafka's damage greatly, while Green Eye Finn being a character that applies her own burn to the enemy, dealing massive damage and taking advantage of all the buffs Huo provides. But this is one of the strongest teams in the game currently because of Huo coming out. This character really did change Kafka's teams for the better. And the cool thing is that you can use Topaz in the same team of Kafka still, because once you're in the team buffing his personal damage instead of just having 2 characters buff the personal damage of Kafka in this case. If you thought the 2 buffs that Kafka received in the same patch wasn't enough, well, she received another with the release of the 2-piece planar set. This seems tailor-made for the character and Seal as well. We'll go over Seal in a different video, but the 12% attack is very, very good for any character, in this case Kafka, that is a damage dealer, but especially her because, again, attack percent increases her dodge damage greatly. The second part of the passive, where the wearer's speed is equal to 135-160, will increase that wearer's damage by 12% or 18% depending on what level of speed you have. This is very good for Kafka because she's a character you want to have speed on anyways. And if you use a character like Asta in the team party, which we'll go over in just a second, or even Ting Yun as we went over previously, you're going to give her more speed and allow her to hit that 160 very, very reliably. So in my opinion, Kafka and Seal are the 2 best benefiters from the release of this planar set. Now, if I didn't say this previously, but if you're using Kafka and let's say you don't have Kafka's best install Lycone, using Asta, which you're probably using Asta with Kafka anyways with your other dot damage dealer, you're going to benefit more with the planar set now for Kafka because you'll have more speed for the character, in this case Asta giving speed and attack as well, and Kafka will always meet that speed threshold she needs for the extra damage from that planar set. But again, you're probably already using Asta with Kafka anyway, so this is just a straight up buff for your team. I'm not done yet, because if you thought that 3 buffs was enough for this character, well, we're getting Argenti, who will be a very nice character to pair alongside honestly, I don't even know why I'm trying to say this right now. Argenti probably is not going to be a very nice character to use alongside Kafka. But with the release of Ruan Mei in 1.6, you're going to honestly love using these 2 characters together. All I can say for now is that that is going to be a 4th buff for the character, overall making the meta shift into the favor of Kafka, who is a character that will benefit most free-to-play players anyways, or should I say every player in the game, because she saves you the headache. I cannot express this enough. She saves you the headache from having to farm relics in Honkai Star Rail, and she looks this good. So there you have it. As it stands right now, I think Kafka is one of the best characters in the game, design-wise. Honestly, in my opinion, she is the best character design-wise. She has a kit that isn't very hard to understand, it's very straightforward and very easy. She has a playstyle that is different from all the other playstyles in the game, making her a fresh of breath air and a fun character overall, and she opens up the doors for a interesting team comp we have not had in Honkai Star Rail until recently, or I guess we've had it before, but 3 DPSs in one team. You can have Kafka and 2 other dot damage dealers in the same team party. Now fast forward into the future and we receive a character, a 5-star supporter, that is going to be a buffer for Kafka, a personal buffer, increasing her damage greatly of dots, and even maybe providing dots on their own. That's going to be the video here. Thank you for watching. I did say Ruame will be a buff for Kafka overall, and again, that's just leaks. We don't know if that's actually going to be the case until she releases on Honkai Star Ahsoka. Stay tuned. We'll have a lot of videos going over Ruame when she does release, and information.
Puppy! Hi, what a good wahoo. Hi. Come on, you want a little snack? Okay, let's get you your treat. Okay.
Here's some watches.
Puppy! Hi, what a good wahoo.
Here's some.
Puppy! Hi, what a good wahoo.
A mother and her baby are alone at home when something very unsettling is caught on camera. According to the mother, she has no words for this terrifying encounter. The mother writes, "I thought I was hearing things at first, but then my back door motion detector went off. That's when I knew it was real." She further adds that only she and her child live alone in this house. So whatever was caught on camera had to be someone or something else. If no other child lives here, then who or what was captured? This is what was caught. Out of nowhere, a child's giggle is heard inside the house. But even more creepy is the fact that her baby was already looking at the direction from where the laugh had come from. Initially thinking it was just in her head, she turns away from the source of the voice, seeming less scared, when suddenly the sound of running footsteps is heard. It is at this point that she begins to realize that maybe someone or something is inside her house. It was only after the motion detector went off that she quickly fled away from the scene. As we already know, there shouldn't be another child in the home, yet a kid's voice is heard inside. The mom further mentions that she looked around the house as one of her thoughts was that a kid had broken into her home, but after searching all over the place, there was no trace of anyone there. Of course, it's not certain if a ghost or an entity was caught on camera, but until more info is given, the question still remains: just who or what was inside the house? A family in Mexico has been experiencing paranormal activity. From hearing random knocks on their door and opening it to find no one there, to seeing things inside their house move on their own, the family can't help but think that something very sinister is haunting them. Now, for some reason, these odd occurrences didn't happen until one day they heard a random knock on their door. Ever since then, they would wake up late at night to strange noises and other creepy occurrences that seemingly don't stop unless they are recognized. Given how often this occurs, the family has started recording these incidents. After being woken up once again by strange noises, a family member begins to record and captures the following. This is what they caught.
Son las... no sé si se alcanza a ver, las 3 de la mañana con 1 minuto. Y mi hermana me acaba de levantar porque dice que se escuchan ruidos en el cuarto. Mi esposo y mi niña están dormidos y vamos a ir a ver qué se escucha en el otro cuarto. No hay nadie, solamente estamos mi hermana, mi hija, mi esposo y yo. Aquí en este cuarto está solo porque en estos últimos días nadie ha podido dormir aquí. Como podrán ver, el cuarto está totalmente solo y pues nadie duerme aquí, solo estamos nosotros. Mi hermana dice que se escuchan cosas, pero... ay, me asusté. Pero no sé, pues no se oye nada, no sabes. Amor, levántate, levántate porque allá le pegaron a la puerta, no sé qué pasó. Venimos Ari y yo. Se escuchó la puerta, se escuchó la puerta. Mira, acabamos de venir y no estaba así. Todos los cajones están abiertos. Oh, Dios.
All of a sudden, the bedroom cabinets are open. It's almost as though someone had ransacked the room before disappearing from sight. But the family knows it wasn't a person who did this, but rather something else. They continue to look around in confusion, trying to see if anything else had happened, when out of nowhere, this happens.
La niña está dormida. Estamos solos. No sabemos qué fue lo que pudo haber pasado. Mi esposo anda viendo. ¿Qué fue eso? ¿Qué es, amor?
Se movió la puerta, no sé qué va a caer aquí, nada, no hay nada. A ver, espérate.
No hay nada. No hay nada en el baño.
Just what exactly had caused the noise in the bathroom? Like with most occurrences, the family can't seem to explain it. But surprisingly, it was thereafter that the occurrences stopped. It would seem that the family no longer experiences anything unusual. But then one night, the following takes place. The family is woken up by a shuffling noise coming from the same bedroom where the cabinets had been opened. They immediately begin to record when the following happens.
Estamos otra vez aquí. Son las... no sé ni qué horas son, pero se están escuchando ruidos. Y estamos solas. Mi esposo anda trabajando. Mis hermanas están dormidas. Saraí, despiértate. Acompáñenme a ver allá adentro. Se están escuchando ruidos otra vez. Voy a despertar a Ani. Levántense por favor para que me acompañen a ver allá adentro. Se están escuchando ruidos. Vamos, agarra por favor a la niña. Dios mío, estamos solas. No sé si alcancen a escuchar. Se escucha el perro. ¿Qué horas son, hija? Son las 3:33 de la mañana. Ay, Dios. Dicen que esta hora es muy buena porque te parezcan las cosas, ¿eh? Estamos solas, mi esposo le tocó trabajar hoy. Estamos nosotras solas. Tenemos mucho... No, abrázame. Tenemos mucho miedo. Hace como 15 días que se empezó... que se escucharon estos ruidos. No sé si es imposible. Ay. No sé Ay, Dios. Ay, Dios. Ay, no. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, no sé si alcanzaron a ver, pero se movió la cortina. Acompáñenme, por favor, a ver si no es alguien. ¿Hay alguien? Ay, Dios mío, no quiero salir.
Somehow, the curtain moves on its own. Now, some think that a light breeze had made it move, which could be the case, but it still doesn't explain the strange banging noise that is heard, or why the dogs were barking non-stop. Maybe it is the case that somebody was messing with them, but other previous incidents make the family think otherwise. So then, just what exactly is going on inside this home? Like with most videos, there has yet to be a definitive answer to this question. This next video was shot by someone who in the footage seems to be taking in the view of the river before them. All appears to be normal until the camera catches something from a distance. Upon zooming in, it becomes apparent that whatever was caught on camera had most likely ruined the mood of the person recording. Now there isn't that much info on the clip, but it still nonetheless speaks for itself. This is what was captured.
Domingo, curtindo uma cachoeira em Leeds, Rio de Janeiro. Reparem o visual na mata. Agora o melhor de tudo. Essa queda d'água. Muita água. Muita força. Uhul! E caraca! Uma coisa ali. Caraca, apareceu um cara ali no meio da água. Mozinho! Mozinho, você viu o cara no meio da água? Caraca! Ali, mozinho!
Not too far from the camera, there appears to be someone, or something, bathing in the roaring rapids of the river. After being splashed by countless river waves, the figure all of a sudden vanishes. It's as though the waves had washed away the shadowy form, but then suddenly, it comes back for a split second before being taken away by the river. Now, even if we don't know what the person behind the camera is saying, we can hear it in their voice how baffled they are by the strange figure in the distance. Whoever, or whatever this is, has yet to be known, but I'll leave it to you to decide as to whether or not it's something paranormal. Unfortunately, the lack of info on this video makes it likely that we'll never know for sure. A mountain climber from Mexico shares a chilling photo from his trip to the mountains. It was during a podcast that Jesus Olivares shared the image and recounted the story behind it. Doubtless, the picture is pretty creepy to say the least. In 2009, Olivares and a group of friends had traveled to one of the highest mountains in Mexico. The mountain is known as Pico de Orizaba, which has an elevation so high above sea level that it's nearly impossible to climb without an oxygen supply. Many believe that the mountain is uninhabitable for this reason, and therefore lacks civilization. However, many climbers have reported seeing silhouettes of people and other strange shadow-like figures when going up the mountain. While some think that this might have been other climbers in the area, many believe that this might have been the spirits of deceased individuals who tragically died during their climb. Now, Olivares admits to having seen things he couldn't explain. Perhaps this might have been the altitude sickness kicking in, as low levels of oxygen can cause people to hallucinate. But Olivares is certain that what he saw wasn't him just seeing things, but in fact, something real. And to prove it, he has a photo. In a podcast, Olivares claims to have seen shadows and heard distant voices while he and his friends ascended the mountain. These occurrences would come and go, but eventually stop at a certain point. They would continue climbing, feeling less spooked, before later stopping to take photos. Now lots were taken, but one in particular would catch people's attention. After the trip was over, Olivares posted the pics on his social media and called it a day. But then, the day after, a strange comment was made below one of his photos, which read, "Nice pic, but who's the kid in the background?" Confused by the comment, Olivares, in response, asked, "What kid?" To which they replied, "The kid in the corner. Who is that?" Olivares takes a closer look at the photo. He immediately got goosebumps. Olivares assures us that he and his friends, all adults, were the only ones present at the site. Initially thinking that it was just a rock, he shrugged it off as a case of pareidolia, but upon closer examination, there is clearly a child's face. It doesn't make any sense that someone, let alone a child, would be this high up in the mountain by themselves. Only explanation he can think of is that this was a paranormal incident. But of course, it is solely a theory among many others who've seen the picture. The photo continues to haunt him to this day, even though it was taken back in 2009, and the lack of an explanation reassures him that something paranormal occurred. But as always, what do you think? Did Olivares capture something paranormal? Or might there be a rational explanation for this? Feel free to let me know what you think down below. If you caught something creepy on camera, or if there's any ghost videos you'd like me to check out and include in the next compilation, you can send them over to scaryvideos444@gmail.com. That being said, let's get back to the video. Now this last video was submitted by Aaron Tipsy, who states that a friend of his had sent him a creepy video. In it, Aaron's friend can be seen sleeping inside their bedroom when something downright terrifying is captured. It's close to midnight when the following happens. This is what was caught. What better way to induce insomnia than by watching a video like this? Now it's worth mentioning that this same video can be found on TikTok. However, the context given for that video is different from the one that was sent to me. Aaron states that his friend has no recollection of ever doing this in their sleep, whereas the one on TikTok states that they were fully conscious when they did this. Whether conscious or not, the imagery of this video is still nonetheless pretty disturbing. Real or not, this here is a great source of nightmare fuel. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Until next time.
You're scaring me.
Donnie Drunkard has been experiencing strange activity at home. He's been documenting all the strange things that have been happening. However, his most recent video captures something that is beyond belief. This may just be the most compelling piece of evidence I've seen in a while. Check it out.
Who's here? What's your name?
That's it right there. Yeah, I got him. Great. Yeah, I got him. Great. Yeah, I got him. Great.
Right up above me. Right up above me. Oh my god.
Someone was home alone when they recorded this.
No hay nadie por la cámara. Ay, güey. Cerramos la cámara. Pues sí está abierta. Y pues de este lado igual, el baño está abierto. Ay, güey, están tocando la puerta. A ver. Ay, cabrón. No hay nadie. No mames.
While filming a video in the attic, Liliana encounters something pretty spooky.
What if it's a raccoon? Why isn't she answering? She's in there. I'm gonna be so mad. She's not in there. I can't. It's I'm so scared. Mom! It's like a horror movie. Answering? It's probably your mom. She was just messing with us for a long amount of time. It scared the shit out of me. Let's throw something at it. What? What the fuck? Oh my god! It's the wind. No, it's not. Why was it knocking? It was completely closed. Like I shut it. Like it closes with the lock. Slaya, I'm shaking. Mom!
The photo I'm about to show was taken at a playground inside a McDonald's. In this photo, something really creepy was captured. The parents who took the picture wrote, "Taken at a McDonald's. We thought our daughter was alone in this playground at the time. The face on the left was not visible at the time I took this. When she was asked who was next to her in the pic, she replied, 'That's my imaginary friend Beto.' Here's the photo they took. Allie Wynn was shooting a video on TikTok when, while editing the video, she saw something that left her spooked. Hayden Cardino was lying in bed while using her phone. She just saw something in her closet. She swore she saw a face and wanted to prove it. But after having pressed record and zooming in, this happens. Reddit user Vanilla Bear encountered something really creepy while staying over at his parents' house. Vanilla Bear writes, "Guys, I'm seriously freaking out. I don't know what's going on. Weird things happen in my parents' house all the time, but this is the most severe. Take a look at this footage and see what you think." This video was posted on Twitter by a police officer from Brazil who was part of a police operative that took place inside an abandoned hospital. Needless to say, the footage she caught on camera is pretty creepy to say the least.
Caralho, bicho, que é isso, mano? Cuidado, Judá. Cuidado, mano, que é isso, mano?
Mano, não tem nada.
Caralho, mano, que é isso, bicho? Caralho, mano. Mano, que é isso, bicho? Caralho, mano. Bora, mano.
Deus me livre, mano.
Vai, mano. Vai, mano. Vai, mano. Vai, vai, mano.
There seems to be someone or something peeking at the officers. I don't know what it is, but there's something off-putting about it. And it doesn't help that this took place inside an abandoned hospital. If there's a place that I would stay away from at all costs, it would be the Clean Water Demon House in Reno, Nevada. A lot of people have died there, and it's also a hotspot for satanic rituals. So, when Patrick and Jason went over to this house, they couldn't believe the stuff they witnessed.
Oh, don't do this now. Is there anybody in here with us? We thought we saw you on the stairs. Are you still there? Are you messing with that equipment? Let us know if you're messing with that.
Lights on.
I'm gonna say yes. Dude, what the f is going on with this thing?
I don't know.
At the same time. I don't know what it is about that staircase, but it just doesn't feel good. What was that?
What?
I don't think that was a shadow, but it was on the other side of that window.
Right as I was walking back into the house, I just happened to glance down at the camera's LED screen. I thought I saw some kind of black shadow behind that window, but I didn't even realize until I reviewed the footage that I'd captured probably one of the best shadow figures I've ever seen. And here's where it gets even more compelling. This is the shot from the camera that was sitting inside of that room. I'm gonna sync up the audio from this camera to our cameras and show you that there's no explainable reason that something should have been behind that door.
I don't know what it is about that staircase, but it just doesn't feel good. What was that?
What?
I don't think that was a shadow. But it was on the other side of that window.
Now that's scary. Kelsey Flynn was shopping for a dress as she was chosen to be a bridesmaid for an upcoming wedding. She came across a store that had a really nice dress, which is the one you see in this photo. She tried it on and sent this photo to her sister, who approved it and said that it was a really pretty dress. But she also added that there was something odd about the photo. In fact, she said that it was cursed and must be deleted. Kelsey had no idea what she was talking about until she looked at the background and noticed this. Her face in the mirror doesn't match the face she made for the photo. Kelsey was in shock and at a loss for words, which is the same reaction I and others had after seeing this. This next video features someone who woke up in the middle of the night and encountered something really creepy. This next clip is pretty creepy, as something unexpected happens towards the end. The video starts off with someone going through a tunnel late at night. All appears to be normal, until, after going further in, this happens.
Wow. That's so cool. Wow. Ooh. Hello? 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 Oh my god, no!
Whoever this was at the end of the tunnel seemed pretty creepy. But the creepiest part about this person isn't the way he was acting, but also how he appeared. If you look closely, this person appears to have no face and a body that's similar to that of a puppet's. The following video was posted by Esco Season 95, who was home alone at the time of this recording. Esco was lying in bed, playing with his dog while recording him, when, out of nowhere, something really creepy happens. Grace was going out for a walk when out of nowhere, this happens.
I'm currently having a little bit of a mental, moment. I was driving home from work. It's holy shit! Oh my god! 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 Holy shit! Oh my god! 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 Holy shit! Oh my god! There was. Oh my god. That was not normal. Oh my god. Holy. I just saw something. And I'm really f***ing terrified.
The scariest part about this video isn't Grace's reaction to the hooded figure who, according to Grace, didn't look like a person, but rather the whisper she heard when she got inside her car. I'll play the clip in case you missed it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Now if that's not creepy, then I don't know what is. Garen, who is the person you see right here, filmed this video 10 years ago and hasn't released it ever since. It was up until now that he decided to release this video. The reason why he didn't release it is unknown, but I can't help but think that it was solely because he was afraid of showing others. What he captured on camera is really creepy.
Stop looking at me, I don't want to do it anymore.
Come on, one more question.
No.
Promise.
Just do one more question, just for the fun of it. Y'all made me stay down there when I wanted.
You're not doing it right now, Shelby. You don't feel the thing moving when you don't see it moving when you lift it up.
Just one more question.
Just one more, you promise?
I promise. Come on.
Just one more. This will be it, I promise. Well, I can't say that because I'm not doing it. But
What do you want me to ask?
just ask it if it's going to harm y'all or if it means harm or something. I don't know.
It's a freaking evil spirit, Shelby. Of course it means harm.
Well, I'm just saying, just ask it.
Do you mean that's any harm? Ah, no. Whatever. No!
Are you Oh my god, there's no way that thing just flew by its friggin' self. No!
This next video might be actual proof of a ghost manifesting itself as a living, breathing entity. Check it out, it's pretty creepy. Someone appears to have set up a camera on a table pointing at the kitchen entrance. The reason as to why it was set up there in the first place is unknown, but later in the video, it becomes clear as to why it was there. Watch this clip and see what happens. A shadowy apparition passes by in front of the camera. Take a look at this photo and see if you can spot anything unusual. Do you see it? Well, how about now? There appears to be a sickly looking person in the background. The person who posted this states that she went to an abandoned hospital with some friends and took this photo. The ghostly figure in the background went unnoticed until she went back home and looked closely at the image. It sure is scary, but I see nothing wrong with someone who just wanted to be part of the group. The more the merrier, as the saying goes. In Mineral Wells, Texas, there's a house that is known to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. There's always something going on in this house. But just recently, the owners of this house, which goes by the name of Haunted Hill House, shared footage of what might just be the scariest thing they've encountered. A group of tourists who were conducting their own paranormal investigation encountered something really terrifying. Check this out.
As you can see, she was yanked off the bed. This was not a fall. And then they ran out. We're going to rewind that and we're going to show you in regular screen at 2:15:41.
Rewind it one more time.
He's like, where'd she go? He just looks over and she's gone.
Reddit user Princess Lena received a video from her friend who didn't realize that she captured something really disturbing in the background. Princess Lena writes, "Something with a red face came up behind my friend. She was drinking and there was no one else in the room with them. It randomly shows up behind the girl on the left." Here's the video that she received. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a burnt victim. Take a look.
Lexi? 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 Hey! Stop staring at me like that! Alexis! Yo, you're starting to freak me the f*** out! Mom! 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 Stop! Why are you crying? Hello? Lexi? Mom! She's just standing here staring at me.
Relax. Hey. Hey, go lay down.
N Bucky 99 was out with some friends visiting a mausoleum in Somers, Connecticut when they encountered something pretty spooky. N Bucky writes, "When we approached the fence and began speaking, there is a scuffle from inside. This is followed by footsteps that sounded like they were running towards us."
Alright, so we're at the Keeney Mausoleum.
Is anybody here?
Hello? Would anyone like to say something? You okay? Holy shit! Dude, that was insane! Oh my god, that's not real, dude.
Veronica S. caught something really creepy on camera. Veronica writes, "We moved. My kid slept with me after. We are fine, and no longer record or pay attention to it." But by far, the most chilling footage Veronica has captured is this following clip in which a friend of hers tries to confront whatever this is.
Are you here?
Are you in the boys' room?
Shut up, don't be sick.
Answers to what happened to you. If something bad happened.
I'm scared to walk in the dark and I'm terrified.
move that back towards that.
You're following him, why?
I didn't follow him at all.
I'm not even moving it.
You finally moved. This door's stuck.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sandra Fulton posted the following video on Facebook and writes, "So this is a friend of ours. His name is Jack, and he's deaf. Jack is signing to someone on his phone, and while doing so, something runs behind him. I sent this in and had it analyzed. There were 2 other entities in the video as well that his phone camera didn't pick up. Here's the video she posted. Sunny Deeds is a YouTuber who does ghost hunting videos with his friend CJ. Out of all the places they've explored, one in particular has had the most activity. That place is Honeycutt Farms, a farm that is known to be haunted. And even though both Sunny and CJ knew this, they were still shocked by what happened while spending the night there. During one of their investigations, they encountered something pretty creepy.
Who knocked on... Who was banging on the wall? Me? You keep saying me. I don't know who me is. Please tell me your name. Oh, shit. What the hell? Something just flew off the counter. I can't turn this off. What the hell? I don't know, that was there. Something flew right off the camera. Guys, you saw it right on camera. What the hell? Oh, all right. I think I'm gonna go, I don't know if that's some sign that I need to get the hell out of here and go get up with CJ. I don't know what's going on with him down there, but Jesus.
What better way to end a paranormal investigation than with poltergeist activity? Facebook user Shyunique Legacy was live streaming on Facebook when he captures something unsettling. Take a look.
Some weird ass shit going on around this motherfucker, dog. Like, on God, it's some weird ass shit going on around this shit. Like, I'm really just out my mind right now, because I really think I just saw what the fuck I just saw. Like, I'm finna open my back door and show y'all that the picture came from in the back of my yard, man. Let me see if I can flip this around. That's the exact motherfucking spot now. That's my backyard. I'm zooming in a little piece. This is the exact spot that I just... Hold on.
In the middle of the night, Danny Donahue woke up to a noise that came from his bathroom. Here's what he caught on camera. Although obviously fake, it sure is pretty damn scary. Something set off the security alarm on one of our properties 2 nights ago. This is the footage we found after nothing was stolen. Now, if you thought that was creepy, wait till you hear this. The police came and found the alarm system ripped off the wall. Lots of spooky stuff has happened in that house. That's why we had the security installed. Could this be a case of poltergeist activity, or is this something else? Ricky Velasquez was checking out a cabin located in the middle of nowhere. The cabin was abandoned, so Ricky went over to conduct a paranormal investigation. But upon arriving, Ricky sensed that there was something off about the place. He didn't like it, but he continued the investigation. However, something terrifying happens that almost causes him to leave the site.
¿Cómo te llamas? Uy, yo espero que se haya grabado eso. Oh. Oh, no mames.
So on eBay, there's these dolls that are called timeout dolls. But after watching this video, I don't think I'll be buying one.
Guys, I'm babysitting and I just found the creepiest thing. Look at this. What is that? Oh my god. No, but what is it? It's so creepy. It's freaking me out. Is this real hair? Oh my god. And look. Ugh. Guys, I just came in to make dinner and look what I found. Another one. Oh my gosh. It's a boy this time. Oh my god. Why would you look at that? Why would anyone have this in their house? Honestly, it's the creepiest thing I've ever seen. Oh my god, it has another bell. Oh my god. Guys, guess who I am? The light started going insane. Let me show you. Okay, wait for it because it was literally just happening a second ago. Max? Better not be out of bed. Okay, I think I'm just gonna get him and go because it's really freaking me out.
Yeah, I really don't like dolls. Mario Lara is the owner of a store in Guadalajara, Mexico, and lately he's been capturing strange activity, from objects flying off the shelves to a power drill going off by itself. It's safe to say that Mario is scared out of his mind. But all of this pales in comparison to the following footage. Late at night, when the store was closed, Mario captures something that is just downright disturbing. There appears to be a devious-looking entity rising from the piñatas. But as if things couldn't get any more disturbing, the following happens during a live stream that Mario was hosting.
Y pues todo normal. Nadie me quiso acompañar.
Valeria Sophie caught something on camera that many viewers, including herself, can't explain. This footage was taken from the security camera located at the side of her house. Teresa de Ocampo saw her phone lying next to her son. She would often let him use the phone as this kept him entertained while she went off to do errands. At the end of the day, she would retrieve her phone and look at some of the photos/videos he took. She would often laugh at the stuff she would find on her phone. However, this one particular night was different. She didn't laugh. Rather, she was terrified. The video she saw left her speechless. Take a look at this video and let me know what you think. There's a stranger in this video. However, this isn't some random person. In fact, the lady in this video is actually Teresa's mother, who passed away years before. Teresa couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her mother was dead, yet here she is in this video that her son took. In the following clip, a security guard is outside in the middle of the street late at night. He appears to be shouting at a pedestrian who's on the other side of the street. However, if you look closely, there's something off about this person. I'll play the clip and let you see for yourself.
Fue crucificado, muerto y sepultado. Descendió a los infiernos. Al tercer día, quitando la chaqueta, resucitó entre los muertos. Subió a los cielos y está sentado a la derecha de Dios Padre Todopoderoso. Quítame la chaqueta. Descendió a los infiernos. Al tercer día resucitó entre los muertos. Subió a los cielos y está sentado a la derecha de Dios Padre Todopoderoso.
Here's a short clip posted by Reddit user Grand Slammer, who writes, "My buddy got an alert on his home security cam. This is what was caught." TikTok user Abel3E has a friend who's been experiencing strange activity at home. One night, he saw something in his backyard and swore it was a ghost. He believes it's a ghost since he lives next to a house that's been abandoned for a long time. There's just something about this house that gives off paranormal vibes, and he thinks that this might be the source of all the strange things that have been happening around his place. He hasn't been able to capture anything on camera, but then, one night, he captures this. There seems to be a little girl walking on the other side of the fence. Harry McClary heard a noise coming from his basement and captured this.
Hello?
Oh my god!
Tim Morozov was trying to contact the dead inside an abandoned house when he captures footage of something pretty creepy.
Рядом со мной. Ты готов со мной поговорить? На этом стуле.
The following clip is demonstrative of those type of videos that I don't like watching alone.
Here I go to bed myself. What the f is that? What is that? What God is that?
The following video was submitted by Super Toxic Potato 75, who claims to have captured something unexplainable while staying over at a rundown building with some friends. Take a look at the footage they captured. It's pretty spooky, to say the least.
Red? It's a puzzle.
Is anyone wearing red?
Oh, Yeah, me.
Who?
You're wearing maroon. No, it's red.
That's maroon.
It's red. It's maroon. It's red. Stop. It's already an hour.
Point it. Point at it.
It's been an hour.
One last. I'm gonna. No f***ing way!
As you can see, the door slammed on its own. Josiah Worley was getting creepy vibes from the room he was in when, moments later, this happens.
I'm about to go lay back down, and I'm gonna hope to God that nothing fucking does any weird shit, because I feel like there's weird shit right there. But at the same time, it could be friendly. Oh God, now look at me. I'm starting to sound like a fucking weirdo. Okay. Do you see that? What?
I wouldn't suggest watching this video alone, as what happens in it is pretty creepy. Reddit user Sir Squid posted the following video and writes, "My wife and I occasionally hear footsteps when nobody is there, and sometimes this is followed by a rocking chair moving. I set up a motion camera over the weekend and this happened. Urbix Hill is a YouTuber who explores abandoned places, but the places he's gone to as of recent have left him unsettled. While checking out an abandoned factory, this happens.
What's that? Was that? Hello? Hello?
But all of this is nothing compared to his latest tour inside an abandoned church. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Until next time.
What makes a game dead? A lack of a community. No updates. A low player count. Yes, it's a low player count. In this video, we'll be taking a look at a handful of games which, in one way or another, can be called dead games. Now, a few of these games I've selected to do have active player bases, but within these games there's a wide range of long-forgotten, dead game modes and community servers, which I'm including. For each game I've selected, I've set myself a time limit of 1 hour. Within this hour, I tasked myself to try and find anything interesting I could within the game, while completely and utterly alone. No footage within this video is scripted, and all footage was collected over the course of a few days. Now without further ado, we're going to attempt to make something out of nothing. Active Worlds is a virtual world game which was released all the way back in 1995 and received an update as recently as 8 months ago. Within the game, you can walk around user-created levels, some of which are older than me, and talk to anyone you come across. For the purposes of this video though, we're going to be sticking to the empty servers, which is most of them. Of course, I had to start by making myself an avatar. The first step with making a character was that I had to select one of the 3 main species of man, being human, teen, and anime. I quickly glanced through my options and decided that I felt like being this very cool anime man. I also had to fit in if I were to run into anyone else along the way, so say hello to Big Cool Tony 1991. I started off in the tutorial map, figuring out the controls. I walked around for a bit, and after about a minute I went full breaker style and crashed the game with my smooth moves. Hopping back online after the crash, the first map I tried out was a Rolling Stones tribute map called Pops, and I can't play the song, so just imagine you're hearing it. Next up was a server called Primo 2, and this map was absolute peak. It seemed to be some kind of tribute to Coca-Cola, with an entire city being made in the soft drink's honor. I didn't get too far in before it crashed again, but I wasn't stopping there with this one. I had to see Primo 2. Heading into the town square, the city's name was unveiled, Cokeopolis. I was being flooded with Coke ads all around, and my eardrums were assaulted by the overlapping promotional material. But I had to venture on to see what awaits in Cokeopolis. I reached the inner city and was met with, you guessed it, more Coke ads. Now I don't know if this was some sort of paid promotion or a genuine labor of love by a Coke lover, and I don't know which one is worse. Within town, I had a few options. I could head to the Coke Theater, the Coke Lounge, or the Coke Hotel. I chose the theater to see what kind of kino they were playing inside, seeing as tickets were $100 each. After this, I headed over to the Cokeopolis maximum security prison and caught a glimpse of the rules as things were loading in. No spitting, no smoking, no having fun, and no Pepsi. I decided I was going to head back down Main Street and took one of their iconic flying cars. Next up was a real bare-bones Star Wars server. Now I don't know if it just hadn't loaded things in yet or if it was glitching, but it just felt unfinished. I got yelled at by an invisible bartender and moved on. After this was a server called Bugs. I hopped into the next one, which was called SIAW. I take it this one was an official Active World server because of the AW, as well as the fact that it was just a genuinely well-crafted, non-crack map. Like, this one was genuinely impressively built in its own weird Active Worlds kind of way. The only odd thing about this one was a MIDI playing the Halloween theme song, just scattered all around the map. Like, it was in a couple clothing stores and a bingo hall and probably other places too. I ramped the police car up a bridge, caught some wicked air, started freaking out, and moved on. So this one was just called SFX, and it started off real creepy with the song choice as everything loaded in. When I walked in, it was made clear that this was some kind of actual sponsored map, probably from sometime in the 90s or 2000s.
Welcome to Special Effects at the Museum of Science, sponsored by Media One.
Having a look around, this was some kind of weird museum or showcase of different facets of special effects in movies and TV, with different signs around the place being interactable, taking you to different web pages. Of course, most of these were shut down or stupidly outdated, but some were actually still around, like the IMAX sign. This one had a real ominous atmosphere for some reason, specifically due to the odd sound design, which I find weird given that this is a map literally dedicated to SFX, which includes sound design. Next up was a map just called Rick's. I thought it would be something funny, but it was just a recreation of the bar from Casablanca of the same name. I did manage to find Rick inside though. Hey boy, what have you done for me lately, huh? Looking around a bit more, there was some half-clipped stills from the movie, and that was about it. This next one was called Morgane. I spawned in as a man in Egypt. I walked by Edward Norton and his family, proceeding to full-speed sprint into the Great Pyramid of Giza. I was met with the pyramid's words of wisdom, telling me that death is not the end, as well as the iconic Giza JPEG images of Egyptian artifacts. I got lost a little bit in the pyramid's innards, but Big Cool Tony never loses his cool, and I eventually made my way down a ladder, which either didn't work or was just unfinished because the map ended there. This next one was called Moon, and I ended up spawning in below ground. I looked up in horror, watching my fellow lunar landers float around, lifelessly. It reminded me of the game Among Us. This next map was called Kool-Aid, which I reasonably thought meant that I would be interacting with the Kool-Aid Man or something along those lines. I instead spawned in as a jester in front of a big medieval manor. This was simply a build map, so that's all there really was to it. No Kool-Aid Man to be found.
Accessing data.
Within the Kool-Aid map was a portal, which took me to the Active World's center. which functions as a sort of information hub for new players. There was a bunch of rooms to choose from, but I chose the Active Worlds Tunes room. Within, I found links to a bunch of Active Worlds associated with or created radio stations. I don't actually know, I'm just assuming. To my surprise, a few of these actually still worked, some linked to band pages, and most were just dead links. The next one was just a server called Bongos. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. I had a little look around the scuba-themed map to maybe find some sunken treasure, but I was only met with disappointment.
Accessing data.
Welcome to Jesus is God TV.
Accessing data.
This next one was called Dreamland. It seemed to be more of an art map than an actual playable map. It was some sort of castle or something, engulfed in a thick fog, and based on the name, I'm assuming it was based on a dream the creator had. It did look really nice compared to pretty much everything else I saw on here, but once I entered into the hangar bay, I didn't really know what else to do, and moved on. This new Cyberpunk DLC is real weird. This next one up was called Expo. This one was real interesting, as it was some sort of online showroom for real products. It's dead now, but I'm assuming at one point it likely had a bunch of real ads up. The map is populated with fake players and business people, and after having a look around, I actually did manage to somehow find an ad that still worked, or it at least kinda worked. The page did open, but it was dead. This one felt like some sort of marketing purgatory, and it was genuinely weird to explore such a dead space that in real life is normally filled to the brim with people. This next one was just called Movies, so naturally I headed right into the theater, which was apparently playing greater than sign : open bracket. Heading inside, they were playing some sort of techno rave music. Personally, I wasn't a big fan of it, and so this is another really weird one because I'm pretty confident that this is a real, actual sponsored by a medical technology company map, with the company being Siemens Medical Systems. It seems like the computers around the room were supposed to play demos of medtech or something, but they no longer function properly. Is it just me, or is this like a really weird place to be advertising your medical technology? Either way, I quickly found the exit and departed. After finding the exit, I was sent into another scuba level, but this one was different from Bongos. I swam up to the underwater ruins, and this one actually had some pictures inside. There was a couple of neat paintings, an image of what seemed like someone's mother, a big fella by a classic car, and what seems to be someone's parents. In editing, I noticed one sign was different from the others, reading, "I miss you, Sky Leadfoot," meaning that this may be some kind of memorial or tribute map. So, we'll leave it be. Next up was a map called Singles. I immediately busted a bit of a groove to this otherworldly MIDI. But then I got caught on this big cat and could no longer move. This next one was called Nadareni, and I actually don't even know how to describe it. Either it was just like this, or things were severely bugging out on my end. So I ended up leaving pretty quickly. This next one was called Mystical, and I knew I was in for a treat. I arose within Albert's forest, and was immediately met with a gleeful beast. I did not intend to intrude on its whimsical playtime and left it undisturbed. Venturing forth, I encountered a dragon, which I attempted to mount. The mounting itself was successful, however, it seemed to be glitched, as I couldn't steer the creature. I came upon a fork in the road, and decided to make my way due west towards Wallenor. Passing by Stonehenge and crossing the bridge of decrepit spider souls, I proceeded into the haunted estate. Time, however, was running thin, and my adventure was put on hold as I explored other realms.
I love underline slopper.
Next one was called Waxtopia. This one didn't really have much besides this yep sign and some dancing feral rabbits in the back. With barely any time left on the clock, I hopped into a server called Pez. I spawned into this one as a stickman, with what I assumed to be my house in front of me. I headed inside and was met with my iconic framed picture of Clint Eastwood on the wall, as well as my floor mug root beer. Afterwards, I headed down to the skate park and found some cool posters. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Monday. Plan to take over the world. Oh. And eat. Very funny posters. I headed inside, but there wasn't actually any skating to be done, sadly, and with seconds left on the timer, I looked to the sky.
Good morning, USA!
Active Worlds was probably the most surreal game out of any in this video that I played. Each server had something new, and some were more unhinged than others. If you want to download the game yourself, you can go ahead and play some of these servers, as I doubt they'll be shutting down anytime soon, seeing as they've lasted this long already. I'd even recommend doing so, because it's insane, it's awesome, it's crazy, it's buck nutty. Gary's Mod, more well known as simply Gmod, is a 2004 mod for Half-Life 2 which became its own game in 2006, even being published by Valve. The game itself is essentially a pure sandbox using Valve's Source engine, allowing the player to bring in assets from other games such as Half-Life 2 or Counter-Strike Source, or use the workshop to bring in custom assets. This workshop functionality has done wonders for Gmod, as it's pretty much the sole reason for the game still being alive after all these years. One of the other main reasons for its continued success would be the custom game modes. You see, Gmod isn't just a sandbox game, as numerous other modes have been created over the years, with some of the most popular being Dark RP, Prop Hunt, and Trouble in Terrorist Town. Now you might be wondering why Gmod's one of the first games we'll be looking at, as the numbers show that while it peaked in players years ago, the game is far from dead, averaging around 40,000 players at the time of recording. Well, I brought up the game modes for a very specific reason, that being that there's numerous game modes that have been completely abandoned for years, with servers still being kept up. We'll be taking a look at these, as well as some empty servers on more popular game modes, to see if we can find anything interesting, and just to generally look back on the forgotten modes. As a very quick editor's note, please excuse the Gmod footage being a bit choppy. I've been trying to fix it for the past few hours, but I think it's just busted. Just pretend here that it's an authentic 2011 laptop running at 15 FPS experience. I decided to begin this one off by hopping into an empty server for Gmod's currently most popular game mode, Dark RP. Now I don't know if I picked the wrong server, or if it's something with my internet, but I'm not kidding when I say it took 10 minutes to connect to this one, so I didn't count this 10 minutes on the timer. I started off in the street needing a name, so I went with Stan Smith from American Dad. Now if you don't know what Dark RP is, it's basically a mode where you can live out a day-to-day life in Gmod, albeit one filled with crime and mischievous deeds. You can pick from a few classes to play as, such as dealers, cops, medics, chefs, and more. The level of darkness varies server by server, with some having more crime elements than others. People in this mode tend to take it pretty seriously, but that won't be a problem for us since there won't be anyone to take it seriously. Now I could take the easy road here and just describe literally everything in this part as liminal spaces. Since Gmod has gained a bit of a reputation for that over the past few years, but I won't do that because everyone's sick of it or has already heard it. Now usually in Dark RP, most of these buildings for rent would have little interiors set up by players, which could serve as shops or just houses. All these buildings being empty gave off a bit of an odd vibe. It didn't feel quite weird or creepy, but unsurprisingly it just felt empty. After wandering around for a while, I eventually wrapped back to spawn and found what I assumed to be a grave made for a real, actual person, which just threw off the whole mood, and I left shortly after. After Dark RP, I figured I should do one more popular game mode before I go into the weird stuff, so I took a look at Trouble in Terrorist Town servers. TTT, while still a popular mode, used to be a lot larger. It has the same setup as games like Among Us, where a few select players are tasked with taking out everyone else. The difference here is that TTT has the Detective class, which has ways to test for traitors, and is guaranteed to not be a traitor themselves. Another key difference is that everyone has access to guns and can just kill each other at any point, regardless of your class. I chose the Minecraft map because it's probably the most iconic TTT map, but upon spawning in I realized I wouldn't be able to do much, since TTT can't start without a few players, so I had to look around. And I exited the server.
And if you can believe it.
Since the big Triple T didn't work out, I decided it was time to hop into some smaller game modes, and I started off with Cinema. Now it's probably easy to guess, but Cinema is a mode where you can watch videos and movies on the big screen with your friends or other randoms on the server. Sadly, when I tried to play a video, it didn't work, so I moved on. But I guess for the sake of showing something, here's a recreation of what it probably looks like.
Don't eat at Joe's! Who knows where his food's been? Don't eat at Subway! We know where that food's been! Don't eat at McDonald's! Swansea fighting gunmen! There's only one place that I will fit right in. Kmart! Kmart! The food I like! The price I need!
Now here's one that truly fell from grace. Sled Build is a classic Gmod mode which has over 500,000 subscribers on the Steam Workshop. Wanna know how many people were playing it? 2. I hopped in their server to see what was going on, and found out they were just messing around in the spawn, not even playing the mode. I'd have built a sled myself, but I was on the time limit, and left these two to their own devices. The Hidden is a dead game mode, completely dead, which is either based on the game of the same name, or the game was based on it. I don't actually know. The game mode puts an invisible hunter against a team of Special Forces soldiers, so sort of like Predator, but in Gmod. Sadly, like TTT, without any players, this one wasn't working, so enjoy these cool shots I got of the map. After a few of these custom game modes, I figured I'd try my hand at a sandbox server, Gmod's regular mode. In Sandbox, you're free to do as you please, messing around with props, NPCs, and more. The first server I attempted to join had one rule, which was a bit of a red flag of a rule, so I swapped over to another before loading in. Immediately upon arrival, I was met with 9 options. The Man, Among Us, Fish, Cow, Something, Bag of Chips, Monkey, Blue Man, and a rotisserie chicken. Of course I had to go with the bag of chips. Now this server was just a regular old GM construct. There wasn't too much interesting on the server, but of course, I had to go through the iconic construct Darkroom. What the fuck? Another classic Gmod game mode, Prop Hunt, is exactly what the name implies. It has hunters search around for fake props that are controlled by other players who need to blend in with their surroundings. Now I'll be the first to say, Prop Hunt with no props is not very fun. At the very least, going around and breaking things activated my few remaining neurons, but I was pretty quickly done with this one. Judging by the comments on my last video, a ton of people are not fans of the Backrooms. So our last game mode is Backrooms RP. Now I don't know what the deal with this one was, but it ran like shit. In the game mode, you just walk around a Backrooms maze map, occasionally being teleported to new mazes. You can also find backpacks with the iconic grenades from Fallout 3 on them, although I didn't find a single one with anything actually in it. I don't know why, but despite being the liminal space game, somehow the Backrooms do not translate at all into Gmod, at least in my experience here. With that said, sadly, as I was walking around the Backrooms, the timer had reached its conclusion, and we had to move on to our next game. Gmod overall was a nice little walk down memory lane. I racked up quite a number of hours when I was younger in these game modes, and seeing a few of them completely dead made me a little sad. It might be worth revisiting someday to look at more game modes, but for now, we'll be leaving it and moving on to what can only be described as Gmod's predecessor. Mere months after Valve released Half-Life 1 in November of 1998, a mod was created for it called Sven Co-op. In essence, this game is a lot like Gmod, but with some key differences. To start, Sven doesn't have a workshop, or any real form of game mode selection. As well as this, it's on the Gold Source engine. the engine that Half-Life 1 uses. You can download maps or join servers to play with friends, and that's about it. Now compared to Gmod, this one only has a handful of people playing, averaging around 500 people online. We're going to hop into a few empty servers to see if we can strike any gold, or at least find something interesting. Sven started off incredibly strong, as I hopped into a map named Active Bingus. Upon spawning in, I was instantly killed, and then killed again by 5 lightning-wielding Kleiners. After getting free, I walked around for a bit, killing a few of the Kleiners, but I actually had no idea what to do after this. I hit up the Bingus store, as well as the anti-Bingus store, and neither helped. I guess this map is a good place to show off that a lot of Sven co-op maps have enemies that have obnoxiously large health pools, as you can see here. Since I had no idea what to do, I migrated to a new map. So with this one, I decided to take a look through my maps folder, since Sven auto-downloads any map you've played before, and I found one called Mine of Men. I won't be playing through this one, because it's super long, but this is one of the most insane Sven maps of all time. Potentially the greatest Sven map of all time. I would highly, highly recommend this one.
We're through! We're through! Hit it! Hit it! Hit it!
Why isn't it blowing up?
So with this one, I got baited into joining it because it had Sugma in the title. I thought it would be tee-hee funny because of this, but it just ended up being a combat map. So, I moved on. So this one was called Toad Snatch, and it had one hell of an opening.
Your mission is to infiltrate the enemy stronghold and steal the Chum Toad Deluxe. Once the Chum Toad has been picked up, you must return it to the obelisk. While the heist is taking place, you must also protect us.
After the Toad Snatch incident, I tried my hand at a couple combat-oriented maps. From the footage, it's clear these were absolutely not designed for solo play. Sometime around 2 in the morning, I jumped into a map selection server. The maps all look kinda iffy, but one in particular caught my eye. Of course, this was the Fall Guys map, because how was I not gonna play that? Now, I'm not gonna lie, I may be one of the world's top Sven co-op Fall Guys players. I was absolutely destroying this game, and I lost track of time. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I realized what I was doing, and I got off. What I will say is that Sven co-op Fall Guys is unironically good, and everybody should play it. Next up, I hopped into a server that was simply titled OMG. I was expecting greatness, but was met with a simple zombie shooter, and I quickly got off. To end off Sven, since I was running low on time, I decided to hop into a server which had one guy in it, GTA Online. This man was on a mission. He didn't stop for even a second to acknowledge me, and he soloed the entire map without me doing a damn thing. When we reached the end, I said my goodbyes to him and departed. Sven Co-op is a game where, depending on which maps you're on, you can end up having a decent time or an absolute blast. Some of the maps for this game are so unreasonable that I can't even describe them here properly, and they can only be experienced through play. To anyone watching this, I sincerely recommend giving Sven Co-op a try with a few friends. It's free on Steam and can run on pretty much anything nowadays. With Sven out of the way though, we're moving on to our next game. Team Fortress 2 is a class-based shooter from 2007, and if you've been online for more than 5 minutes, it's incredibly likely that you've seen something related to TF2. This game has spawned memes, incredible animations, and has a massive community created over the years. And in the grand scheme of things, it's one of the most important games ever created. TF2, like Gmod, is another one that's far from a dead game player-wise, and the real numbers actually show quite the contrary, with the game reaching near all-time high player counts just a few months ago. Also like Gmod though, is a plethora of long-forgotten community servers and game modes. Now while TF2 is a class-based shooter, and it's entirely possible to have only ever played it that way, the game's community has actually spawned dozens of different game modes, thousands of maps, and a shit ton of other community content. We'll be taking a look at some dead servers to see if there's anything of note, or if they should stay dead. I began TF2 with another baseline, 2 Fort. This is, without a doubt, TF2's most popular and well-known map. As a quick rundown, this map actually has roots dating all the way back to the Team Fortress mod for Quake, where it made its initial debut. Now I've got a lot of memories with this map, most of which kind of fade into one another, because this map doesn't exactly have a big variety of playstyles. What this map usually boils down to is a few engineers setting up shop in the intelligence room, with matches usually pushing at least 30 minutes, until someone decides to uber rush the sentry nest, or a spy makes a massive play. Without any players, this map is just, I guess it's just ominous, really. It's like walking into a forgotten, but well-maintained Cold War bunker. After 2 Fort, I was feeling the need to get right into the weird stuff, so I went for a map called the Turtle Cove. The map started off strong, spawning me in a giant empty room. Walking outside, it was clear that this was some kind of deathmatch map that was seemingly unfinished or just real bare bones. I walked around for a bit and then took a dip in the nearby water, which led to my death. The next map was one of TF2's most iconic custom maps, primarily for being showcased in the late Kitty0706's Team Fabulous 2. This is one of the most famous TF2 videos ever created, currently sitting at around 30 million views. The map used in the video, like I said, was Mario Kart. This server wasn't playing on the exact same version, but it's close enough. Walking outside, the map is filled to the brim with references, Easter eggs, and I assume in-jokes. These are mostly incredibly outdated, and it's fun to see all these stupidly old memes showcased in such a timeless way. The center building had a few podiums which I could shoot, which played music that I don't think I can play here, because they were just actual techno songs. In the underground of the central building, I saw some lava jump puzzles outside, but noticed that I had to use the spawn to get there. Going back through a teleporter, I attempted the jumps a few times, eventually making it, and realizing that there was no reward or secrets, and that this was actually here for it was here for no reason. I don't know why this was here. Next up, I moved to a dodgeball map. Dodgeball's a mode in TF2 which uses Pyro's air blast, which reflects rockets, and turns it into a matchup to see who can win in an air blast off. The match starts with a homing rocket, which progressively gets faster as the match goes on. Since I had close to 300 ping, I literally could not beat the bot no matter how well timed my air blasts were. And trust me, I tried. Next up, I was hopping into a classic Achievement Idol Trade 24/7 server. These are some of TF2's most common maps, as the game has item drops that happen over time. Idling allows you to just leave the game on as you collect these drops. The thing I wasn't expecting though, is that this specific Achievement Idol server was vastly different from any other I'd ever been on. This was no Achievement Idol server, it was a memorial for a server long disbanded. I spawned in and came across their logo, which we'll just ignore because it seems just like a 2016 map thing. Going downstairs led me to a little photo room where the owners compiled a bunch of screenshots from over the years on the server. These featured a lot of the same names and faces, so I assume this is an old friend group that disbanded at some point. They even had a custom group portrait made, which they have on display in the main room. A bit further in, I found a QR code, which had a link to a video thanking all the active players, and saying farewell. Within the same room was a literal grave for the server. I'll be honest with this one, I've never seen anything like this. It's a bit weird, but it seems to be a genuine memorial, and some comments on the videos from the QR code are reminiscing about the time on the server. I can only hope that this wasn't shut down because someone actually died or something, and I couldn't find anything indicating that was the case, so that's something at least. This is probably one of the strangest maps I played out of any on here, but there wasn't much more to it than this. It was just a nice little memorial to something a small group of people held dear to their hearts. After the trip that was the last map, I needed something basic, so I hopped onto a Pokemon-themed trade server. Now I'll be honest and say I don't care about Pokemon at all, so I can't tell you what game this is from, but it seems like a fun recreation. There actually was a guy in this one, just standing there, and after slapping him with my big mackerel for a bit, he woke up and noticed me. I followed him around for a bit, but sadly he left. Besides the random guy, this one was straight up just a recreation in 3D of a classic Pokemon map, and that's all there really was to it. After the Pokemon map, I hopped into one called Cat Run. Wasn't much to this map. There was some cats, and I ran and I died. That was it. That's all this one was. Moving on to a more normal trade map, since the last two were anything but. Trade plazas are, or were, some of the most popular maps for trading TF2 items, as the name implies. These were usually pretty basic maps with some fun features, where you could do a little deathmatch while advertising things you were selling, or just sit around and talk to people in. This one in particular had a long-forgotten boxing ring, an auction room, and displays of all kinds of TF2 hats and rare items. Without anyone to interact with though, that's all there really was to this one. This next map was just named a bunch of swear words in a row, so I knew I was in for a treat. Once I loaded in, it was exactly what I expected, a clearly unfinished, thrown together map that was simply no good. I tried walking around for a bit to see if there was anything finished on the map, but it became clear that there wasn't, so I moved on. Next up, I hopped onto an orange server. These are usually very simple maps, using Radical Heights was a battle royale game which released during the PUBG Fortnite craze of 2018. It released in stupidly early access, with most buildings being unfinished, untextured, and overall the game was completely broken, but it had charm. It was developed by the now defunct Boss Key Productions, famous for their other iconic game Lawbreakers. Boss Key itself was founded by Cliff Bleszinski, also known as Cliffy B, also known as Dude Huge. As a fun fact, Cliff is an OG Epic Games employee, and was one of the key figures behind the first 3 Gears of War games. Now the thing with Radical Heights is that it's genuinely unplayable, as the servers were shut down years ago. Logging in will simply result in a pop-up telling you that the game's servers are unreachable. However, there is a solution, although it's a bit of a stretch. You see, while Radical Heights was heavily criticized for being unfinished, the game did have a small but dedicated audience. Now over the last few years, one of these fans, named Liam Kurt, took it upon himself to just remake the whole fucking game. This was one hell of an effort, but there was at least the upside that a lot of the game's assets were purchasable on the Unreal Store. I've gone ahead and downloaded the most current version of the remake, and while it's still nowhere near completion, it does give a pretty good idea of how the game played. Matches start out with a parachuteless skydive, playing some absolute jock jams as you fall. I sadly can't play the song because of copyright, but I highly recommend finding a video of a Radical Heights skydive. Upon landing, we find an unfinished looking bit of town. You might think that this is the remake being unfinished, but no, this is actually what the game launched like. I made my way out into the street to have a look around, and coincidentally, a care package fell from the sky. I went over to it, grabbed an AUG, which was stupidly overpowered in the regular game, and moved on to a mystery door. I forgot to mention earlier that the game is themed around 80s game shows, with the whole thing itself being an in-universe game show. This is probably the game's biggest draw, as it added a lot of charm to an otherwise pretty bland game. As I continued on, I found myself a bike, and I somehow broke the game and ended up in an unstoppable dancing loop. No matter what I did, I couldn't stop hitting the Fortnite Get Gritty emote, so I walked into the static and ascended. From the remake footage, this game might look like an unfinished piece of crap, and it kind of was, but for some reason, it was still a lot of fun. The developers had big plans and high hopes for the game, and were actually actively working on new updates when they got the news that Boss Key was shutting down. The company was liquidated, and 65 employees had to find new work. The remake itself, despite a few legal issues, is continuing development, albeit at a slow pace. I can't really blame them, however, as it's such a niche, weird little project, and I wouldn't fault them if it was never finished. If you want to try the demo yourself, you can join the Radical Heights Remake Discord server, but as a heads up, what I showed here is pretty much the whole game as of now, so you'll be waiting a while if you want anything more substantial than this.
One special contestant is going to outlast the competition, win it all, and reach those...
So I went into Rumbleverse with
Logs are turning into flames. Now the whole field's caught up by the woods of fires.
Matt, what is it? Matt, what do you see? Just tell us what you're seeing, Matt.
Sarah? Sarah?
Some of the most fascinating areas of horror include found footage and analog-style horror, where realism blurs the lines between fiction and reality. There are many popular names in this genre that have been thoroughly reviewed and analyzed, but far before some of the more modern titles were known, there was an era of this style of horror that was just convincing enough to put a countless number of people on edge. I like to call it the analog horror before analog horror. These were times where a simple broadcast caused nationwide panic, with the earliest occurrence happening in 1938. But before we get started, I want to let you guys know about a potential upcoming project that I'm working on. So I'm sure all of you guys remember the Don't Hug Me I'm Scared series, promo code SCARETHEATRE to get up to 6 additional months for free. Now back to the video. It was the day before Halloween in 1938. Orson Welles, the producer of a radio show, was preparing to air the Halloween episode of his radio series, The Mercury Theater on the Air. This was a weekly, hour-long show where they did live radio dramas. Today, they had something special planned. They had written an adaptation of the H.G. Wells novel, The War of the Worlds from 1898, and were going to perform this live on air. The creativity in this, however, was that it was written to be presented as if it were a real news broadcast. At the time, something like this hadn't been done before. Just after 8 o'clock p.m., they went live.
Not much change in temperature. A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecast of rain accompanied by winds of light gale force.
It started off as if it were a normal broadcast, doing a weather report, followed by music from Ramon Raquello.
We take you now to the Meridian Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra.
After about a minute of this, the broadcast is interrupted by a news reporter who announces this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars.
Later on in the broadcast, we are introduced to our two main characters, Carl Phillips, who will become our main commentator, and Professor Pearson, who is an astronomer weighing in on the events. Phillips and Pearson briefly tease the idea of aliens before Professor Pearson is informed that some type of large impact has just been made within a 20-mile radius of Princeton.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall read you a wire addressed to Professor Pearson from Dr. Gray of the Natural History Museum, New York. Quote, 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Seismograph registered shock of almost earthquake intensity occurring within a radius of 20 miles of Princeton. Please investigate. Signed, Lloyd Gray, Chief of Astronomical Division.
Phillips arrives at the site of the impact and finds a strange object in the ground.
I can see of the object itself doesn't look very much like a meteor. At least not the meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder.
Minutes later, the situation intensifies as Phillips talks about the object opening and a monster equipped with tentacles emerging from it. Our eyes are left to imagination as we listen to the horrors that follow.
Wait a minute, something's happening. Humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Lord, they're turning into flames. Oh, the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas tanks of the automobiles spreading everywhere. It's coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
The next 20 minutes or so depicts a graphic soundscape of shrieks and panic as Martians invade the planet and destroy everyone and everything that stands in their way. Near the end of this act, the perspective cuts to a new broadcaster who is broadcasting from a different station as he watches the destruction of the city. As he sits in terror, he describes the Martians releasing a poisonous smoke that is slowly killing everyone.
Smoke comes out, black smoke drifting over the city. People in the streets see it now. They're running toward the East River, thousands of them, dropping in like rats.
As the smoke approaches him, he starts coughing until he goes silent.
100 yards away, it's 50 feet.
Now, at this point, the broadcasts have been playing for roughly 37 minutes. It was at around this point that the executive producer of the show was called out of the studio to take a phone call. Just a few minutes later, he returned looking extremely anxious. He informed them that he was just ordered to immediately interrupt the broadcast to announce that everything that was happening was fictional. The act finished up, and this message was aired.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original dramatization of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. The performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, this is where the details get a little fuzzy. If we go off what the crew of the show says happened, then this is the timeline of events. One of the actors on the show, Stephen Schnabel, says that when the broadcast resumed, policemen started flooding into the radio station. In a moment of chaos, there was a struggle between the police and CBS executives to keep them from stopping the show from continuing. One of the producers later said that after the broadcast finished, he received a phone call from the mayor of a Midwestern town where there were mobs filling the streets panicking over this. Back at the station where the broadcast was played, there were angry people from the press in hysterics, telling them that there was a fatal stampede in a Jersey hall, and even suicides that resulted from this. Because of how much commotion was going on, the cast had to leave the CBS building from the back entrance. But the outrage didn't stop there. Within just a few weeks, newspapers had published over 12,000 articles about the broadcast. Some critics were even calling for regulation by the FCC. As a result, Orson Welles ended up apologizing for the broadcast, insisting that he did not think this would be the outcome.
I've had almost no sleep, and I know less about this than you do. I haven't read the papers except
What was the first thing you had?
I had every hope that the people would be excited as they would be at a melodrama.
The broadcast left a big mark on history, but in hindsight, it seems a little strange that a simple radio broadcast could truly cause this much panic. A lot of research has been done into the event to figure out exactly why this happened. Many people believe this may have actually been a cultural phenomenon of the time. A study by the Radio Project found that less than a third of the frightened listeners actually understood that the show was about aliens. Most of them thought they were listening to reports of a German invasion or a natural disaster of some sort. And it makes sense when you consider the time. This all happened just before World War II. For the entire month prior to the broadcast, radio stations were constantly keeping people on their toes by talking about the worrisome things happening in Germany at the time. It could be argued that the outrage is more of a manifestation of the Americans' anxieties rather than actual outrage at the broadcast itself. It is also understood that most of the outrage reported in the newspapers was heavily exaggerated for sensationalism. More recent research indicates that the show this was broadcast on wasn't even all that popular, so not many people actually heard it. The night of the broadcast, a survey was conducted by a radio rating service. They called 5,000 households, and only 2% of them said they were listening to the radio play, and none of them indicated that they thought it was a real news broadcast. And of the nearly 2,000 letters mailed to Welles and the FCC after the broadcast, only about 27% of them came from frightened listeners. In fact, there were plenty of other controversial broadcasts in that time period that received many more protest letters than this. We also have conflicting reports from other people at that time. Ben Gross, a radio editor for the New York Daily News, wrote in his 1954 memoir that the streets were nearly deserted when he made his way to the studio for the end of that broadcast. This is very different from what we heard earlier. A writer of a letter that the Washington Post published also recalls that there were no mobs in the street. So while there undoubtedly was a lot of fear caused from this broadcast, it was likely nowhere near what most people would suggest. One thing that is for certain is that Welles definitely made an impact so large that it would influence another similar event that occurred on CBS 5 decades later. In 1994, CBS aired a program called Without Warning, taking inspiration from the Orson Welles broadcast. Following the same format, the show begins with what looks like a normal movie playing, before being interrupted with what looks like a real news broadcast, informing the audience of 3 seismic events reported in the Northern Hemisphere.
We interrupt this program for a special bulletin. Here now is Sandy Hill.
Seismologists at Caltech now report at least 3 separate seismic events tonight, each in the Northern Hemisphere, with earth tremors of magnitude 8.5 and above.
Shortly afterward, we're introduced to the main news anchor covering these events, Sander Vonneker. He tells us that a massive asteroid broke apart, hitting the Earth in Wyoming, France, and China. A reporter at the crash site in Wyoming gives us an overview of just how catastrophic the damage is, before they suddenly discover a survivor.
What you're looking at now is the crater itself. A massive inferno is the only way you could describe this. Come on, Billy. Let's
God,
go down.
it's a human
Let's
being.
see. Let's go get her. Come on, Billy. Okay.
A badly burned little girl is quickly approached by the news team as they try to get her help. She mutters something unintelligible to the camera before being taken away to the hospital to be treated. The broadcast continues, with more journalists scrambling to keep the public informed, when we learn that not only is the government taking great interest in this, but they are being awfully secretive about it.
As you can see, dozens of investigators from NASA and the Pentagon have been flown into the site, which is now beginning to resemble a small air base. Additional troops armed with assault weapons. Why the government would need firepower like that at the site of a meteor impact is anybody's guess. The FAA has now established a no-fly zone immediately over the crater. They've made it quite clear that anyone violating this restriction would be fired upon. So these are the last pictures you're likely to see for a while.
All we learn is that a NASA scientist named Dr. Avram Mendel is suddenly flown out on a military chopper to the Houston Space Center. This in itself wasn't too noteworthy until we learned that Mendel was a founding member of SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute.
Well, according to his bio, he is a founding member of SETI. Does that mean extraterrestrials were involved?
Like I said at the beginning, there are no questions.
Come on, Dale, give it. Well, no.
The next 30 minutes of the broadcast follows the reporters debating about the existence of alien life with scientists and people on the streets, before we are informed that another, much larger object was detected moving toward Earth. The US government has 2 aircraft sent up to intercept the objects before impact, and while they are successful, they lose contact with the pilots in the process.
I-2, Johnny. 5. We're losing video on India 1, India 2, do you copy? We have contact.
It seems like we've had a direct hit on the asteroid, but there's some concern here that we've lost the image of the cockpit.
As the program approaches its climax, we hear from Dr. Avram Mendel for the first time as he enters the Houston Space Center. He confirms his beliefs that this was an act of aliens and expresses extreme disapproval in the way that we handled this.
They came in the way that they chose to come, in peace at first. What I'm saying is that we have made a preemptive strike, people. We have just declared war.
When he exits the Space Center about 10 minutes later, he tells the press he has resigned from his position before hitting us with this bone-chilling update on the situation.
Dr. Mendel, you mentioned before that this is an ongoing crisis. What did you mean by that?
You don't know?
No.
At approximately 10:32 p.m. Eastern Time, the radio telescope at Goldstone, Mojave received a signal. There are 3 asteroids of a magnitude of 2 miles each and above that are on a trajectory with Earth. The asteroids are expected to hit sometime around 10:52 p.m. Eastern Time. It's 9 minutes from now.
In an anxiety-inducing buildup, the Space Center plans to calculate the trajectory of the incoming asteroids so they can launch a missile to deflect each of them. The moment of truth comes, and they are successful. The Space Center cheers in celebration, along with the news studio and people all around the world. Then, in a final twist, the cheering in the Space Center suddenly stops. The broadcast cuts back to the reporter in the Houston Space Center, who expresses confusion about the sudden silence. Then, this iconic scene happens.
Carolyn, as you can see, the elation in the room behind me has stopped. People were cheering and celebrating, and then it was as if a balloon would burst. A quiet permeated the room, and nobody seems to be giving any indication why.
Matt, what is it? Matt, what do you see? Just tell us what you're seeing, Matt. What's the cameraman's name?
told his name is Patrick.
Patrick, just move the camera to the screen. Show us what you're seeing on the screen. Patrick, do you read it? Show us what's on the...
Track trajectories. No, there's too many. There's too many to calculate.
Oh, my God.
France, this is Houston. France, do you copy? France, this is Houston. Come in, please. Do you copy?
The broadcast ends with Sander Vonnegut sitting in the studio, resigning to fates, before signing off with a Shakespeare quote.
I can only leave you with this thought from Shakespeare. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves.
Cape Town, Washington, this is Houston, Washington, do you read? Washington, this is Houston Control, please come in. Come in, Washington.
Now, this one didn't have quite as big of an effect as the Orson Welles broadcast did, but it still caused a certain degree of panic in some people. From one perspective, this might make a little sense, since at the time, this was aired as if it were a real broadcast. One thing that made it slightly convincing was that most of the reporters in the show were real reporters who played as themselves, including Sander Vonnegut, Bree Walker, and Sandy Hill. On the other hand, there were also some actors in this who were well known for other popular roles, like the reporter who played Q from Star Trek. But there is one thing that I just don't understand how anyone missed. CBS made it very clear that this was not real. At the start of the broadcast, they announced that this was fiction, and during every ad break, they once again reminded the audience that this was fiction. In some locations, they even had a graphic that would periodically appear on screen during the show that reminded people this was not real. Yet, somehow, this was lost on a few people. The CBS affiliate in Fort Smith, Arkansas reported that they received dozens of calls asking if the events they were seeing were actually happening. Even other news channels in Arkansas were getting calls about it. ABC, Fox, and NBC all said they received a lot of calls from people asking why they weren't covering the news about the asteroid impacts on CBS. There are even plenty of comments made on the internet from people claiming they remember their friends and relatives freaking out over this when it was first aired. One Reddit comment even claims that the panic in his town was so bad that it made the front page of their local newspaper. But these types of mock newscasts weren't specific to the United States. This was an international genre, which brings us to our final broadcast that shook the people of the United Kingdom when the mockumentary Ghost Watch aired in 1992. This is the broadcast that made the largest impact of anything on this list, resulting in the loss of life and the subsequent banning of the program. Quick disclaimer here, in the original version of this video, I actually played some clips from the movie to paint the scene better, but unfortunately this resulted in the video getting a copyright strike, so I had to edit out every part where I featured a clip from the movie. Everything should still make sense for the most part, but it's just not exactly as good as what I had originally envisioned. If you do want to see the full unedited video, then it is available on my Patreon page. Ghost Watch aired on the BBC on the Halloween of 1992. It opens like a legitimate live documentary and tries to play like it is one. In reality, this was all pre-recorded. At the open, we're introduced to our host, Michael Parkinson, who tells us that this program is going to try and document evidence of the supernatural. He is accompanied by a psychologist interested in the paranormal named Dr. Lynn Pascoe, and a field reporter, Sarah Green. The area they are investigating is a home that inhabits a woman named Pamela Early and her two daughters, Suzanne and Kim. They have been experiencing paranormal activity for the past 10 months and want to show the world what is happening. The show also had a telephone number on screen that people could call if they wanted to share their own experience.
Team deathmatch. Rangers lead the way. Reloading. Go down.
UAV spotted. Heads up, enemy UAV spotted.
Changing mag! Frag out! Cover me, I'm reloading. Changing mag!
UAV spotted.
Throwing a stun grenade. Reloading.
Heads up, enemy UAV spotted.
Bring it up, Rangers! Reloading! Changing mag! Reloading! Tango down. Reloading. Defeated. Don't let this happen again.
Experiences. This number was really the only thing that would hint viewers toward this broadcast being fictional. The idea was that if anyone called the number, they would be greeted with a message telling them that the show is a work of fiction. The only issue with this was that there were so many people calling in and only 5 telephone operators, so most people only heard a busy line, which reinforced in their minds that this was all real. The early portion of the show featured the field reporter, Sarah Green, getting details on the case from the family. We learned that a lot of the activity taking place took the form of strange noises coming from the walls and eerie things the kids experienced. Kim has dubbed this ghost Pipes. One of the main areas of paranormal activity is this boarded up area under the stairs. Pamela tells the reporter that this was an area where her ex-husband used to develop photos. She calls this room the glory hole, but I'd rather not call it that, so we're just gonna call it the boarded up room. Pamela tells the reporter of an eerie experience she had there one time. A lot of the show plays like any ghost investigation, taking note of strange occurrences, like a strange figure being seen in some of the footage, scratch marks on Suzanne's face, and a damp, circular spot on the rug. About an hour into the show, we hear banging noises erupting from the house. Sarah Green goes to investigate and finds that Suzanne is the one making the noises. She appears very upset and denies that she had anything to do with this before the footage cuts back to the studio. At this point, everyone assumes this was just a hoax. Just as we are sure everything is wrapping up, a series of anonymous callers put together the true backstory behind the ghost, Pipes. We learn that he was a disturbed individual named Raymond Tunstall, who believed he was possessed by a Victorian baby farmer named Mother Seddons. Tunstall ended up ending his life in the boarded up room in that house, where his body was eaten by cats. At this point, everything just goes full paranormal activity. The banging starts up again, the lights go haywire, and throughout all the commotion, Suzanne disappears, to later be heard calling out from inside the boarded up room before the camera cuts out. The psychologist in the studio theorizes that the ghost has used the nationwide broadcast to create some sort of massive seance to manifest itself through. At this point, the police are called to the house to evacuate everyone. They are able to extract Pamela, Kim, and one of the TV crew members, but Sarah and Suzanne are still missing. The camera cuts again to footage coming from inside the house, where Sarah is still trying to save Suzanne. Now the chaos has extended from the house into the studio. Lights are breaking, wind is blowing everywhere, people are exiting the studio, and then the studio loses power completely. The final scene is of Michael Parkinson confusingly wandering around the dark studio before becoming possessed by pipes. Then the show ends. Like I said before, the impact this broadcast made is greater than all the other ones on this list. After the show aired, tens of thousands of complaints were made to the BBC. A lot of people truly believed this was real. Even the ones who realized it wasn't real still were not happy with this. They felt they had trust in the BBC and thought that being duped like this destroyed all trust.
You betrayed the trust that the audience has within the BBC. You toyed with the emotions of the audience because the audience weren't actually sure, or I wasn't, but actually sure if it was fact or fiction, if it was live or if it was in fact a drama.
In the midst of all the backlash, there were also reports of people who watched the show and thought it was proof of an afterlife, so they ended their own to be with their loved ones. Most of these claims can't really be proven, but there is one sad story here that is true. The night the show aired, a couple in Nottingham named April and Percy Denham were watching the show with their two sons, Gavin, 14 years old, and Martin, 18 years old. Martin had a learning disability and a mental age of 13. When the family was watching the show, Martin became more and more agitated as it went on. The father described him as being hypnotized by it. The parents say that when the show ended, Martin started showing odd behavior. He was more fearful of noises coming from the pipes in the house and became entranced with the talk of ghosts. The parents tried to make sure he was okay, but clearly something went wrong. 5 days later, Martin was found lifeless on a tree near his home. There was a note in his pocket that read, "If there are ghosts, I will now be one, and I will always be with you as one." The parents were understandably devastated and blamed the show for this. The Denham family fought for this to be investigated by the Broadcasting Standards Commission. The producers of the show argued that placing more obvious messages indicating that the show was fake would have ruined the effect, but the commission concluded that it was their duty to make it more clear that the show was fictional. Not much legal action was actually taken though. As a result of all the backlash the show received, the airing of the show was banned for 10 years, but even today it has never aired again. It's only available on DVD and streaming. With all the modern analog horror we see today, it's important to remember the OGs of the time. One thing unique about these broadcasts is that they would never work today. It would take just a minute to Google and figure out what's going on, but for what they did for the time, it made an impact. Some for better, some for worse. What's for sure though is that they will all be remembered. Thank you for watching, and I will see you on the flip side.
The following footage was posted by Vanessa Boleyn, who had caught something disturbing on her doorbell camera. Vanessa writes, "I grew up in a haunted home with paranormal investigators and priests constantly coming to my house, so I don't get that scared easily. But last night, I saw this through my Ring camera at 11:30 p.m., and it was the only time that I truly felt scared." This is what she'd seen. Be sure to look closely or you'll miss it. a faint image of what appears to be a face can be seen hiding behind the flowers. It's hard to make out what this is, but it seems like someone or something is looking at the doorbell camera. But as always, I'll let you decide as to what this might be. What exactly is being seen on camera? It's the middle of the night, and O-Deject is on his phone when something downright creepy happens. In the corner of his room, there's a doll. O-Deject writes, "I was on my phone in my room when I heard something." This is what he caught.
Today's video is brought to you by grooming. Ball grooming, ladies and gentlemen. You feeling cool and comfortable, a Data Performance Package 5.0 comes with those 2 free gifts. Package 5.0. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and yet again I've amalgamated some more things from the old dark web that I feel like I want to show you, because ladies and gentlemen, I used to do this stuff every week, but sometimes, you know, when you cover things on a regimented basis, you end up finding the same Hitman crazy websites, and you know, honestly I'm glad that we let the deep web almost brew a little bit, because ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to show you today is some really weird, wild stuff, and not all of it's spooky, scary, some of it's just meant to be funny. So ladies and gentlemen, let's sit back, relax, and get a nice cup of the old coffee, wake up in the morning, and see what the old internet's darkest corners have for us to explore. All right, here we go. We start off.
Aye, it is bright in here.
Looks like the ancient machinery is still working. Not that we have any idea how it works.
Ruins from ancient times, patrolled for eons by unstoppable machines.
Yeah, and I bet they're full of rare materials. Doesn't seem to be...
This place is hardly befitting one of my grand stature.
You sure do like to complain, Vice. It's pretty rough in here.
Yes, hardly suitable work for children.
They both look so skinny, too.
I'm certain the Elder has been giving his share of their food to his brother. It seems we...
should do it. You ever wish you could just warp back to the client after you get their stuff?
Whoa.
Yeah, it's apparently a kind of magic that can zap you to faraway places in an instant.
Ah, that one. Well, I would stay away from such devilry were I you, lad.
How come?
Because all of the sages who attempted said spell were reduced to mincemeat when they struck obstacles in their path.
Wow. All right then. Walking it is.
An excellent choice.
Doesn't seem to be...
I hate being alone. I want to go find Mom.
Hello again.
We got your materials.
Ah, thank you so much. I'll get right to work on your weapon. Normally I'd charge you something, but you can have this one for free. Here you go. And thanks again. This ought to keep us going for a while longer.
I want to find Mom!
Is everything okay?
I'm sorry. He's impatient for our mom to come back and thinks we should go look for her. We just need to wait, okay? She'll be back soon.
I don't want to wait! I want to find Mom!
Ice?
Yes, I know. We're off.
Please, no. I already owe you.
Don't even worry about it.
You don't understand. Mom usually goes pretty deep inside the mountain. You're gonna need to use the elevator, so I'd better...
Hurry up and find...
Mom usually takes... Oh, need some work done on your weapon? Come back soon. Mom usually... Oh, need some work done on your weapon? Come back. Mom usually... Oh, need some work done on your weapon? Come back.
All right. He said their mom would be somewhere deep inside the mountain, right?
If I may ask, what is it that possesses you to meddle in the affairs of these children?
Yona and I both know what it feels like to miss your mother.
Seems we have been... can't possibly believe their mother managed to fight her way down here. Or, for that matter, that she has been collecting scrap metal for a solid week. Open your eyes, lad. The woman is clearly...
She's alive. Miracles don't happen if you don't believe in them, okay?
Miracles? God.
Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Unauthorized trespassers will be eliminated. Initiation. Trespasser site identified.
This bodes ill. It appears that only machines remain in this infernal place.
What's going on?
It's malfunctioning.
Yeah, this might be a problem.
Be aware of your surroundings. No mere machine can defy us.
Stay focused, Vice.
It would seem magic has no effect against the head. Don't let yourself be crushed.
Oh, you think?
Keep an eye on the shadows. but come. What a troublesome piece of machinery.
Oh, come on. Now what?
Clear them all out. That's the only way.
This thing's got all kinds of moves.
Now all that remains is that oversized head.
These chambers are loaded with bombs.
Try feeding it one of those bombs.
Where have I heard that plan before?
Take aim once its mouth is agape.
It's working!
Unbelievable. Such an obvious weak point.
It's a woman, and she's dead.
I fear we have discovered the delinquent mother.
So who's this other person?
It's a male.
This bag has nice clothes in it. And money too. Why would she bring this stuff here?
It would seem she abandoned her children to seek comfort in the arms of a swain.
Oh, that's awful.
So much for miracles. Instead, we have discovered the worst possible truth. What will you tell the children?
I don't know. What's this? I guess we should bring this back.
Where's Mom?
She's in heaven now.
What?
It's true. Your mother's left this world.
Liar! I don't believe you!
Did she die alone? It's okay. Just tell me. Did she die with the one she loved?
We found 2 bodies. It appears they left this life as one.
Okay. That's okay.
Come again?
Mom was always so frustrated, you know? Torn between her duty to us and her heart. I think maybe this is for the best.
Are you saying you forgive her?
I mean, she's my mom, you know? The only one I'll ever have.
We found this next to her.
This is Mom's perfume. It smells like her. Damn it. I can't let myself cry. If Gideon sees me like this... Damn it.
I hope I did the right...
Hey, safe travels, okay? And thank you for everything.
Your actions were just. Never doubt it.
Today, folks, we're chugging something that does not exist, but it should. Today, we're gonna mix pink prime with cotton candy and make some cotton candy prime. Oh man, I can't wait to do this. Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands Chugs. There is a buzz that's all over TikTok that people want to see cotton candy prime, all right? So, yo, your boy is here. We got the pink prime and some Starburst cotton candy, and we about to make it. Ever since I saw this, I really wanted to try it, all right? So we're gonna try it real quick. Before we do it, all right, we're gonna pull out the noisy cricket, all right? Center of attention time. Let's put that in center of attention, all right? Just pull that real quick, okay? And let's get some of the Starburst cotton candy, all right? It's gonna get a little bit, and I just want to try it first before I fill the big boot up, okay? Let's just try it. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Did you see the way that just disintegrated into the prime? And oh, look at that hue. That looks great. Let's just try it real quick, okay? You know, picky up like Dame Drops would do. Oh man. It just enhances the strawberry watermelon in the prime. It tastes sweeter, it tastes smoother. Oh, it is totally awesome. Oh, let's not waste any of it. Let's pour it in there, all right? Put the noisy cricket back, okay? We ain't doing no chugs out of this little thing. So let us continue, folks. Oh my goodness. We're pouring in the strawberry watermelon prime. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite flavors because you know I love strawberries and you know watermelon is totally awesome in itself, all right? But when they put it together, I think they did a good thing, okay? Ah, man, how do y'all like pink prime? Do y'all think it's one of your best flavors? Well, y'all should let me know what's the best flavor of prime in your opinion. Let's move this over. Center of attention time. You know, we're putting the empties over here. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? Yes, we still have more because you remember that this right here is 3 liters at the line and a gallon at the top, all right? You know, like I said before, we're not doing no more 2-liter chugs, okay? No more 2-liter Das Boot chugs, okay? You know, it's time to step it up. And, you know, the gallon is on the repertoire. All right, yes, that's plenty, okay? Because we need some room for the Starburst cotton candy. Now, do y'all remember the Flavor Reds version of Starburst? You know what I'm saying? It was all just cherry and strawberry, you know what I'm saying? That was one of my favorite ones. Okay, here it is. It's cotton candy. Just like at the fair, all right? Oh my goodness. It's all over. It's time to put it in, okay? You ready, folks? Oh man, look how it just disintegrates. Oh, there it is. Wow. Do you think 1 bag is enough? Nah, man. Since we got it sitting here, we might as well put 2 in there, all right? Let's get it real cotton candy-ish, if you know what I mean. Yes. Yes. Let it just pour in there and disintegrate. We have it here for your viewing pleasure. I present to you Cotton Candy Prime, a full gallon of it. Yes. Look at that. In all its glory. The biggest cotton candy prime chug ever, all right? Man, it's time to go. It's time to see what this tastes like, see what it chugs like, and yo, this is for all of y'all that watch. Appreciate you watching Badlands Chugs, and yo, you know what I say now. Enough talk. Oh, man, these French cold chugs are no joke. French cold is no joke. It's about 40 degrees. And this thing is cold. But we was determined to do it in one pull, all right? You know, oh my goodness. But this is delicious, folks. It's really good. Man, y'all should try it. Don't drink a gallon like your boy Badlands, but I say, just get some strawberry watermelon prime, put a little bit of cotton candy in it, and enjoy. Chugging the world, one bottle at a time.
you.